Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about a very embarrassing way to die. Now, if you were to die somewhere, where would you think would be the most embarrassing place you could die? Your room? We've seen that. It's not good. What about the grocery store? People buying some produce and then you pop over dead? I don't know. Probably the most embarrassing place you could die is on the toilet. You know what I mean? Everyone associates dying on the toilet with Elvis Presley, who infamously died with like, I don't know, 6,000 pounds of shit in his stomach or whatever. People always talk about it, but it was an interesting thing that was brought to my attention that there are a lot of people of notoriety who have died on the toilet. And today I just wanted to talk about people who've died on the toilet. It doesn't really go any deeper. Don't look into it. I don't have a toilet fetish. I don't have a stinky doo-doo fetish at all. I just want to talk about people who have died on the toilet. So let's, without further ado, let's do that. And Elvis isn't the only person just die of a big fat heart attack or drug overdose on a toilet. A lot of famous people do a lot of drugs and then they have to take a shit and then they die while they're taking a shit. Much like Judy Garland, or Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz, who was found dead on the toilet with blood streaming from her mouth after an overdose on pills. Follow the yellow brick road. Toto, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. Am I right? Also, English novelist Evelyn Waugh died after having a heart attack and then drowning in his toilet.
How does that happen? Did he get...
He must be like, and then fell on his knees. Right? One of those kind of things. And apparently 11% of all cardiac arrests happen while people are sitting on the toilet. I'm not gonna lie, that frightens me. Every time I take a now I'm gonna be like, is this it? Is this the time I pass on into the next life? Because it might be. But this is because you're straining yourself while trying to poop and it can stress your heart out and people are like, they do that. And let me tell you, I take some rancid so that is how I'm going to die. I can tell you that right now, but
today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt. It's so easy to get into debt. Lord, I know. But getting out of it is a different story. So many of us are struggling with credit card debt, personal loan, collections, or medical bills. And the system is set up to keep you there. Look, I went to school, took on a bunch of debt, and I wish PDS Debt was around to help me out. If you're currently struggling with debt, PDS Debt may be able to help. May be able to help. PDS Debt provides a service to match you with debt solutions tailored to your financial situation. Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies. And the best part is, there's no minimum credit score required. Save more while paying off your debt in just a fraction of the time. Stop waiting and start saving. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/papameat. pdsdebt.com/papameat. Thank you, PDS Debt, for sponsoring this video. And back to the video.
let's take a look at some of the weirder, more obscure ways people have died on toilets, because we've only scratched the tip of the iceberg. Let's go. First up, I want to talk about Duke Jing of Jin. That sounds like I'm being racist, but that's his name. He was the ruler of the state of Jin, one of the most powerful states in ancient China, and he reigned from 599 BC to 581 BC. During his 19th year of ruling, the Duke mysteriously fell ill and died a few months later. According to the commentary of Zuo, which is ancient Chinese documents, you fucking losers. Before his death, the Duke dreamed of a great demon with disheveled hair that reached to the ground, beating his breasts.
I had to make sure it was a guy, but he was like,
beating his breast, his man-tits. The demon blamed the Duke for the death of his descendants and asked God to have him pay the consequences. When the Duke awoke, he called a witch to explain this dream, to which he told him,
"You will not live to eat this year's new wheat."
Soon after, the Duke fell extremely ill and requested the assistance of a physician for his arrival. The Duke had another dream. It's a lot of dreams of the Dukes here. The Duke of Dreams is what we should have called him. This time it was the disease manifesting itself into two boys. Where are we going with this? They taunted the Duke by saying even the best physician wouldn't be able to hurt them, as one was hiding in his heart and the other hiding below his throat.
basically cancer.
He basically had microplastics in his bloodstream and he died. When the physician arrived, he informed the Duke that there was nothing that could be done for him. Yeah, I like how they're like, I don't know. It's 581 BC. What do you expect of me? He's like, can I go in for an appointment? They're like, there is no place to go. I come to you. That's what, here it is. A few months later, the new wheat harvest season arrived and the Duke was still alive.
Lying witch.
I just go back up to that fucking witch and slap her in the face. He ordered his servants to use some of the wheat to make bread for the Duke to eat. While it was being prepared, they dragged the witch to the baker, showed her the bread, and then executed her on the spot. God damn! Just as the Duke was getting ready to taste the wheat, he felt bloated, so he went to the loo. I like how he's like, guys, before I eat this bread, I have to shit. But unfortunately, he slipped and drowned.
Yeah, apparently he fell into like a pit of shit.
But unfortunately, he slipped in and drowned into a pit of shit. So was he just like hovering over a giant hole in the ground? He's like,
I imagine right as he walked in, he like slipped on a turd.
fell back in. But the story doesn't end there. Apparently, the slave who pulled the Duke's body out of the toilet also had a dream that morning about carrying the Duke to heaven. I wonder in the dream if he was covered in shit
That's
too.
what I wonder.
Yeah, he's just like, the Duke, and he was so stinky. He was covered in some kind of stinky mud. Consequently, the slave was buried alive with the Duke to serve him in the afterlife. God damn, dude. Do you think the servant, do you think he was stoked about that? Or do you think he was kind of pissed? I mean, he's dreaming about the Duke.
I was gonna say, I think what it was is like, they said like, why didn't you tell anybody you had this dream? Because then they could have...
Well, we saw what happened to the witch. I think I'd just keep it to myself. Next up, we have Arius. Arius was a Christian priest from Alexandria, Egypt in 256 to 336 AD. It is one of the most controversial figures in early Christian history. Windigoon's like, what? Arius argued that Jesus, while divine, was not co-eternal with God, the Father, but instead was a created being.
This apparently causes chaos.
Arius said fucking what? People are like by the Sphinx like, what did he say? This view condemned Arius as a heretic within the Christian community, so he was excommunicated and exiled in 325 AD. But by 336 AD, the Roman Emperor Constantine had ordered Arius to be reinstated into the church. Thank you, Constantine.
He was like persuaded by his followers. He's like, fine, I'll do it.
God damn, fine, I'll do it. Jeez. It was a lot cooler here in Rome before Christianity. On the day of his reinstatement, Arius was walking proudly through the streets of Constantinople when he felt a sudden urge to relieve himself. Oh my God. Oh my God, I have to shit. So he rushed to the nearest latrine. I wouldn't put up a picture of a latrine. It's an old toilet. So he rushed to the nearest latrine and fainted after violent relaxation of his bowels. He fainted after he violently shit himself. According to Socrate Scholasticus, a bitter enemy of Arius, his bowels and small intestines hemorrhaged and his spleen and liver bursted out of his body, causing him to die almost instantly. Is this where you shit your guts out came from? It is, isn't it? Oh God! And all of his gutty works just fell out of him. Modern scholars attribute Arius' death may have been a result of poisoning by his opponents. What opponents? What the f? But too many at the time, the fact that Arius died in such a sudden and horrific manner, just before he was to be reinstated, was interpreted by many as an act of divine retribution. I like how they're like, Jesus was fucking pissed. To them, this was proof that Arius' views were indeed heretical, and that God had stepped in to prevent his reintegration into the church. I would think that if God was going to do something like that, it would be more like, be much more grandiose.
I mean, shitting your guts out.
I mean, shitting your guts out, don't get me wrong, I guess to be fair, you're kind of, yeah, you're walking me back. If you shit your guts out and somebody finds you with your out and you're like, your entire gutty works are just like hanging there with your tiny little red, you're just like, then yeah, I guess you would. People would be like, oh, dude, Arius sucks. Look at Arius, dude, just shit his guts out. Look how tiny his dick is. And you're just like, flies and shit going around you, farting, and his like intestines are like slapping. It's like, he's just like,
My God, why?
why, God, why? I guess when I think of God doing something like that, I think of just a guy exploding. Right? You're like, holy hell, holy shit. Next up, you have JW, aka the Balloon Man. The Balloon Man. Ever since birth, JW suffered from gastrointestinal issues, just like Mr. Beast. At the age of 2, he often suffered from irregular bowel movements, constipation, and unusually bloated belly. Yeah, he just looks like he's like fully pregnant. We were like, JW's pregnant again. He's like, stop it. Got like perfect pregnant belly. Stop it, guys. You know what's disgusting about pregnant women? Is when their belly. You know what? God bless all the women who have children, because it's a hard thing. But you know what I don't like is when their belly button gets pushed out and then they get those stretch marks by their belly button as if they're like fucking like splitting at the seam there. That always scares the shit out of me, because I'm always just like, I don't think it's gonna hold. That's what I used to think as a kid. I was like, I don't think it's gonna hold. Over the years, the severity of these symptoms worsened, causing his stomach to swell up and become permanently bloated due to the accumulating fecal matter. Old boy was blocked up. He's like, I just can't stop eating cheese. J.W. Velveeta is his name. By the time he reached 16, J.W. could go up to 1 month without any bowel movements. Brutal.
So do you think if he it was like...
If he shit, I mean, it's a landslide. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's a chocolate river. We don't even want to get into it. Thinking it was a tumor, JW tried to go to the doctor, but he was unable to receive any medical treatment for his condition, as the surgery was deemed too dangerous at the time. I mean, guys, we're talking about, when even is this? What year is this? Oh, the 1800s. Instead, at the age of 20, JW joined a freak show in Philadelphia and was dubbed the Balloon Man and Windbag for his protruding belly. And so help me God, if I start seeing people calling me the Balloon Man or Windbag, I am going to be fucking livid. I can't escape the controlling fire thing. That little son of a bitch at Chick-fil-A has ruined my life, all right? In 1892, less than a decade later, JW was found dead in a bathroom. His final moments were spent attempting to relieve a bowel movement.
He was struggling, dude.
People are just like, classic JW, classic Balloon Man. An autopsy revealed that his colon was 8 feet long. Oh my God. With a circumference of 28 inches and contained 40 pounds of shit. That's insane. He's got the goddamn anaconda from that Ice Cube movie in the 90s. He has that anaconda wrapped up inside of him.
Anaconda.
He's like, guys, no, seriously, my stomach hurts. They're like, ah, Balloon Man, Balloon Man. Oh.
I think during the freak show, people were allowed to come up and touch.
Oh, they definitely are going up and slapping his belly like a bald guy's head. You know what I mean? Oh, I bet it was brutal. He's probably just sitting there the whole time like, oh.
You think he liked it?
Oh, no, I think he's in pain. He didn't think he liked that. His 8-foot megacolon is now on display in Philadelphia at the Mutter Museum. It is stuffed with straw and fabric to simulate what it would look like with poop in it. We gotta go. If you're in Philadelphia, you gotta tell me, is the Mutter Museum worth it? Is the Mutter Museum, is it like a freak show museum?
I think so.
Oh,
scientific, yeah, it's like scientific oddities.
Oh, scientific oddities. They better have a fucking thing that you can go up and like press it. That's what they should have done with it. You see the megacolon, you're like, that's what it looks like, but then they have like a fake like silicone thing that you can like, you know, press your face up against it. Oh. It must have been so hard.
Oh yeah. Well, his shit had to be hard too. You gotta
oh my God, it fossilized inside of him. You'd have to assume. I wonder if he did it feel like he was now broken glass, hard chunks of like that, like rocks and pebbles.
I was gonna say his colon was 28 centimeters wide, so his shit was, yeah.
How wide do you think his asshole was? Your colon goes to your asshole, right? So if you're getting stretched up that much, you're stretching. Do you think he was always just crowning? I don't know, a little burnt baby's head just right there at the top. He's in there scooping it out with his hands. This is fucking disgusting. At the time, JW's condition was a medical mystery, but now it is believed that he suffered from congenital megacolon or Hirschberg's disease. Hirschsprung's disease. Why can't they just be like, it's fucking the stiff colon disease? You know what I mean? Why don't you just call it stiff colon? Well, it's congenital megacolon or Hirschsprung's disease. I'm dyslexic! I can't read, I can't talk. I'm gonna be mute for the rest. This is a condition where the nerve fibers fail to develop in your colon, making the colon unable to move waste to the intestines and rectum. That'd be brutal, dude.
You think he was, yeah, like reaching up into his colon, like
if he is crowning from his asshole, which he definitely was. A 28, I mean, that's insane. Think about how much it was stretched towards the end. His asshole was definitely, he had that red cauliflower probably sticking out. If it was me and that, if I was like, it won't come out, I would dig. You'd be calling my ass Shia LaBeouf in holes, dude, for real. I'd be digging up a hole, for real. Moving on, good God. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. Ahmed? I'm American. What the hell's that? What is that name? They were the founder of the Islamic religious movement in India, and Ghulam claimed he could hear revelations from God and claimed that he was Mahdi, which is savior, a reincarnation of the Prophet Muhammad and also Jesus Christ and the Hindu god Krishna. He was just all of them. That's a lot. To even just be like, I'm Muhammad, people are like, oh my God. And you're like, I'm also Krishna. You're like, what? And I'm Jesus Christ. Huh? What? And in 1907, he apparently received several revelations from angels informing him of his imminent death. Fucking put lightning, put Jesus in the window looking in. Oh, Mirza, is that you? Then in 1908, Mirza died from a series of severe diarrhea. What does that even mean? A series of severe diarrhea.
Apparently he so much, he became so weak, he couldn't get up.
Oh, can you imagine like you're so much that you're like the fucking little alien in Men in Black in that little seat on your toilet? Also, was he eating while he was shitting? Is that how he kept like? Because like if you, let me tell you, I've had some sloppy Joe before where you're just like, I have nothing left to give. But to shit yourself so much to where you couldn't even get up, what happened? There's no way it was just due to the diarrhea. By the time of his death, he had gathered over 400,000 followers.
And it's blasphemy to say that he died on the toilet.
It's blasphemy to say he died on the toilet?
Oh, yeah, that's why I didn't put it in.
Wait, so are people saying, oh, now we said it here. Okay. Well, good. Well, now at least you got me to say a fucking blasphemous act, dude. Thanks. So he had actually, people were just like, you are Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, in India. He was huge.
He's huge in India.
He was the person who brought Islam to India.
Damn. I just want to know, has there been any speculation of, did he have a disease of some kind?
Well, that's also blasphemy to say he did have a disease.
So we can't have a conversation without it being blasphemy. So I can't say you had a disease, that's blasphemy, but I can say you shit yourself to death.
He was so weak from his shits.
He was so weak from his shits that what?
He died.
So he shit himself to death.
Yeah.
I like how it's like a fucking Pokemon like HP counter. He's so weak he fainted and he just never awoke again.
Well, I think it's because it's just like people are arguing that it's humiliating to die on the toilet, but it's fine. It's a natural way to die if you shit yourself and you're weak from shitting yourself. I went to like 3 websites that were all saying this.
I went to 3 different Wikipedia pages. No more blasphemous acts me. You know what I say? No, I'm moving on. I'm moving on from this son of a bitch. Next up, we have Godfrey the Hunchback. What are these characters you're telling me about here? Godfrey IV, aka the Hunchback, was Duke of Lower Lorraine from 1069 until his death in 1076. He was the eldest son of Duke Godfrey the Bearded and Duchess Doda.
My favorite game.
No, not Dota, Doda. It is kind of funny that the dad's like the Bearded, and yeah, the son who's just like the fucking Hunchback, the freak. The Hunchback, even back then, that's gotta be a fucking, there's no way people were like, you're the Hunchback, yeah. That's gotta be an insult, right? You're like a freak.
So the funny thing is every time they like reference him, they're saying like, oh, Godfrey, he was a great guy, great leader. He was a freak with his hunched back. He was weak.
He was such a nice guy. Unbelievable. He was a freak. Didn't like looking at him. He smelt bad. Wouldn't go near him. But goddamn was he nice. He's like, thank you. Despite his small stature and hunchback, Godfrey was a respected leader with a great mind and gained several military victories. Yeah, right, dude. One of these accomplishments was driving out Count Dirk V out of Muis Istria. Muis Estuary in 1070. You guys remember that one, right? Godfrey the Hunchback, he did that. 6 years later, Dirk wanted revenge. So he plotted an assassination attempt against Duke Godfrey the Hunchback. During the night, the Duke had retired because of a natural need. So he went to an outhouse to relieve himself. That's when a servant of Dirk named Giselbert, who waited for hours underneath the toilet, the latrine, stabbed Godfrey in the ass with a spear or a dagger. Like right up his ass like that. 7 days after the attack, Godfrey passed away from his injuries.
Here's some pictures. There's a few, debates on whether how he died. So they illustrated these.
They hit people illustrated. I like, is that him like farting? Actually, I don't know why more people don't get assassinated on the toilet. That's a perfect place to get assassinated, I would think. Pants around your ankles. One other time someone's like, oh, they're most vulnerable when you're taking a I'll share you're also the most inquisitive. I think people think about some real while they
Like what?
I think about my mortality a lot when I'm shitting. I think it's just because you're expelling something from your body and you're just like, well, that's gone. When am I going to be gone?
I'm usually on my phone.
Yeah, well, I'm on my phone too, but I'm just like... You kind of catch yourself in that loop, so you go back to it. It's like a Chinese guy begging on TikTok. No.
Have you ever had so painful that you had to put your legs up on the toilet?
Oh, yeah, those are I actually call those the crowners. It's fucking believable. You're like, oh, it feels like you're being fucking split in half. No, you like feel, you can tell it's like halfway out. And you're like, and then finally it drops. You're like, Also, I feel a little fucking like widened up after it happens, like an old like moonshine jug. That's what it feels like, dude. Let's talk about other assassination attempts on the toilet. God damn it. Like King Edmund Ironside in 1016. Man, the 10s were a rough year for people on toilets, dude. During this time in England, there were strong tensions between the Danes and the English people. And after a devastating defeat on the Battle of Assanden. Ass? There's ass in that. What goes on the toilet? Your asshole. Edmund was forced to sign a treaty that stated if the King of Danes, Knut, is it Knut? Nut? I'm just saying nut. Or King Edmund would die, then their kingdom would revert to the others. Suspiciously, just a few months later, Edmund was assassinated on the toilet. There are a few different accounts of his death. Some say that Edmund's general, Erdrick, stabbed him in the genitals while hiding in the bathroom. How are people so like sneakily getting into these bathrooms? They're just like, you know, the f***er's like, I beat Tenchu Z like 6 times. It's gonna be a huge shout out. Someone's gonna be like, Tenchu Z. You ever play that game?
No.
You ever played Tenchu? Another account says he was killed by a booby-trapped crossbow that was hidden in the cesspit, which doesn't mean they just fucking shot up at his asshole. Who went down there to put that in? He's like covered in shit. He's just like, the trap is placed, sir. Thank you. Move on. The most common theory was that he was stabbed by a sword or spear in his bowels, in his belly. You know what? I prefer to think about the booby-trapped crossbow that shot a bolt up his asshole and killed him. Dude, you must feel pretty accomplished if you came up with that trick. Also, back then, too, seeing that wound must have been insane. There's like shit covering his cheeks and his thighs or whatever, because you know he's probably like, ooh, because he probably, if you got hit in the with a bolt, you'd probably initially be like, oh, and you'd stand up a bit, and then the would fall down on your inner thighs, and it would be all over your feet and stuff. Just a really stinky affair, if I'm being honest. Or there's the Japanese warlord Usugi Kenshin, whose death is shrouded in mystery and speculation. He was one of the most powerful daimyos of the Sengoku period and earned the nickname Dragon of Ichigo. That's pretty sick. For his military genius and feats on the battlefield. You know what we never talk about? I've never really learned about Nobunaga. I always thought that name was sick. Pretty sure he's like a samurai warlord. He was also, the only reason I even knew about him when I was a kid is because he's also another video game shout out. Onimusha. Nobunaga was a demon warlord, but he was a real guy. I thought that was kind of fucked up when I found out about it, because it's like, oh, that's a made up guy. They're like, no, he's real. I was like, that's kind of fucked up. You made him like a demon king or whatever.
Was he evil?
I have no idea. He might be evil. People in the comments sure will know. Oh yeah, Nobunaga. Yeah, I know Nobunaga. On April 19th, 1578, he died on the toilet at the age of 48. The most accepted theory is that he died of stomach cancer, as it was recorded that he had stomach aches for 5 days and was constantly on the toilet until his death. I hate to say this, but see, that's a little more, if you're gonna shit yourself to death that way, I like that more than the guy who's just like, yeah, he shit himself to death and you can't say anything else or it's blasphemy. I like how these guys are like, he probably had fucking cancer and that's why he shit himself. And you're like, oh, that makes sense. The other people, you can't fucking say shit, dude. You can't say shit. We're throwing in some zingers today, but some speculate that a ninja hid in the cesspit below and pierced his anus with a katana while on the toilet. What is with people's speculation that people have to always be hiding in a goddamn cesspit, dude? He's like, he probably had cancer because he had the stomach aches, right? Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's probably the ninja in the cesspit with the katana, right? That shouldn't even be a speculation, because was there a piercing wound? And if so, then why was that not people's first assumption? You know what I mean? What the fuck?
I think at the time, because right after they waged like a huge war against their enemies, so I think it was propaganda.
Oh, so
from either side. I think from them, they're like, they killed.
Yeah, we did it. James I of Scotland. While not exactly dying on the toilet, James was ambushed by assassins while staying at the Church of Blackfriars in Perth. Trying to escape, James used iron tongs and pried open the planks of his chamber's floor. He then went down a sewage passage that led to the cesspit of his castle sewer. And unfortunately, James had forgotten that he had ordered his men to block the drain with stones because he kept losing his tennis balls down the drain. While this was happening, one of the maidens, Catherine Douglas, that's like a fucking American name, used her arms to bar the door closed against the assassins to buy James some time. Eventually, the assassins burst through the door, breaking her arm in 2 places, thus giving her the nickname Cat Barless. Eventually, James is discovered in the sewage drain and was hacked to pieces. Do you think they fucking cut him up in the sewage drain? God damn. Many people were glad to see James dead, as they considered him a greedy tyrant. Ironically, his descendants James IV died of a violent attack of dysentery, which is just shitting yourself. The idea too that James was just down in the sewer like...
That'd be a good comedic moment where he's like trying to get the stones, and then a tennis ball floats by and he's like, oh, of course.
He's like... There you go. Okay. Just the idea of a guy getting hacked in a sewer pipe is just like so funny to me. I don't know why. You're like, like they hacking away at this guy. Erfurt latrine disaster. So many fucking latrines. I like how if it was in the 19th century where we had fucking toilets, it was just people just like, yeah, they got fucking high and they died of a heart attack. Back then, it's like, it was a latrine and a cesspit. There was a ninja in a cesspit. Sometimes it's not just one person who dies on the toilet, but many. And one of the most infamous cases was the Erfurt latrine disaster. On July 26, 1184, Henry VI, King of Germany, held an informal assembly at the Cathedral Provostry in Erfurt on the second story. Man, I bet second story shitters back in the day were rough. Like, the pipe's supposed to go all the way up there? He's like, yes, okay. All of the nobles across the Holy Roman Empire were invited to the meeting to mediate a land dispute between a noble and an archbishop. Just as the assembly was about to start, the wooden floors in which the nobles were sitting broke under the stress, and the attendees fell down through the first floor into the cesspit below.
No, apparently they broke through the second and first floor.
They broke through 2 floors. Oh, okay. So they did like a Tom and Jerry skit going down the, okay, a little Looney Tunes action. Anywhere between 60 to 100 people were either crushed or drowned and suffocated by the fumes of the shit. King Henry VI avoided the fall and survived because he was seated on a stone alcove built into the wall. Like how he's like, watched them all like fall. He's like, okay. I don't know. The idea of dying on the toilet is, I think it gets a bad rep. It seems like a lot of great people in history have died on the toilet. And to me, it'd be an honor. If you find out that I died on the toilet, don't laugh. And don't feel sorry for me because I joined a great ranking of other human beings who did the same. And I think that they're not cowards. I think you're a coward.
Me?
Not the viewer.
No.
Do you want to die on the toilet?
No.
You're a coward.
I don't want my fucking cock like shriveled up and like.
Dude, why would I give a fuck if I'm dead?
It's called my legacy, dude.
What legacy? What legacy are we going to have besides being like they made like we got 2 years left, maybe a year left of good shit. We got to get all the stuff we want to do out now while the iron's hot, or else, I mean, it's done. All these people watching these videos, this little fucking gravy train is not running forever. Let me tell you that right now. So I just want to say, you know what? If you guys died on the toilet, I would give you a nice salute and I'd say, God bless. You joined a rank of beautiful, beautiful human beings. And at least you probably didn't die with a ninja stabbing your ass or somebody hiding in your bathroom. Now, if you find out that I got shot on the toilet, that's when you should be like, oh, because that's the new age ninja. But that's all I got for today. You know, stay safe shitting, my friends. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
What would be like the worst way to die? Most embarrassing then?
The most embarrassing way to die? Probably getting caught, like, jacking off.
With a belt around your neck?
Like, autoerotic asphyxiation feels pretty embarrassing to me. Your it's like in your hand, and there's probably cum all over the floor. But also, then people are like, oh, he was into that. That's like a double whammy. That's a triple whammy, kind of. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in sundown because today we're going to be talking about some of the world's dumbest lawsuits. You know why I wanted to do this video? Have you seen that video of the lawyer who is being sued or he's being questioned by the police for like fraud or something? He's like popping mysterious medication the whole time and he's like insulting everybody in the room. Have you never seen that?
No.
It's crazy. Put up a little clip of it. It's insane. You should watch the video. It's fucking crazy.
Objective form.
For continuing to obstruct and not answer any of my questions.
Objective
You
form.
cannot object.
I just did.
But the legal system is a wonderful thing. It protects the rights of people and holds wrongdoers accountable. In most cases. I would even say in some. I mean,
Rarely. Rarely.
How often? Yeah, so let's say it's rarely. There's obviously good things to come out of it, but at the same time, how often have you seen things where it's like the justice system has failed on this day? We could update it. We could tweak it.
Definitely. It's crazy how there's still some people serving like jail time for weed.
I can't believe it.
20 years in jail for weed. But
How is it possible that you're serving jail time for weed, but then like, I don't know, pedophiles or something like that? If we're gonna go that archaic, if you're a pedophile or something, it should just be like your dick and balls cut off.
Castration, baby.
And they slowly, then they get locked in a chair and they slowly push a knife into your head. Like it's a saw trap. That's justice to me. However, one thing goes without saying. If there's money to be made somewhere, people will inevitably abuse the system to do it. For every story of a person being irreparably damaged by a boiling cup of coffee, there's a person trying to sue a major corporation for much more dishonest reasons. Some of these corporations have a seemingly endless stream of lawsuits coming their way, and you can only imagine how ridiculous and easily dismissible they can be. So, come along with us as we uncover some of the pettiest and most absurd legal cases in existence. Which, another reason we wanted to do this is if you've been on the internet over the past few weeks, it's quite literally impossible to escape the lawsuit between the rapper Afro Man and the Ohio Sheriff deputies of Adams County, Ohio. This has been blowing up recently. Also, you like Afro Man?
I like his one song.
There you go. Most people know Afro Man from massively popular song, Because I Got High. While he's not often brought up beyond this one-hit wonder, he's recently seen a massive surge in popularity due to an absurd event that took place in August of 2022. Under suspicion of supposed kidnapping and drug trafficking, the Adams County Sheriff's Office enacted a police raid on his Ohio property. While he was out of town, they broke through his front gate, kicked down his front door, and aggressively searched through his belongings. Not only did they find nothing, they confiscated $5,000 in cash earnings he received from concert performances, something they eventually returned, but were conveniently $400 short on, according to Afro Man. All in all, $20,000 in damages were done. Luckily for Afro Man, the entire thing was captured on a series of security cameras placed all throughout his property. An officer tried to break and shut down all their surveillance systems, but the footage was already in their hands by then. He used this footage to create a viral music video for a song titled, Will You Help Me Repair My Door? Where he showcased everything to not only make it public and label them as crooked cops, but to ridicule them for desperately trying to find bricks of illegal drugs and kidnapping victims inside of his suit pockets, fridge, and CD collection. He took it further by making follow-up music videos for songs titled Why You Disconnecting My Video Camera? And the now infamous Lemon Pound Cake, which revolved around the portly officer that was filmed eyeing down the lemon pound cake on his kitchen counter. To be fair, if I can play devil's advocate for once, Nick, for once, the pound cake did look pretty good.
I'd be doing the same thing.
Yeah, my fat ass, as if I wouldn't go through. If we're already taking the money, dude, I'm taking a little piece. If we're already breaking down the man's door.
If he's getting arrested, that cake's gonna go to waste, you know?
Come on now, the door's open. It's gonna get all dried out. Might as well have a slice. Hey, we want to give a quick shout out to our favorite sponsor, Gamer Subs, which we have amazing energy drink called Raw Meat. You need to pick that shit up right now. It is summer in a shaker, or hopefully one day a can, because they're starting to do cans in places, and it's delicious. Raw Meat, my flavor is a beautiful cantaloupe watermelon mix that's just, oh, it's absolutely beautiful. We drink the caffeine-free version all the time. When it gets too late, because Gamer Subs gives you a little pep in your step. Pep, pep, pep. Also, if you like big tittied anime women, they have little tub shakers that have big, beautiful tittied anime women on it. So if you like that, they have shakers. Pick up a big tittied anime shaker thing. They like that. You like that? I know I do. If you head over to Gamer Subs right now, you can get signed up for some free samples. They're all good flavors. There's not a single bad flavor. They're all muy caliente. Mwah. They're beautiful. They're so tasty. So please head over to Gamer Subs and use promo code PAPAME to check out, and tell them that we sent you. All right? You're gonna get a little goodie with it. I think you'll like it. Back to the video. All of these songs were going viral, with the original music video currently sitting at around 13 million views. This, alongside Afro Man's social media rants about the individuals involved, led to the deputies issuing a defamation lawsuit in 2023 on the basis of humiliation, ridicule, mental distress, embarrassment, and loss of reputation. What they didn't know is that the decision would lead to 100 times the humiliation and internet hate. The legal proceedings were streamed just this year, and the public witnessed Afro Man, aka Joseph Foreman, wearing an obnoxious American flag suit as he doubled down, stating every humiliating thing that took place was due to their own incompetence and wrongful raid on his property. And the worst part is that around this time, Afro Man began releasing more and more music videos for targeting specific officers involved in the raid. His song Lick 'em Low Lisa was about Deputy Lisa Phillips and how she goes around town eating pussy like pizza. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to realize the creativity pouring out of this man is inspiring, is it not? Lick 'em down Lisa's awesome. Holy shit. With an unfortunately catchy chorus alongside a reenactment of Lisa doing the deed with what appeared to be a hired stripper. Now, the legality of these things and the kind of the besmirchment of character is so petty that it is inspiring, and I gotta say it's on levels that are unprecedented. I wish that we could be this petty, Nick. I wish we had the music talents to make something so quickly.
What would you make as a petty song?
Probably something with Disney adults or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But see, it just wouldn't have the same kind of soul. I wouldn't be able to put the same kind of charm into it.
There's no personal, or maybe there's
it isn't personal enough. It's mostly from a distance where I'm just like, I don't know. But even then, I would still be like, you do what you want. This is soul wrenching. This is a person that has been brought to his knees in terror and horror. It's from the heart. The video ends with Afro Man and Lisa's impersonator making amends before going back to his home to have hardcore sex, which, if you've seen anything with Afro Man, there's a lot of things. It's very sexually explicit tweets and content in general, so. Is it that him and Lisa had sex in the video?
He fucked Lisa, the impersonator. Not.
Yeah, then, of course, the impersonator, which I will say, if I was Lisa, don't know how I would take all that.
No.
It's a bit aggressive.
Yeah.
At least
it's consensual, though. It's not him.
No. I'm just saying, regardless, it's quite the story. Yeah. All right. In a comically diabolical moment, Lisa Phillips was forced to listen to the entire 13-minute song in court, eventually breaking out into full-blown tears. It's just like, holy shit. Yeah, so then you're gonna go have sex with Afro Man there. Which also, hold it together, dude. Lick 'em Lisa's eating pussy like pizza. Come on. It ain't that big of a... I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong to say that's not... to break down into tears? You know what I bet she was trying to do? She was fighting the urge to be like...
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She was getting jiggy with it.
She actually was enjoying the song.
She's like... to try to hide it. She was tapping her foot behind that. Sean Cooley, the lemon pound cake guy, was also forced to sit through his song as well. And during his cross-examination, he claimed that he'd been sent hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
That's a blessing.
Is that even, I mean, oh, waiter, waiter, my steak is too, like, my steak is too buttery, or whatever the fuck it is. It's one of those things where it's like, oh, God, poor me. All the lemon cake, hundreds of people send me lemon pound cake. Do you think he was heavier by the time he got there?
Oh, yeah, he's definitely gained a little weight.
He's like, and I am sick and tired. He's like way, way bigger, just so bloated. And a song targeting Sean grooming grooms was a song about how he was repeatedly pulling over and having sex with drug addicts, something Afro Man's attorney supposedly discovered after reaching out to his ex-wife. The pettiness. It tastes so sweet. Sean claimed this song was a major factor in them getting a divorce, but his ex testified that this song had no effect on her life or this decision, adding that she'd even gotten a restraining order on Sean Grooms at one point. This song ruined our marriage. And then to have the wife show up and be like, no. I got you. That it's not even the tip of the iceberg. Also, this has been a long-standing problem. What do you think? Did the officer? Do you think he was just like?
To be fair, she probably has a grudge against him, so you can't really,
Listen, Nick,
side can we take?
I'm just saying once again that it's just funny. It ended bad enough to where even if she's lying, something happened.
I like to think that the video was the cause, or just him cheating on people. But he asked her.
Him having sex with drug addicts it's like that video of that cop when he's just like, I got locked in the back seat with the girl, and it's because I was asking her for ID, so I was down like that. He was definitely having sex with a woman in the back of his car.
Wasn't the whole thing he was about to have sex and then got locked? Right?
I think, yeah.
Okay.
And they got locked in the car, and they're like, well, what are you doing? He's like, that's why I was laying down. It's a funny video, though. Him trying to explain it, very funny video. We're going to show a lot of funny videos today. In the song titled, Randy Walters is a Son of a Bitch, Afro Man claims that he fucked his wife. In what seems to be an attempt to strengthen his case, a lawyer asked Randy if everyone understood that Afro Man didn't actually have sex with his wife, and he simply responds,
I don't know.
Which is insane. Which only makes it seem like Afro Man might have slept with this man's wife. I have no idea if that is a fabrication. Yes, sir. They lean into the mic, too. I couldn't tell you. Do you mind clarifying that? She could have very well slept with him, yes.
I would have just said no. No.
Yeah, exactly. I would have given the little Bugs Bunny. No. In the end, not only did the jury side with Afro Man, but he was able to do an insane amount of further damage to their reputation, which is one time when a lawsuit absolutely fires back. That doesn't happen all the time, though.
No.
That's a slam dunk. Slam dunks are very, very rare.
That's a 4-year slam dunk right there.
That's with the best payoff of all time. I can only imagine that he must have slept so well that night. Not that he was losing sleep over it, but I'm just saying, like, just after that big of a slam dunk, oh my God, He probably had sex with all their wives too.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I mean, with
probably
what we've
had sex
seen,
with Lisa.
Oh. When it comes to unnecessary lawsuits, nobody is safe. Even a date or an innocent crush can end in potentially life-ending legal debt. Texting inside of a movie theater is extremely frowned upon, but one man named Brandon Vesmer was so offended he sued his date over it. He sued her! Brandon took her out to see Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Of course, it's a fucking Marvel, bro. Yeah, Rocket Raccoon's just like, come on, Groot, we're gonna blow something up! Whatever, and he's just like...
At that point, get up and like move.
That or just be like, I'm gonna leave and see it some other time, or be like, you just go.
Yeah, get out of here. Yeah, kick her out.
That's what you should. Get out of here. But slowly, he became more and more upset when he noticed that she had been texting throughout the entire movie. He paid, and I'm gonna say this, I want people to just really listen to it. He paid $17.31 for 2 of them to see the movie. And he thought it was insanely rude, so he told her to stop. She refused, so he told her to step outside to be respectful to him and the other moviegoers trying to enjoy Guardians of the Galaxy 2. All right, right? Guys!
Every time I've seen Guardians of the Galaxy, it's been on a date. It's a good date movie.
I could see any Marvel movie being a good date movie because it's just, do you even have to, it's just big flashing images and then you get a smile and laugh and then you can be like,
And then you kiss the girl at the end.
yeah, you wake her up from her nap and you feel her breast. Have you ever witnessed anybody in a movie theater do anything?
No. I mean, I've partaked a little bit. Not like, is just a little booty grab.
Are you talking about a girl fell asleep during Batman, you like grabbed her tit and you started making out with her?
Yes, but I woke her up first to kind of clarify that.
You're gonna miss this part.
Wake up, baby.
Wake up, the Batman's on. Hey! Wake up!
And then I don't know how I got to it, but then I think I just looked her in the eyes and went for a kiss. And then, yeah, the family of 5 sitting next to us definitely saw me. I have the biggest tell when I'm about to kiss. I just stare them in the eyes.
Yeah, it's just one of these.
Yeah, smile and then lean in a little bit. Yeah.
Eyes wide open. Yeah. Yeah. And that's exactly what she did. But she then decided to just go home because she was the one that drove them. So she just stranded him at the movie theater by himself. Which, to be fair, if you asked me to get up and leave, what am I going to take you home? Okay, yeah, I will. All right, you ready for the ride? No, fuck off. Take an Uber, dude. You know? So he did the only sensible thing and sued her for the cost of the tickets. $17, okay? Not even $17. What, not like almost $9. 18 and some change. Arguing that she was a threat to civilized society. A threat to civilized society. However, the case was dismissed because the woman moved out of the county and left the judge's jurisdiction. Or the judge is going to be like, what am I going to do? Find somebody for $9?
At that point, you're wasting the judge's time, aren't you?
Well, it's because it was his allowance. It was his he's a 43-year-old who lives at home. His mom's like, all right, we'll give you $10. And he's like, cowabunga. Yeah, I could have saw 2 movies, but I wasted my allowance on you.
And now I have to watch it again, so it's like I paid for 3 movies when I
He must
saw
have
one.
been some silver tongue though, right? Be able to pick up a lady.
Oh, that's
You
true.
got the date.
That's true.
Something's going right. Over in Italy, another lawsuit began after a husband told his wife he had to attend a business dinner with some clients at a local restaurant. Not thinking anything of it, the wife told him to enjoy his meal. But little did she know, her husband was meeting his secret lover. Mamma mia. While eating, the restaurant was filming promotional content, which just so happened to film the man and his mistress sitting at a table. And shortly after the dinner ended, the video was uploaded to TikTok, where the wife somehow caught it and realized what was going on. The wife quickly filed for divorce, and instead of taking accountability for ruining their marriage, the husband sued the restaurant for filming him. Not long after the footage was uploaded, an Italian consumers' rights organization, Codicons, backed the husband and filed the lawsuit on his behalf. He claimed that the restaurant filmed him without his consent and exposed his private life, which caused serious damage to his family life. The lawsuit is still ongoing and may actually have a chance of winning because of European privacy laws, which requires businesses to obtain consent before publishing images of customers. I will say, the man's a dirty dog, is he not? Right? He deserves to be in the doghouse. But at the same time, don't film me at your stupid fucking restaurant and post it on TikTok.
Yeah.
All right? Because also, they're going to misconstrue my emotions in that restaurant. Like if I'm laughing with my friend, they're going to take that and put it online and be like, look how much fun they're having in our restaurant. Like, really, my friend just told me a funny joke involving radio.
Yeah, my woman friend told me a very funny joke, so I kissed her.
Yeah, she told me such a funny joke that I had to make love with her underneath the table. Getting rejected is hard, but some people cannot cope with it, so they turn to lawyers to try to help them feel better. Who does that?
It's like a psychiatrist.
I feel bad. Mr. Lawyer? Yeah, sue him. Okay. In 2016, Kay Koshingen and Nora Tanshu-May met at a Singaporean social media event and quickly became good friends. Koshingen had fallen head over heels for Nora, but Nora had repeatedly told him that she did not feel the same way and wanted to remain friends. God, how many times have we heard of that, fellas? Right, Nick?
Oh, amen, brother.
It's happened to me.
I've been there 6 years. For 6 years.
Oh, with a girl?
Yeah.
Pawing at the door?
Yeah. Oh, let me in.
Let me in, baby. It's cold outside. Koshigan didn't take this well and eventually claimed he'd suffer emotional damage from the reduced contact, so Nora agreed to attend counseling sessions for 18 months to help him get over her. A year and a half, all right? Even the counseling didn't work, and he demanded to see her more and have deep conversations. It was at a point that Nora completely cut contact. First off, can I just say, Nora, what a saint. To even put up with that, you know how many people would just be like, why don't you go fuck yourself, freak? I mean, actually, like people would just be like, fucking leave me alone, loser. I have emotional distress. You know what's gonna be even more distress is when I take this ball peen hammer and drive it through your fucking skull. Get away from me. Imagine, it's terrorism. Can we take counseling together? Which also, taking the counseling thing would be like, does that make any sense at all? I have to meet up with you on a scheduled basis?
It's a manipulative trick to just, hopefully she'll fall in love with me if we
Well,
go to
exactly. She's
counseling.
gonna see how vulnerable I am in this setting over the course of a year and a half or however long it's gonna be, and then she'll just fall in love with me. She'll be tricked.
She'll be tricked.
Well, like literally, she's probably just like, I'll trick her into loving me. In response, Koshigan filed 2 lawsuits against Nora. The first one was for a realistic and I think pretty reasonable $3 million, which he believed he deserved to cover the trauma and depression from her rejection. He also claimed that her rejection ruined his stellar reputation and cost him money. The second lawsuit was for $22,000 because he claimed Nora agreed to improve the relationship, but guess what? She didn't. $3,022,000. That's what you owe me, Nora. Tease! Both lawsuits were dismissed, with the judge finding that Koshigan was abusing the court process, and Nora would then file a lawsuit and win a large sum of money to cover the counseling costs and help install extra security around her house. That's justice. See, these have actually been pretty good. These have been pretty good so far. Once again, these are not, I want to put out there just immediately, this is not realistic. Somebody did me wrong. I even go to the police being like, this happened, and they're just saying, we can't. There's nothing we can do. Sorry. That's usually it. You'll even ask a lawyer, what the fuck can I do?
I mean, not really a whole lot, sorry.
That's about it. Many lawsuits are undoubtedly just desperate attempts at a payday and can be surprisingly petty. No. In 2005, for example, a man named Ray Pearson was convinced that his local dry cleaning shop lost a pair of his pants that belonged to him. Despite boasting same-day service, the pants he'd given them were returned several days later and were supposedly not the original pair he'd given them, according to him, which is also kind of funny. Are these mine? I've had that happen. When I lived in New York, I was like, there's a pair of blue jeans, but it was just not, it didn't seem like the right pair.
Was it too small or?
No. Right size, but it was almost as if I'd never held these before.
See, that's, if I was a woman, I would give back clothes that were too small to fuck with them.
Wait, if you were a woman?
If I was dating, like, if in this situation, if I was giving someone back, like, their clothes that we've been dating for, in a woman's case, to fuck with the guy, I would give him different size jeans. No, those are definitely yours.
So in this case, you're saying that if you were a woman, you would give back, because you're cleaning them, I'm guessing?
I was actually thinking more of a breakup to fuck with someone.
Okay, so in this scenario, you're a woman who broke up with a man.
Give him back some jeans.
And it's like, I'm going to pick up my stuff later, but then you take the jeans, you swap them for like a smaller pair to fuck with them.
Yeah. I'm giving back the jeans.
Why? No, I got it. It doesn't matter. I wanted you to know. I was trying to connect with you on a way of me saying that I've got an uncanny pair of pants. And I might be siding with this man. Also, same-day service and several days later. False advertising, maybe? I don't know.
That is, yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Because the sign on their building said satisfaction guaranteed, Roy naturally felt that they should have to compensate him for these inconveniences. But they refused to cough up $1,000, which was the apparent value of the pants, by the way. $1,000 pants? God damn. And this led him suffering inconvenience and mental distress, ultimately deciding that a request of $54 million in damages was appropriate. Whoa! Within that fortune, $15,000 was supposedly needed to pay for him renting a car every weekend so he could go to a non-local dry cleaners, a request that reportedly led to the judge having to physically hold in laughter, which was pretty funny. People were infuriated that the case wasn't thrown out immediately, and the poor Korean immigrants that ran the cleaners had to spend 2 years straight up dealing with the legal process, spending thousands of dollars in fees. And in a truly pathetic display in the courtroom, Roy would become emotional thinking about his beloved pants, breaking down into tears and stating,
"Never before in recorded history
have a group of defendants engaged in such misleading and unfair business practices.
His outburst led to a short recess being declared so he could calm down. And throughout the proceedings, Roy claimed to speak for an entire class of people, as if standing up to insidious businesses on their behalf. Roy was truly ready to draw things out, claiming he had plans to call as many as 63 witnesses. But in the end, of course, Roy did not receive his $54 million and instead had to pay for all the defendants' court and attorney fees, which ended up not being necessary due to a public crowdfunding campaign made on their behalf, which is pretty sweet. According to defense lawyer Chris Manning, Roy was recently divorced, jobless, and only had as much as $2,000 to his name, which likely led to him picking on a family business out of pure spite. Which I will say, in this case, if I was the Korean family, I would want a restraining order. A man that crazy in court, I would say, is going, like, once this is done, he's going to show back up.
I think not even the financial aspect. I think he needs to serve some jail time.
I think some kind of punishment is in, like, some kind of, like, reforming of some kind. Like,
exactly. Even if it's just a couple months in prison. Just throw him in there.
Full security prison. I agree. I think a year. Well, if anything, if you don't have any money, if you're that crazy, spend it in a year. A little year in prison never hurt anybody. Not all petty lawsuits end in failure, however. In Seattle, one family was forced to pay a small fortune because of their dog's loud barking. Better watch out, Nick. This is what I was going to say. Did you send shivers up your spine? Nick every day has his neighbors call. I'm not even joking. Every day has his neighbors call him, asking, "Can you tell them to come inside?" And then Nick takes his app on his phone and does,
Teddy Max?
and he waits for them to come inside the house. Is this true?
It is true.
Do you ever fear a lawsuit is coming?
They were sending letters to the county, and then it said, like, if this doesn't stop, you'll be sued. And then I asked my realtor, and she was like, they can't do that. That's just a threat. You can't. Yeah.
What is a realtor? Is a realtor a lawyer?
No.
According to Woodrow Thompson, the family of Denise Norton owned a dog that was apparently not just loud, but explosively barking in an intentional way that caused profound emotional distress. To exaggerate just how absurdly loud this dog was, the lawsuit stated that the volume would sometimes reach as much as 128 decibels. This would be comparable to a chainsaw, booming thunder, and even around the sound levels of a military jet during takeoff, all right? That's how loud this dog is. Denise ignored this lawsuit completely because the claims were so insane that she didn't even register it as genuine possibility. This would end up being her undoing, as not challenging the lawsuit led to a default ruling in Woodrow's favor. Though it's unknown if she successfully got the case dismissed, failure to do so would result in their family paying $500,000. $500,000. Better get that Ethereum check, buddy, because I'm telling you, you better put some muzzles on those fucking dogs. Like you have to sell the house. Holy shit. Perhaps one of the pettiest crimes, however, is one brought on by Alan Heckard, who was so infuriated about his resemblance to Michael Jordan that he decided to sue him for it. According to him, he was constantly stopped by people who believed that he was a famous athlete. He claimed that this had happened, quote, nearly every day for over the past 15 years. Despite Michael Jordan having no influence on this, he was being sued on the basis of defamation, permanent injury, and emotional pain and suffering. He even went after Phil Knight, the founder of Nike, as they significantly elevated his career and helped him become more recognizable. You know, Air Jordan guys, come on! The combined amount Allen was asking for accounted for $832 million. His explanation for the amount was, quote,
Well, you figure with my age, and you multiply that by 7, and then I turn around and I figure that's what it all boils down to.
you cannot argue with that logic, can you, Nick?
No, it's pretty sound.
Pretty bulletproof is what I would say. Obviously, the complaint was dismissed. While he didn't explain why, the founder of Nike assumed it was because Allen realized that losing the lawsuit would mean that he'd have to pay all their legal fees. Nike's legal fees? Fuck that.
Also, yeah, you do not want to fight Nike.
You don't want to fight. Here, Hunter's tip. Hunter's tip. If there's a giant corporation, if you are wronged, you just take it on the chin and leave. There's no way. There is no way. They have infinite amounts of resources to make things to where you'll just be bled dry.
Unless it's a cold cut case.
Unless it's something where it's just so obvious and it's in your favor. Yes, but David and Goliath is a lie. Okay? A lie! Well, I guess actually the woman being burned by the coffee, that was kind of a David and Goliath case.
I mean, even then, McDonald's did a huge smear campaign to be like, can you believe she got burnt by a little coffee?
What is this bitch, weak as hell? What are her legs made of fucking paper, stupid bitch? Get Ronald out of here. We're not gonna see Ronald anymore. That's kind of what happened.
Ronald
Well, not because of that. Not because of that. But they were just like, hey, doesn't it seem kind of exploitative to kids?
I thought it was because kids now grew up and they don't like the people you're now targeting are millennials.
I don't think so. I think that I think that it was a thing where it was exploitative and a clown was going to kids being like, you should eat this big cheeseburger, this fries, you fat little fuck. There really is no end to the insane stories that came out from the world of absurd lawsuits. It doesn't matter how insane the claims are because people will always find a way to abuse a system if it benefits them. Robert Lee Brock was a prisoner in Virginia in 1995 when he filed a lawsuit against himself because he was responsible for his own imprisonment and violating his own religious beliefs due to his inability to practice them while in prison. In his own words, he said,
I partook of alcoholic beverages in 1993, July 1st. As a result, I caused myself to violate my religious beliefs. This was done by my going out and getting arrested.
In total, he was seeking $5 million, but his case was thrown out since he was both the plaintiff and the defendant, meaning he simply couldn't lose. Which in his mind, I bet he was just like, it's the perfect plan. Checkmate me. In 2002, Lee Boy Malvo and his accomplice, John Allen Muhammad, were committing a mass shooting in Washington, D.C., dubbed the D.C. Sniper Shootings. God! What? Both men would receive heavy sentences, with John being put to death in 2004 and Lee being sentenced to multiple life sentences. Years later, in 2011, Lee filed a lawsuit against several of the hostages he had taken during the 2002 shootings, claiming they didn't uphold their end on an alleged agreement. Lee said that while in his captivity, he made a deal with the hostages that they would help him hide from the police in exchange for their safety. Everyone agreed, obviously in fear of their lives, but he still got arrested. This left him feeling that they broke their side of the contract, so he wanted financial compensation. The judge never even considered the lawsuit and dismissed it because contracts based on illegal acts are unenforceable. In the 1990s, Pepsi began promoting Pepsi points as a way to give back to fans. Also, have you heard this the Pepsi Jet? Yeah. It's a good documentary, I think, on Netflix. That's about it. You should watch the Netflix documentary. It's really good. But to consolidate it, each time you bought a Pepsi product, you earned 1 point for every 10 cents spent. If you earned enough points, you could cash them out for a list of Pepsi merch in the Pepsi Stuff catalog, which was that was like a big thing in the 90s, like 80s and 90s. Like cigarettes companies did that a lot. Like that was a big thing with Marlboro. Marlboro, you'd buy a bunch of cigarettes and then you could get like a jacket, you could get all kinds of stuff. In one of the commercials, Pepsi showed a child driving to school in a Pepsi branded Harrier jet alongside flash text explaining how you could earn the plane for 7 million points. In order to get the jet, someone would have to buy $700,000 worth of Pepsi products, which is exactly what happened. And I want to say that some person found out that if I just spend $700,000 on Pepsi products, I can get a, like a $35 million jet? Kind of fun. A 21-year-old college student, John Leonard, sent a $700,000 check to Pepsi and demanded that the plane be shipped to his home, which was over the course. He knew some like investor buddies. I think he had a rich friend, and he was just like, this is a crazy idea, and the guy lent him the money. He also claimed that Pepsi actually accepted the offer, and that's why he sent the check in the first place. However, Pepsi never sent his jet, claiming they never actually agreed to the deal. And in response, John took the soda company to court and demanded he receive his plane, claiming that Pepsi had broken its end of the contract. The judge would reject John's claims, saying that no reasonable person would believe that Pepsi actually intended to give out a real jet in exchange for soda points, which I think is unfair.
Yeah, that is unfair.
I think that you put it on the screen, everything else we're believed that you can get, and that's I mean, come on. Also, I don't know if they ever agreed to it, but they definitely were like, haha, nice find, that was funny. Here's some like drink coupons or something. The defense also argued that because John was so young, he could never be trusted with a fighter jet since he probably couldn't be trusted with the keys to his parents' car. Pepsi never cashed his check, so they couldn't be sued for fraud, and the two parties went their separate ways. Though John never got his jet, it wasn't really all bad. Just recently, in February of 2026, the Frontier Airlines allowed him to convert his 7 million Pepsi points into his 7 million Frontier miles, essentially guaranteeing him free flights for life, which is kind of cool, but at the end of the day, it was the principle. Once again, check out the documentary, it's really good. What I thought almost hurt them in the court case was they changed it to 700 million. After this, they aired it again. So it's like, well, you fucked up. You're admitting that was wrong. You know what I mean? I don't know. Listen, guys, there's inherently something hilarious seeing the kind of person that genuinely thinks that they can get away with some of these lawsuits. I mean, they're just so stupid, some of them. And that being said, when targeting much smaller family-owned businesses, the mountain of legal fees that come with even frivolous cases can be a nightmare, no matter how much of a fraudulent lawsuit this is. People who go out of their way to sue anyone they can for the chance of potentially striking it rich are evil people that take advantage of a system that should be focused on helping people that are actually in need for help. But, you know, when there's money involved, people will always try to find a way. Isn't it right, Nick?
Oh, yes.
Watch your dogs. This whole thing got me scared for you. Are you frightened slightly after listening to this?
I'll actually just defend myself instead of ignoring the lawsuit. See,
that's true. You'll go at it head on. You'll take her down. You'll take whoever's around you. You'll take them down.
Exactly. I'll say, who is this? Which neighbor?
Which one?
Okay, yeah, she plays loud soap operas in the middle of the night.
Okay, well, yeah, exactly. I see her selling crack outside of her house. So, would you actually try to get a real lie, or would you try to get a real reason to get her in trouble, or would you lie?
Real reason.
And if that doesn't work, then you lie.
Yeah. First, I'd get binoculars, scope out, take a week off from work.
Yeah, Nick, where are you?
I'm busy.
You get fired immediately from the job. That's all we have. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're going to talk about Goodwill pickers. Yes. Chances are you've been to a Goodwill thrift store at some point in your life, or you've at least heard of it. People donate their unwanted stuff and customers can browse around and potentially buy something decent for relatively cheap. All right? Relatively. Goodwill Industries is a non-profit organization founded in 1902 by a man named Edgar J. Helms. And after collecting goods and clothing from wealthy areas in Boston, he hired less fortunate people to repair and resell them. All right? You take fancy rich people stuff and you have the poor people come in and they'll fix it up and then you sell it to the poor people for a profit. There you go. This is what started Goodwill, which is not only a thrift store, but a network of over 150 autonomous organizations worldwide that aim to provide jobs and rehabilitation to less fortunate people and those with disabilities. Sounds like a pretty good deal, right, Nick? You're helping the poor, you're helping the disabled.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong? While this company came from humble beginnings, it was evolved into something much more chaotic and dangerous. So today, we're going to look into Goodwill's shady business practices, as well as the never-ending war zone created by the obsessive Goodwill shoppers. And let me tell you, there are some obsessive shoppers out there, all right? Goodwill, despite seeming endlessly charitable, is not without its controversies. Like with everything, you're gonna have a little something shady, but Goodwill just, it goes off and it says, you know what, we're a charity, we're a non-profit. And that's where this thing gets a little dicey in my opinion. Goodwill uses a large percentage of the revenue to fund training programs for those that struggle to find work, which is a good thing. They also pay enormous salaries to those running each individual organization, and some CEOs, like Stephen Loughborough, received over $904,000 in 2022 alone.
This is a non-profit.
It's a non-profit organization, right? I mean, it's an important job that he's running, Nick. What do you think? Do you think that somebody in a non-profit should be allocated those funds, or does it seem like a Ponzi scheme to just be like, we'll take a large portion, but then we pay our little crew handsomely? Is that fair or unfair?
I think it's unfair. I think if you're a nonprofit, just like the Hank Hill episode, remember when they freaked out? We made profit!
We made profit. While it's common for nonprofit organizations to pay their higher-ups good salaries, they are typically scaled down from traditional for-profit businesses for the sake of public perception because, once again, for-profit is different than nonprofit. Our company's not supposed to make money. We're supposed to take everything that we make and give it back to whatever organization. For these people, the people that can't find work, people with disabilities, that kind of stuff. That's the code. At the same time, if I can get a crisp mill off the top of it, why not? Part of why Goodwill customers are still critical of this, however, is due to their belief that disabled workers are exploited by the nonprofit. Okay. Due to a loophole in the Fair Labor Standards Act, Goodwill is able to get away with paying those with disabilities less than a minimum wage.
At least they got a job.
You found work, but at what cost? This has been reoccurring issues with Goodwill for several years, with reports even in 2011 showing that some were being paid as little as 22 cents an hour.
Is this China? Is this China?
What are we supposed to pay him? Look at him. It's like a regular employee, like just like putting stuff on a shelf.
At our college, Harry used to work with people, I forget what they're called, but they were disabled people working for the college. They would pay them based on like the output. Because they're like, oh, you only
You
stacked.
did nothing. At that point, if you're paying somebody 22 cents, is it just to give them like a place to be? And if that's the case, then why even pay them?
It's like a sense of purpose. It's like giving like a child. When my mom used to work for this lawyer, he couldn't see at all, but my mom would hand him blank checks to sign to feel like he's still doing work. So it's kind of like that.
Here we go. A big, important check signed off. And she even gave him like a crayon, a crown. But this pen smells weird. That's fine. It's like a coloring book. He's just like, all right, here I am filling out these checks for my important business. In 2019, due to a minimum wage increase, a branch of Goodwill Industries in Springfield sent letters to a dozen disabled workers that were part of the job skills program. They were told they were fired until rescinding their decision and apologizing due to the vicious pushback. What am I supposed to do? Pay these freaks? No fair wage for you. We can't keep you. They take their collars off. Go free. Run. In 2022, a woman that had previously worked in an assisted living facility posted a TikTok to discuss their qualms with Goodwill. According to her, many of the boys and girls living there worked at Goodwill due to their disabilities being paid less than $1 per hour.
Slave labor, man.
Slave labor. Goodwill? Slave labor. Like, I'm sure the person that is like running Goodwill is making, millions and millions. For a nonprofit, you're just like, can you not throw them off $7.25 an hour? During the job, one woman had soiled herself. Instead of sending her home, they gave her a choice: either keep working or swap to a used pair of underwear sold in the store. She ended up keeping her own pair on and finishing the rest of her shift in her own filth. I personally, as a shift lead, would have been like, why don't you go home? How many more hours you have left in your shift? We'll pay you the 66 cents. You know what I mean? How gross is it too? Go take one of the used panties. Also, let me tell you something else. If you buy something from Goodwill or any thrift store, you don't go home and wash it before you wear it.
What's wrong with that?
I don't trust that those people are actually washing the clothes before they put them out.
I think they wash them, but I'm thinking
they say that they wash them. I think I saw like a blood stain on a shirt one time and I was like, I think that's when you toss in the trash.
oh, that'll come out.
Also, it was like a little kid shirt. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Today's episode sponsored by Gamer Subs. We have our own flavor, raw meat. Go drink raw meat right now. Do you like summer in a glass? Then drink raw meat. Gamer Subs, zero sugar, right? Nice caffeine. Or if you don't like caffeine, they have caffeine-free options. Raw meat. Go get raw meat! Use promo code PAPAMEAT on checkout. I swear to God, you're gonna get it. You're gonna love it. Please go buy this. If everyone just got one, right, it would end world hunger. That's a fact. If everyone got one right now, if you're watching this fucking video and you go get it, world hunger's done. Ring a ding ding ding. Go drink it. Raw meat. Raw meat. That's my flavor. Raw meat. Go drink it. Thank you so much, Gamer Subs, for sponsoring this video. Go fucking get this. I'm not even joking.
For those that wanted to fight for better treatment in the workplace, their efforts to unionize were met with aggressive and overwhelming union-busting efforts. In 2024, 3 notorious union-busting firms were hired, pressuring people into one-on-one meetings and having their work heavily surveilled. It's funny to think that they brought in union-busting for, like, mentally disabled, physically disabled people, and they're just like, your job's not that hard. What the fuck are you talking about? And this is far from the only controversy that they've had. In 2017, in Sacramento, Goodwill was fined over $100,000 from safety violations that led to a 26-year-old dock worker being crushed to death by heavy machinery. A truck driver accidentally released a cable holding a trash bin, which had fallen on a worker named Abraham Garza. His skull was pinned between the bin and the trash compactor, killing him soon after. David Goody, who witnessed the tragic accident, was blamed for his death due to supposed negligence, despite warning them on multiple occasions about the company's inadequate training and potential safety hazards.
He's like, I don't know how to operate this.
What am I supposed to do? Regardless, they denied that the fatal accident was their doing and terminated Goody a week later, banning him from that location entirely, as if he's like, what, I can't get my shorts here anymore?
Do you think he kept coming back?
Yeah, he's like, well, the deals are too good. Goody, I gotta get out of here. Get out of here, Goody. It seemed that Goodwill had a track record of injuries due to improper training, and in 2014 and 2017, 2 people were killed in forklift accidents, and apparently the test to obtain the forklift license was impossible to fail and took less than half an hour, which I want to say I worked at FedEx for a little bit. It took, I think it was like, I'm not even joking, like 4 weeks of training. It wasn't half an hour, let me tell you that. One of the most fascinating things about Goodwill is the chaos surrounding Goodwill outlets. I did not know about this phenomenon, which is different from the stores. Like, a Goodwill store is going to be different than the the Goodwill outlets itself. And there's a whole culture behind Goodwill outlet shoppers. One of these, I guess, parasites is what you might want to call them. The guy who helps me make all the puppets on this channel, Adam or Creature Kid, is, I mean, a fiend. He's addicted. And I think it really does build addiction. Like, I think that the people who are these Goodwill outlet shoppers, they're addicted to going. When retail Goodwill stores fail to sell their products, they end up being sent to Goodwill outlets as a last-ditch effort to get rid of them. You throw your unused shit into one of the Goodwill donation bins. From there, they're sorted, they go to a store, and if it doesn't sell at the store, it goes back here. Sometimes, too, if there's excess overflow, they'll just go straight to the outlets. And if it doesn't sell at the outlet, it's going into a landfill. Other items include those that are in poor condition and not deemed fit to sell at traditional retailers. I don't really know the process of how they actually go through and sift through stuff, but just know that the Goodwill outlet, it has everything. Everything you could ever want is in this outlet. It's insane. The outlets, also referred to as the bins, have a much bleaker vibe compared to a normal Goodwill. The items are loosely organized and piled into large blue bins for customers to purchase by the pound. And every 30 minutes, bins are wheeled out by the workers and replaced with brand new bins full of new trash, basically, for you to sift through. Every 30 minutes, you're getting a new fix, which people will be there all day. I think it's people that, one, hoarders, Adam, and also people like resellers, people that go to the bins or they'll go to these other places and they'll sell stuff on like eBay, Amazon, all that kind of shit. While some people visit Goodwill outlets to grab a cheap vintage shirt or two, others take it far, far more seriously. Their main goal is to grab the most valuable things they can find so they can resell them online for higher prices. Typically. There are some, like I want to say, there are some collectors and hoarders. You know who you are. You might be watching this right now. These people are referred to as Goodwill pickers. Because this has become a legitimate way to make good money, these people can very quickly feel threatened by neighboring shoppers, and some will sit and shop for an entire day, becoming territorial when others start to encroach on their space. Hey! I'm looking at this one. Get out! And they have to box them out and that kind of stuff. Start with people's money, dude. They're so desperate to resell an item that looks valuable that they will sometimes pay people directly in order to transfer it over to their cart. This means they're willing to pay people to have something that still needs to be paid for inside the store. There are many stories of people stumbling across cold hard cash within these bins, like a woman who found $2,000 inside of a dirty jacket, or another customer finding $40,000 hidden inside of a used couch.
That's grandma's little nest egg.
I mean, how crazy is that? But you hear these stories, and of course people, they'll look through everything. I mean, spend meticulous hours digging through stuff in hopes of finding that. I mean, I would buy a couch, stab it open, and be like, at what point is it, it's worth it? Many bin shoppers advise people to check all the pockets of certain garments, as there's good chance that you might find hidden treasures. Because there's an unlimited potential for big finds like this, shoppers revert to their base instincts, doing whatever they can to survive in an environment reminiscent of the ruthless animal kingdom, right? We're basically calling them like gorillas. We're calling them cavemen, I think is what we're saying. Hordes of people wait behind the doors until the very second they open, descending onto the products like pigs to a bright blue trough. Some stores have shoppers that are so feral that the staff has to scream, push, and shove in order to get them behind the designated line as they begin the next rotation of bins and items. Back! I'm like, crawling over. I want to look at that purse! I want to look at that purse! I like to think that the Goodwill, like, the staff too has like batons and We talked about the people earlier getting 22 cents an hour. Those are people at like retail stores. There's no way they're putting handicapped people in these bin spots, are they? I mean, it really, I mean, like pushing those bins, it looks like, reminds me of the Indiana Jones thing. The kids, the carts, whatever. I mean, it reads like, I mean, it looks like slave labor, dude. One poster online admits that he simply does not have the energy to rummage around the newer bins because aggressive shoppers will easily plow through you to get to them. He compares the experience to being a weak, injured animal forced to feast on the scraps left behind by a pack of vultures. He's like, God, dude, get over here. So I can't look through the Chicago Bulls jackets anymore. I'm like a little bird. He also vents about t-shirt bros, referring to vintage shirt-loving people between 18 to 30 that seem to travel in packs, which is true. That's like a huge thing online of people going and like the garage sales and all kinds of stuff for vintage clothing nowadays. You know, it's just like a popular way to resell stuff online. And also, hype beast. Shopping alongside crowds like this often results in physical harm, something that online communities can endlessly attest to. And according to one man, an entire printer was thrown at him out of nowhere from an aggressive shopper. Some have even posted pictures of their injuries, like the woman who specifically shopped at the outlets with her mother in order to act as her bodyguard and protect her from overly aggressive shoppers. And one day, a woman purposely pushed a cart towards her, smashing it into her shin so badly that she almost threw up from the pain. She ended up giving up on returning ever again due to the fear of getting getting injured. Listen, dude, don't hate the players, hate the game, right? One disgruntled shopper explains how she was bitten by a crazy woman who wanted her to move away from an item she was reaching for. It's not uncommon for outlet shoppers to be threatened or attacked with blades either. In one instance, a man witnessed a shopper slash their own friend's neck over an item they both wanted. What? Another shopper saw a man sprinting around the store, swinging a machete at people. He had to be tackled by guards or removed from the store. In one story, a man found a mug with the words, "F you," on it. The man put it in his cart, only to be nearly stabbed outside by a meth head who was furious over him, taking all the good loot. Getting into pirate territory now. On many occasions, there have been full street fights outside the store due to disputes from competitive shoppers. Even young kids will get into aggressive confrontations over minor disputes, and one shopper was shoved by a Gen Z kid who wanted to grab an item, only for an older man to retaliate by flipping him like a quarter and knocking the wind out of him. People that are experienced Goodwill pickers know that it's important to bring a large blanket or other type of material to cover the items in the cart when they step away to dig into the bins. Otherwise, you can run the risk of a shopper seeing your haul and stealing from your cart when your back is turned. I bet you there's shoppers that bring baby diapers. They're wearing diapers. Some people will even shamelessly engage in a tug of war with a complete stranger for a garment if it is potentially worth anything, either to them or monetarily. Stealing is a rampant issue to the point where some people will crowd around the exits just to swipe things out of your hands. Like how the people are like, the Goodwill staff are like, whoa, what can we do? They're here to stay. Things can escalate even further when shoppers encounter organized groups of people that show up with the goal of dominating the entire store. This is detailed in a wild story by an outlet shopper. They were delighted to find a selection of designer products in the bins right for the taking. Oh, out of nowhere, 5 or 6 overweight women entered the store. Overweight women? 5 or 6 overweight women enter the store alongside a man that supposedly, this is what they're reporting, he reeked of. They started targeting random groups of people and harassing them. The shopper even overheard the smelly ringleader directing the large woman to shove older people out of the way.
You shove him.
Falls over. Their goal was to intimidate the more reserved people so nobody would come for their items they wanted. When someone tried to approach them, they seemingly pretended to be deaf and started acting confused about what was going on around them. Huh? What? Are you holding me? Yeah, it probably could do without that, but shoppers aren't even allowed to film inside the store. People suspect that it's not just to preserve people's privacy, but to persuade people not to show just how chaotic the outlets on a day-to-day basis are. Also, I think too, because there's so much broken glass, there's illegal shit you could find, all kinds of stuff. I think that if you were able to record stuff and you were able to do that, I think that there's more legal cases that could show up as well. You could cut your hand on glass, or you could find drugs. I know I think Adam or Mariah, she found a gun. Some people will sneak in cameras to make videos showcasing the life of a Goodwill reseller. But not all the people at a Goodwill outlet are aggressive. And in fact, some are just straight up odd. There are people that would enter the store specifically to pick up and smell the dirty underwear, having zero intention to actually buy any of the products. One man in particular made people so uncomfortable that he was banned from the store.
That's fucked up.
No, it's not. To go in there and be like,
He's not hurting anyone.
Yes, you are.
He's what?
Like, in a way, he's hard, for sure. There's no way he's like, oh, I mean, like, come on. He's probably like, oh, of course you'd be like, oh, come on. You can't smell some used panties? He's like, uh-oh, period panties. Puts it over his head. Walk around, he's like, they call him Frankenstein. One frequent shopper recounted a man that would show up just to sniff the used bedding and furiously masturbate on them almost every night. How about that one, Nick?
Well,
how about that one?
That's different. If you're masturbating, that's different.
What do you think? The guy's going, he is hard. Does it not make you uncomfortable that a guy is hard, actively hard? If I told you right now when I was recording, I'm like, I record only when I'm hard.
That'd be a workplace. If that's
we need to put a curtain on your door or something. There needs to be, you need a lock on your door.
How many people, like when you go to Costco, how many people you think are hard?
I would assume not a lot.
But they're out there to roam free.
Okay, let me tell you the difference. This, if you went to Costco, if somebody went up to like a panty section, a guy, he had a Costco dog and he was eating his, Is that something where you're like, well, that guy should probably not be doing that?
Now,
Well, okay. Well, now the puzzle's kind of creating a bit of a picture for me. What are you talking about?
in Costco, that's weird. I just feel like in the outlets,
In the outlet, to
it's
me,
trash. It's trash.
But see, that's what makes it even weirder. Is that they're dirty clothes, and he's going in and smelling them. That's what I'm saying.
it's gonna be thrown away anyway. Who's buying used panties at the outlets?
I'm not advocating that it's not trash. I'm just saying that a man going in there and only smelling panties, that's a character I probably wouldn't want around myself or anybody else.
You've kind of changed my mind.
Twisted my arm. Anyways, the guy who masturbates on beddings, on many occasions, he would go until completion, only seeing him get chased out on one occasion by angry staff members. One time. Other times, people are just like, okay, that's a hazard zone. Throw your jacket over that.
See, that's a biohazard, because now if someone touches that,
We're done. Some customers would enter the store for no reason other than to pee all over the items and leave right away, which is kind of fucked up. What do you get out of that? Besides, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a lay epic troll, but like what?
it's like a dog dominating their space.
Because people shoot their loads on people, or they pee on people sometimes, and I think it's like a sexual thing too. To me, it's all sexual. One man attempted to rob the store of multiple shirts by putting them all on at the same time, and a staff member watched him put on 13 shirts before trying to inconspicuously leave the store. I like how he's like walks in super skinny, walks out, and he's like,
Do you think the staff member's like, I want to see how many shirts he can put on?
100%. When he was caught, he tried to play dumb until eventually giving up and taking off all the shirts, including the ones that belonged to him. He walked out of the store shirtless. I would too. I'd be like, I'm sorry, there you go. You guys can keep and resell that one. My Tasmanian devil dressed up as Scarface shirt. You can keep that one. And according to one man, he saw a man buying a toilet seat with shit all over the bottom of it, holding it close while eating a donut. Even without the insane shoppers wreaking havoc, the outlet is plenty dangerous on its own. People often wear sturdy gloves due to the potential to touch drugs, broken glass, or other disgusting substances, pee, piss, whatever. Pee and piss are the same thing, but many have reported finding mice dead and alive deep inside the bins. And in one instance, a live baby bat crawled out from under a used couch.
I thought I was going to say a live baby.
I was really hoping it was just going to end on baby. If anything, f it, keep baby. According to another post, a shopper was bumped by a woman's cart only to have her hand slam into a broken glass and slice her thumb wide open. The shopper ran over to a first aid kit the staff had provided, only to find that it was completely empty. Oh, Because the items in the bins are not thoroughly checked, it can lead to some insane finds that can be extremely dangerous. One man opened a pocket knife that was covered in some sort of illicit substance that caused him to be high for several hours. Oh, is it a Coke knife?
Could be maybe LSD.
Something like that. If you open it, he's like, what is that?
Yeah, and Coke makes sense.
Yeah, he's sitting there, he opens it up, he's like, whoa. Yeah, he didn't complain. On various other occasions, people have found loaded weapons. And in Miami, a shopper found a gun that he assumed was a toy. He started playing around with it, only to end up shooting someone for real.
How does that happen?
Oh, this has a good weight to it. Bang, 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 bang. What do you mean? I thought it was a toy. Yeah, right, dude.
I was going to say, that's just an excuse.
That's an excuse again. A lot of this stuff is definitely, wait, this is real? In Florida, one shopper brought home a baby bouncer still in its original packaging. After gifting it to her friend during a baby shower, however, it was revealed to contain a Massberg 715T semi-automatic rifle. How'd you not know that? You know what I mean?
That's a good find, though. That's
a huge find. Actually, can I get that back? It's my baby's now. At one person's Goodwill, he watched someone discover a flare gun in the bins. He immediately grabbed it, pointed it at a ceiling, and shot it without second thought.
Mindless children.
It really is. Oh my God, what? Oh, it's real. Whoa. I like the idea that's just an excuse for everything. Oh my God, wait, this is real?
To be fair, I feel like I would be one of those guys.
You are smelling panties and you're doing whatever the fuck you want in there, apparently. Another deadly weapon that people report finding on multiple occasions are live grenades. In Oregon, an entire building had to be shut down after a World War II era grenade was found in the bins. That is awesome. Do you think it was like the pipe bomb one? It's like a long and it has like the little thing at the end.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
maybe. Yeah.
Those are sick. I always like throwing those in video games.
That was World War II?
I think so.
That was World War I. I don't know.
Splitting hairs, dude. In Augusta, someone discovered a box containing military-grade grenades and mortars. A bomb squad had to come down to secure the items before they could potentially detonate. And there is no shortage of weird items that have been found at Goodwill outlets. People often find abundance of sex toys like dirty dildos, silicone asses, and blow-up dolls. And some people have even found used condoms. Adult diapers, full diapers, and fresh turds have been reported as well. Other strange finds consist of things like large glass jars filled with mercury, as well as bloody hospital gowns. How the f did that end up there? Also, mercury? Oh, the alchemist down the road donated all of his stuff to Goodwill. Given how insanely cheap it is to bring home massive amounts of products from Goodwill outlets, people have found that it's extremely dangerous for people with hoarding tendencies. People who have hoarders in their family despise Goodwill because of how it leads them to pile on more and more needless junk. But to be fair, you're gonna find that junk anywhere. If it isn't a Goodwill, it's a trash can. It can be wherever.
Yeah, they're gonna jump in a trash bin and get
So
it.
it's a hoarder's paradise, but still, you can't point the finger there. You know, and talking about this Goodwill outlet thing, I had to go look for myself. Is it as crazy as people make it out to be? These people online, this culture, is it as crazy as they say? Well, we had to go find out for ourselves and see if we could find some sick stuff. So let's go.
We should leave $100 for them to fight.
These are one of the McDonald's buckets I didn't get.
Are you serious?
It's a boo bucket.
Oh, really?
There we go.
What do you think was in the boot?
Mousetrap. No.
Look, it fits.
Throw it on, dude. Throw it on.
Put it on.
It's too small. It won't work.
Sure, man. We got some nice flooring here for Nick's office.
Yeah, so I can play on the ground.
So you have tummy time in your room.
Hey, sir, there can't be any recording.
Oh, no. Okay.
Hey everyone, this is Adam at Creature Kid, and today we're talking about the Goodwill bins. My favorite place to shop that I try to get everyone to go shop at. Hunter and Nick like to make fun of me about the Goodwill bins, but my love and passion for it is more of salvaging things that are moments away from being thrown away. Some of the things we found over the past couple days, this is a tiny beautiful silver-plated piece here. This is probably 1920s. We're gonna use it for a movie prop, so it's exactly what we need. This tiny little violin here is about as tiny as it can get. This is a perfect prop we're gonna use that only cost a couple dollars. If you know Pokemon, you know what that is. Shadowless Blastoise. At a perfect time, we were working on a project that was The Thing influenced. This was in a box of DVDs. It's Pro-Life, which is a horror movie, autographed by John Carpenter right there. One of the weirder things is a gold tooth in the bottom of a purse. You see it with the root still on it. This beautiful watercolor painting. I mean, look at that. Insane. The only thing written on it is a little cutout, Angel's Cooking, Interior Living Room. That's from a script, right? Interior Living Room. It's a set. I figured out Angel's Cooking was a working title for a movie called We're No Angels, which is a Humphrey Bogart film from 1955. That would have been 10 minutes away from going into a dumpster. Let's look at what Maddie found today at the bins.
So I'm a huge fan of vintage luggage pieces. This is actually a vintage carry-on from Escort, which is a pretty cool luggage company. This weird little cowboy purse. This purse, which is very tacky, but it is Loungefly, and that is a really sellable brand if you're trying to like make an income off of resales. I think this is maybe one of my favorite pieces that I got today. It's a little Captain Caveman. You can always find really good office supplies, usually still sealed. Painter's tape is so expensive, but at the bins, it's by weight. Adam actually picked this one out for me. 1978 full color calendar of Elvis, made in 78. I just finished a short film that takes place in the 70s, and a lot of that stuff came from the bins that was authentically dated. This is probably the best thing that we found today. This Blockbuster membership card. This is from 2007, so it's a real antique. This is a VHS tape. It contains the OJ trial.
In short, the bins is the best.
It's great for the environment. It's great for history. The bins is just the greatest.
There's no downside to it, except for where's the money going? Because it's not going anywhere good, I'm sure.
It's always fascinating to see just how quickly people let greed take over them when coming to the face-to-face with a good deal. Whether it's Black Friday deals or cheap used clothing, it seems to turn people into complete animals, going absolutely feral. As dangerous and insane as Goodwill outlets can get, people swear by them as a way to find hidden treasure and always come back for more. If you're going to attempt visiting one of these stores, just make sure to do your research and prepare for the worst. You never know if you'll end up being accidentally dosed by a loose needle or find a live grenade.
Or a baby.
Or a baby. Hopefully you find a baby. We'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to talk about Walmart. Walmart is like the Wild West of supermarkets because it can sometimes feel like a lawless country, not just for the customers, but for the employees as well. One minute you're restocking canned beans, and the next you're in a hostage situation on a Monday morning. This is why Walmart is so fascinating. It seems to bring out the worst in people of all ages. It has a similar reputation to probably Waffle House, but instead of people getting in fights, it's mentally unwell people taking shits on floors, pissing in corners, and just, I don't know, actually just getting in fights as well. That's pretty normal too. So today, I thought we explored the insane stories to come out of Walmart stores across the country. But first, the question at hand is, Hunter, why is Walmart so chaotic? Walmart is known for having a high rate of police calls, with some stores reporting multiple emergency 911 calls being made daily. Not just every once in a while, daily. Multiple. But according to Officer Daryl Ross, an officer in Tulsa, they were called into a Walmart 5,000 times within 5 years. 1,000 calls a year. Yes, but only 300 times to Target department stores nearby. 5,300. Bit odd.
Poverty will do that.
It's not just the poor going to Walmart, it's just the poor. The crimes can range from shoplifting to physical violence and even attempted shootings, which is just fun. And the average Walmart is like a massive warehouse, so it requires tons of security on staff to make sure that everything is being covered at all times, aka an 88-year-old man at the front door that looks at your receipt like this. Okay, you're good. Thank you. That's it. That's the security.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
That's true. That old man gets up and he's like, I'm gonna break your legs.
He's probably packing heat.
I got a gun. You see Gran Torino? Get off my lawn. It wasn't always as bad as it is now. And many attribute the increased crime rates to Walmart's aggressive cost-cutting policies that slowly degraded the store's quality and greatly reduced the staff. It's also the case that Walmarts tend to be located in impoverished, struggling communities that may already have higher rates of crime. Regardless, there is a seemingly endless amount of stories about absurd crimes being carried out inside of Walmarts. These crimes can range from simple robberies to people straight up planting makeshift bombs in the store. You like bombs? We got them! So let's talk about one of them now, starting with the 2023 Sparta Walmart fire. Let me tell you a tale. I feel like a little true crime thing here. 17-year-old Emma Smith had set a fire at her local Walmart, causing over $7 million in damages. Security footage shows Smith entering the Walmart for the purpose of purchasing oatmeal and mayonnaise. Classic combo, O&M. And out of nowhere, she had decided to pull out her lighter and light a fake plant ablaze. All of a sudden, she was like, burn, and just lit up this fake plant. Who knows why? I don't know.
She literally said it's because she just got a compulsion, a random urge.
That's an autism thing for sure. She's like flicking it probably in her pocket. It burns my legs. It burns my legs in my pocket. According to her, she was going to reach into her phone to call her mother when she felt the lighter instead. So she gave in to her random impulse of lighting this random fake houseplant on fire. Feels kind of weird. I was gonna call my mom, but I felt my lighter instead. Okay. She didn't think the fire would spiral out of control as fast as it did. It was later noted that she had not been taking her medications that day, which likely altered her decision-making skills. She's like, I didn't take my Tylenol. What does that have to do with anything? I get bad headaches. And on the way out, she decided to take a brief video of the fire where she acted shocked and instructed people to evacuate. Oh my God, get out of here!
Everyone move from the area! Everyone move from the area!
She received 3 felony charges for arson after pleading guilty and was sentenced to 60 days in jail, 4 years of probation, and $8.6 million in restitution. Now, Nick, I'm not a gambling man, but do you think the 17-year-old autistic lighter-obsessed Human Torch has $8.6 million to pay back?
Better start investing in crypto.
She's like, I better get a job at AutoZone. And not all Walmart crimes are as damaging as this one, but we could talk about the cowman who stole 26 gallons of milk. In 2011, 18-year-old Jonathan Payton crawled into a Walmart on all fours, dressed in a cow costume. He began stealing milk cartons, loading 26 of them into a shopping cart, and he left Walmart only to start giving the milk away to customers outside of the store. He was eventually stopped by police and attempted to flee the scene by skipping away from them. He literally skipped away in a cow outfit. But eventually, he was given a court summons for $96 theft and released soon after. Like, it's not even $100. Would you even take him to court? Just give us back the milk.
It's the message.
You can't show up to Walmart in a goddamn cow outfit and think you can just get away with whatever you want.
Is modern day Robin Hood.
Well, I was gonna say, do you think the locals are like, we love you, cowman?
Robin Moo.
Robin Moo. We're on fire today with the imagination here. There's no footage of the crime taking place and no proof that this was for some sort of prank video, making his actions even more strange. You kind of want someone to come out of the woodworks and be like, yeah, it's a high school prank, but no. I think motherfucker was just bored on a Tuesday. And you may think Walmart crimes are only being done by customers, but no. Even employees have been caught in some of the most bizarre scenarios, like the Walmart male prostitute.
This guy kind of looks like me.
This does kind of look like you. Look at him. He kind of looks like a male prostitute. I suck for money. You joke around, you might say those things, but you know, coming to the realization where you're like, I'm transactionally sucking for cash. That's got to be a bitter pill to swallow, huh? Managers from a Walmart in Queensbury, New York, received a strange anonymous complaint from a customer. It stated that there was a man performing sex acts inside of the store. It's got to be the dressing room. Meet me in there. They reported the tip to state troopers, who began an undercover investigation to find the culprit. It was discovered that a 22-year-old man working at the Walmart named Foster Bills was using Craigslist ads to advertise his services. This wasn't the first time, as he was also caught doing this previously at a local library. The Craigslist Casual Encounters ad read as follows. Title, Quickie and Crandall? Male for male, 22, restroom. Young guy looking for a little spending money. Love that. I'll suck. I gotta have some quick cash. I want to buy myself a new suit. I'm at Crandall Library for a little bit, so hit me up ASAP. Head to the restroom, wait for your pants down, and bend over toilet. No waiting, no names, no risk. Just be clean and D-free. Bring condoms if you like, not necessary. I do have lube. Higher gratuity, head of the line. I just want to say, out of all the things that could have been, that is a straight shooting post. Yeah. You kind of have to have some respect for it, right? Listen, I'm gonna be bent over a toilet. You just do what you gotta do. They call me the slop trough. That's where all the piggies come to feed. Charlotte's Web. Not in the library. The undercover investigator met with Bills and exchanged money for his services, after which the man was arrested and charged with misdemeanor prostitution count. Misdemeanor. So he's like bent over, his eyes like gaped open, his prolapse, red cabbage is coming out and be doing this to him. And the guy's just like, here's a misdemeanor.
What if Walmart tried to hire him?
What department would a guy who...
Customer service.
Tire salesman.
Yeah. You're mad?
So you're mad about the tire prices. Well, how about you take me to the bathroom and f*** me silly? I want to speak to your manager. You are looking at him. The other guy's like upstairs. He's like, he's the best goddamn employee we have. Customers always leave happy.
Today's video is sponsored by Aura. Have you ever wondered how many scammers get your phone number? Or why your inbox is flooded with spam? It's because data brokers are selling your data without your consent. Lately, I've been dealing with people leaking my information, and that's why I recommended everyone get Aura. Aura is your all-in-one digital security. Aura works hard to remove your personal info from these sites to protect your privacy. Get alerts when your personal information is found on the dark web, plus real-time fraud alerts on your credit and banking details. Aura also provides you with a secure VPN, antivirus software, and a password manager to keep things in the right hands. In the event of a breach, Aura includes $5 million in identity theft insurance protection. The safety of me and my family is of the utmost important, and that's why I use Aura. With one app, we're protected from all sides. Try Aura for free for 14 days at aura.com/papameat and see for yourself where your data is being exposed and sold. Thank you to Aura for sponsoring this video, and back to the video.
Now let's talk about one of the dumbest people to ever commit a crime in Walmart. The man who shoplifted during annual Shop with a Cop event.
What kind of event is that?
Shop with a Cop, how threatening. I was just getting Oreos. I'll walk with you. Doesn't that seem creepy? A Walmart store in Virginia hosts an annual Shop with a Cop event where struggling families are accompanied by local law enforcement to shop for gifts for the holidays. That's nice.
They can't take too much. That's what the cops are for.
All right, put it in the car. Just stop! Please stop resisting! So I'm guessing the cops are more so being like, I'll pay for your groceries. So it's like the local community coming together, whatever. During this event, 32-year-old Hector Velasquez walked into the store, saw 50 police officers and sheriff deputies, and still attempted to steal around $1,400 in merchandise, which has to be 30% of the store. I mean, honestly, a guy earlier stole, I don't know, how much, like 30 gallons of milk, and that was under $100. Velasquez is like, I want the whole thing. detector one at all. He was caught on security cams, and suddenly various officers started getting calls about a robbery occurring right next to them. Everyone started searching the store and found that Velasquez trying to sneak out of the back of the building. He was arrested, and the officers revealed to reporters that up to 40 patrol cars were parked next to Velasquez's car. They were shocked that he believed he could get away with the crime, which honestly, I wonder if he's just like doing the crimes in plain sight. No one would expect a guy to go to shop with a cop and steal.
Or maybe he's trying to get like an achievement.
What if he was looking for bills? And not all Walmart crimes are this blatant. Some can be more secretive, like the Walmart sewer meth lab. Awesome. I don't know, but it's awesome. During a routine patrol, officers in Amherst, New York spotted suspicious activity under the parking lot of a Walmart near a tall culvert. After going through a parking lot manhole, officers found a hidden meth lab taking place under the store. Men dressed in hazmat suit entered and began pulling out meth-making supplies and bottles filled with liquid meth. This isn't the first time meth lab was discovered at a Walmart. Around the same time in Indiana, a Walmart employee discovered a hidden backpack inside of the restroom that contained a working mobile meth lab inside. And supposedly, it was left there so that it could be retrieved as the meth was finished being made, to avoid having explosive chemicals sitting in their home. We'll just leave it at the Walmart. For both of those situations, no culprit was ever found. I love that the people who are making meth are totally scot-free. If you want to start a meth lab, consider Walmart. Some of these crimes can escalate into full-on nightmares, like the machete man who attempted a kidnapping at a Walmart. In all these pictures, they just scream Walmart shoppers, don't they?
He looks pretty upset.
A man wielding a machete trying to kidnap someone might have some motives to be upset, I would assume. 33-year-old Billy Boudier Herrera had approached a woman and her 2-year-old child at a Louisiana Walmart. He told her that he would kill her child if she didn't follow his instructions. He attempted to take the child out of the cart, but failed. Her legs, she's like, your daughter's got fat thighs, you know that. Also, just want to say, those are a nightmare, aren't they? When you put your legs through as a kid.
Oh, yeah.
That.
You got some chubby legs, get stuck.
The woman takes her son and starts to walk away, but Billy blocks her from leaving and brandishes a machete. What a casual thing. Come on, let's go, Billy. He's like, sorry, mister. Walks off. He's like, what the fuck? I'm not gonna let you leave. The woman was able to alert employees who began chasing after him as he swung his machete to hold them back. And at one point, the man attempted to grab another child from a nearby mother, who was immediately tackled by employees and an off-cop duty. He was arrested, and it was revealed that the man had multiple weapons on his person, including a plastic shiv with razor blades taped all around it. Billy was charged with second-degree kidnapping, illegal carrying of weapons, disturbing the peace, thank God, aggravated assault, and an immigration detainer. It reads like human trafficking. Velasquez, it feels like I'm gonna take the child and human traffic it. How does one get into the human trafficking business? How is it that one day you're just going to sell somebody?
Someone puts a gun to your head and say, I'm gonna kill you and your family if
unless you do this, unless you help me sell this other kid down the road. And all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, I'm a great salesman. And then you're like, this is actually my calling. Maybe that's how it goes. If you thought that was the most bizarre story relating to a Walmart crime, you probably haven't heard of the Walmart exorcism. Jose Ferez and his son Victor Ferez were involved in the exorcism of their own mother in Stockton, California. Jose and his wife had struggled in their marriage, living separately after getting divorced 1 year prior. She would periodically visit to spend time with the two of them. According to Jose and Victor, she had been acting incredibly strange recently, to the point where they believed she was possessed by a demon. They agreed to meet her at Walmart to attempt making the marriage work after repeated disputes. Jose drove to her new place to pick her up. Beforehand, he had taken a detour to pick up two priests that he had spoken to prior. When his wife entered the car, they began a full-on exorcism. They proceeded with the sacred ritual and, at one point, doused her with sacred oil. Reportedly, her roommates at the time alerted the police, who came down to the parking lot and arrested the two men. Both Jose and Victor were held in jail for suspicion of kidnapping, conspiracy, and to commit a crime of false imprisonment. The woman was not hurt, and the priest did not face any charges for their participation. I mean, he was just doing what the good Lord was trying to make him do. So they were supposed to meet at Walmart, but they just... this wasn't at Walmart. This was at...
It's Walmart adjacent.
We'll just say it was in Walmart. It was in a Walmart.
They took her inside and did the exorcism in the bathroom with Billy.
Yeah, Billy's just like... He's the priest. He's like, this woman is unclean. And we're starting to delve into the weirder side of Walmart antics, right? Some of these stories are hard to even explain, like the naked sock stealer. A 32-year-old, 300-pound man named Verdon Lamont Taylor was arrested by police after being found naked at a Walmart in Pennsylvania. Surveillance footage shows the man undressing himself in the parking lot before entering the store. Employees began fleeing the area and calling police, who arrived on the scene soon after. And it appears that the man had stolen a pair of socks and put them on while he was naked. Feet must have gone cold on that tile. Cold tile. Cold tile. Authorities tried to control the situation, but Taylor refused to comply. The man was tased and arrested, during which time he spat directly in an officer's face. He was charged with various things, namely indecent exposure and retail theft. Gotta get them socks in.
Do you think he was high or something? Mentally disturbed?
I think that a vast majority of Walmart shoppers smoke meth. That seems like very meth activity, or like bath salts. Getting naked and being like, and then only grabbing socks. And like stepping around like a giant baby. Maybe you wanted to go to the Subway in the Walmart.
Have you ever seen anyone naked in a Walmart?
I have seen someone be tased in a Walmart though.
What for?
I think he was trying to rob something. Tell you too, when you see somebody get tased, they really do just like their whole body contracts, whatever, so they just go stiff. And they drop down.
Not when you're in the highway and you get run over.
That's true. No, that happens then too. Dude, actually, that video of the guy getting tased in the highway and he just does and falls on the ground and then a car just runs over him. It's a haunting video, by the way. On the topic of socks, let's get weirder and talk about the North Carolina toe sucker. Michael Brown claimed he was a podiatrist student while he was speaking to a woman named Erica Poros at his local Walmart. Reportedly, he had convinced her to try several pairs of shoes, claiming he was studying reflexology and needed it for research. While she did so, Brown started complimenting her feet. Then, according to the police report, quote, at one point, the suspect took the victim's foot, put it into his mouth, and sucked the victim's toes. I want you, if I was already going along with that, I feel like I'd be like, is this part of the research?
Is this the reflexology?
Yeah, exactly. Is this reflexology? Because it's awesome. He told her that he would pay for her groceries if she agreed not to tell anyone. She went to the authorities and the man was soon arrested. And apparently, he was already listed as a registered sex offender. Further investigation led to multiple unconfirmed stories coming from multiple women that were very similar. Some women recalled him explaining that he was doing a survey on a test of people of different races and nationalities. And one woman, Rebecca McBride, stated, quote, he went on to tell me that he was studying reflexology and he noticed my feet and how nice they were. He started examining my feet, taking pictures and videos of my feet until he started to sweat and shake and it was his cue to go. I gotta get out of here. Your feet are amazing. He was held on bond for $50,000. Speaking of feet, we did have a feet-related video that got nuked into the Earth's crust on this channel. And if you want to watch extra bonus content like the feet video or ranking death sticks, be sure to check out the Patreon where you have access to more content. Now, across social media, you can find countless insane stories from employees of Walmart venting about their time working for them. Let's take a look at how bad things can get at the job. My mom was a manager at Walmart. She told me about this woman who was trying to steal a prepaid phone. When she got caught by security, she used the knife she was attempting to open the plastic packaging with to cut the security dude after cutting herself. She then went on to scream at them and say she has AIDS, and now he's going to have it for trying to stop her. Wouldn't that be nice?
That's a little scare tactic.
You have AIDS now! If someone with AIDS threw their blood on me, I would be livid.
I was gonna say, I think it was 6th grade, I spat on a kid one time and he thought I had hepatitis C.
What grade was this where you could even comprehend Hep C?
We just learned about it.
Oh.
Yeah, the teacher's like, don't
spit on somebody that might have Hep C. The teacher's face is like just riddled with, she has like sores and shit.
Hocked a fat loogie on the kid's face.
Wow, that's rude.
Oh, I thought he spat on me, so I chased him around, couldn't grab him, so I just went.
He did that little Jurassic Park dinosaur meme. And then anyways, another post says, a woman comes in with some panties and said that they didn't fit and she wanted to return them for cash because she had already bought the correct size elsewhere. She had a receipt and plopped a Walmart bag down on the counter. Inside the bag were 6 crusty crotch shit-stained panties that were biohazard from 6 feet away. Needless to say, I did not touch them. I paged the manager on duty and he tells me to just take them back despite being very nasty. Processed the return and she happily left the store with her $8. Which I will say, I think at Walmart you can bring back anything and they'll just be like, okay. It's pretty weird. Life hack, buy whatever you want and just return it later. Another post said, had a woman in her mid-40s decide to barricade herself in her family restroom so she could huff some air duster she stole from the electronics department. We called the police and they had to break the door in to get her. Thank God they did, because she almost OD'd on the air duster.
Do you think Bill was there?
Anytime that there's a Walmart bathroom, Bill is there. Don't worry. Bill is always there. He's inside of all of us, or we're always inside of him. Walmart has been criticized a lot lot for the way that they have treated their employees as well, with people often agreeing that they have a horrible corporate culture. Some people who have worked at their locations for years talk about how it is the most depressing job they've ever had, and employees are overworked, unrewarded, and undermined at all times. And one of the most viral and despised aspects of the company culture is the implementation of the infamous Walmart cheer. According to the Walmart training manual, the original founder of Walmart, Sam Walton, started a Walmart cheer in 1975. He was inspired after seeing workers of a tennis ball factory in Korea gather every morning to perform an enthusiastic cheer, which is so funny to think Sam Walton is just over in Korea. He's like, look at that. Look how fun they're having. We're going to do that in the States. Thank you, Mr. Kamigachi. I'll see you next time. Okay. Anyone can be given the surprise role of leading the cheer at any time. You like feeling publicly humiliated? Well, here you go. While the goal of this cheer being done every morning was to bring employees together, many are absolutely humiliated that they have to do so for a company that treats them so poorly. And one Redditor explains that employees are threatened with coaching or termination for not participating in said cheer. Someone says, forced to do the Walmart cheer. If one person in the group doesn't do it, then we have to start all over again. This is now a requirement for a minimum of 2 meetings in the afternoon. Another person says, I had someone get written up at my old store for refusal to do the cheer when they walked away when we were about to start. Many employees admit that they found themselves becoming angrier, more hateful people after working at Walmart and having to put up with the rude customers and unprofessional staff. Walmart had me dislike most old people. Every position I've worked in, they've always been the worst. Of course, dude, I could have told you that. Hey, old people smell and they suck. Old people just smell like death, which is just the worst part.
Their skin's literally rotting.
Well, yeah, they're like, I got PB. Someone responded to that and said, they don't even ask for help, just yelp like tomato juice in my face, expecting an answer. I'd slap that old bag right in the face. Whoa! Hunter from a different timeline here. I had to come back in because when we got done recording the initial video, so you might see me swap shirts here. Do you guys remember peopleofwalmart.com and all the amazing photos that came there? It hit me like a freight train after we recorded, so I had to include it in, but peopleofwalmart.com, I'm pretty sure it's still up and active and people still post photos there. And there's also a couple more stories I wanted to add in. One in particular was the Walmart crime ring, because in 2024, it was revealed that a group of 7 people were participating in mass robberies across 10 states. The crime ring, which typically focused on stealing televisions, made off with close to $700,000 of products within a single year from Walmart's. They would enter stores like Walmart and purchase 70 to 80-inch TVs, often valued around $600 or so, and then they would rush them back to a truck waiting outside where they would quickly unwrap, remove the product, and from there, they would put a broken TV inside of the box and return it and get their money back. Pretty solid proof plan.
This is a big scam online. They'll buy something and then return it, but throw rocks.
Yeah, so it has weight to it, yeah. Oh, that's weird. The TVs usually don't sound like a bunch of broken glass and rocks. That's odd. They would then use Facebook Marketplace to make profits selling the brand new TVs for like a marked up price. So not only are they getting their money back, they're basically getting like 200% worth of profit here. And the worst part is that not only were they making a massive profit from the robbery, but Walmart customers would buy their own TV only to find the broken ones inside from their refurbished section. This became a full-time job for them, and they were working so fast that soon every Walmart in the city had been hit multiple times. And eventually, someone was able to find some of the people involved by tracing the membership cards they occasionally used for their TV returns. 4 had been placed under arrest for theft, laundering, larceny, and more. The final 3 members, on the other hand, are still unknown. Out probably still buying TVs at just different places. Probably Best Buys, because people who work at Best Buy are like, I don't care. The ship is already sinking. How is Best Buy still open?
I thought they're going bankrupt.
They have to be. I'm not going to give, we gave Red Lobster their little safety thing. Best Buy, good riddance is what I say. And one of the biggest bombshell stories in the world of Walmart crimes, however, is found in Georgia, where a man was falsely imprisoned for kidnapping right outside the subway. He's like, I was just getting a cold cut combo. Cold cut combo. An older man named Mahendra Patel was at Walmart to pick up some Tylenol, and he was having trouble finding it. So he asked a woman nearby where he could find it. The woman was 26-year-old Caroline Miller, who had been shopping with her 2 young children. According to Caroline, the question was just a distraction that he used to get close so that he could grab her son away from her. I have a headache. What's that? Apparently, this sparked a tug of war for the child. Caroline successfully pulled her son away from her, and Patel was arrested soon after she called the police. Caroline told the story of a brave mother fighting to protect her child, but security cam footage told a completely different story. Patel noticed that the kid who was on her lap in the scooter was like going to fall off, so he was just trying to help him from falling and not cracking a skull on the ground. He quickly lunged forward to balance him and had no intentions of pulling him away from his mother, and there was no sign of tug of war claimed by Miller, showing that she greatly exaggerated the story. Patel was put under police custody for days, and they claimed there was still more to investigate before letting him go, which is so funny where it's like, you saw. Yeah, so pretty much had to like tackle him, and we played like, we leg wrestled for 45 minutes. It's like, no, you're in a cart, and he just tried to help your son from falling and hurting himself. I like how they're just like, we better keep him around for a while.
What's crazy is in the footage, there's an eyewitness who notices, and he like looks.
He doesn't give a shit. It's Walmart.
They interviewed her, and apparently she said she just uses the scooter because the kids like it.
That's nice. I'm sure the person crawling around the store with their like incapacitated legs, I'm sure really likes that. I'd imagine if a guy saw like a man actually pulling a child off of like a rascal, they're probably like, I just saw a child get strangled with a garden hose here last week. This is nothing new to me. This is all completely normal. The fact that she rapidly began taking interviews and using social media to share her thoughts seemed suspicious. Probably a person who's like, yeah, I'm a total hero, right guys? Trying to get that social media cred. And then lastly, from Hunter from another time period with in a dirty shirt here. Too small of a shirt too. If I stood up and raised my arms, you'd just see a barrel of monkeys. That's what you see, all hunched together, their arms all going, hold up, that's what it'd be like. But I did want to talk about one more, which is the teen who was burned alive in a Walmart oven. You gotta include that. You gotta include the teen who was burned alive in an oven. Gerson Moran Cower was a 19-year-old teen working alongside her mother at a Walmart in Canada. I probably butchered the fuck out of that name, so not trying to be disrespectful, I'm sorry. They were both working in the bakery, and her mother noticed that her daughter had suddenly stopped responding to her messages. She tried calling, but Cower's phone was turned off. She began to panic, searching for her until she reached the bakery walk-in oven. The mother found her daughter laying on the ground after burning to death inside of the oven. God damn, dude. I like how we're trying to be sympathetic now. Yeah. Heavy stuff. Just joked about a kid getting strangled to death with a garden hose. Yeah, but this is real. The police were confused as to what the reason was, but further investigation showed no foul play was involved. Most likely mean that some unfortunate accident resulted in her being stuck in the oven long before the fatal injury.
So there's actually a huge conspiracy theory that like she was...
For this case?
Yeah, something happened to her, like someone killed her or incapacitated her and threw her in, because news investigators showed like, how did she get locked in? Like there's a safety bar on the inside, so it's like something must have happened where she either like became unconscious and died in there.
I know that I worked at a bakery, and you do have to get up and you have to like deep clean in the ovens and stuff, but you're right, there's like safety releases inside. Also too, that would mean that if it was an accident, she would have to have gone in there, and then someone would have had to like accidentally start something without. It's just, that is a bit suspicious. Also just tragic. That would be a horrible way to die. God damn, dude. And you would think that that would be the only fire story, but there's actually the Walmart Halloween disaster. In 2015, a Walmart employee witnessed a 40-year-old man pushing around a shopping cart with a leaking bottle of lighter fluid inside of it. Once again, people are like, I saw the burned woman in the bakery. I've seen the garden hose person. I've seen the rascal fights. This is probably, once again, he's just like, who knows, right? We're in hell. After spraying the costume aisle full of it, he lit the entire place on fire. Everyone had to evacuate, and store employees began rushing to put out the fire. The man responsible was tackled by a security guard and kept there until police arrived. Firefighters arrived and hosed down the fire before things could get too out of hand. There was no known motive for this wild act, but luckily no one was injured in the chaos. Anytime I hear somebody who with like Halloween stuff, I always think it's like a religious thing, which seems weird nowadays, but I really do think there's like some people who are like, this is the devil's work.
Satanic panic.
Yeah, it's disgusting what they're having kids wear, and they're just like, I'm taking it in my own hand.
I think he would say that though when he was like in custody.
Maybe, or it could be like a silent retribution thing. I did what I had to. Why'd you do it? I'm not gonna tell. God. Now, Walmart is truly an enigma, my friends. It seems as if anything can happen when you step into the store looking for a deal. If you're gonna shop there, just be alert. You never know when a machete-wielding maniac or a Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about Goosebumps. Yes! My favorite! We talk about Goosebumps all the time on this channel. We've discussed Werewolf of Fever Swamp, Night of the Living Dummy 3, Stay Out of the Basement. But we haven't touched one of the most pivotal, one of the most important pieces of Goosebumps history, and that's the Haunted Mask, which is by far the scariest, most f***ed up, can't believe they showed that to children kind of thing back in the day. Even when I was rewatching it, it's only an hour long because it's two like TV specials back to back. But even it was just, it's unhinged. You have a girl who's just bullied to near death, people keeling over laughing, pointing at her. I mean, it is the quintessential origin story of any school But luckily, it's just a little Canadian girl who just wants to scare people back. It's innocently brilliant. I love it so much, but we have to talk about it. We have to go through the specifics of this absolute gold mine. So without further ado, let's talk about the Haunted Mask.
I love pussy, even when it's dirty. That's okay because I keep that mess free with Pretty Litter. Main thing about loving pussy is you want to be able to pet your cats and pussies all you want, but you don't want to smell them. Developed by veterinarians, Pretty Litter has advanced odor control. The crystals absorb odor and moisture, keeping our barn and our home smelling very fresh from all that rancid barn pussy that walks around outside and helps protect my ducks. It's true. Pretty Litter also monitors our cat's health with the color of the litter. It'll change colors based on the pH of the cat's urine, help us look out for any potential issues that may come up. Dark yellow and olive green show normal urine, whereas blue, orange, and red may indicate health risks. All this is helpful and gives peace of mind when keeping up with so many animals, knowing they're happy and healthy. Pretty Litter helps keep tabs on my cat's health and keeps odors way down. Go to prettylitter.com/papameat and use code PAPAMEAT to save 20% off your first order and get a free cat toy, because pussies love to play. Thank you, Pretty Litter, for sponsoring this video. Back to the video.
Like every Goosebumps special, we start off with a nice little intro from R.L. Stine. They get a nice collection. You see the Haunted Mask at the very beginning, and it goes down the row, and you see all these absolutely pig face men, and then it ends with R.L. Stine, which I like to think that the director of the episode was like, why don't you just put yourself at the end of the line there? I feel like your big ass mole is just as horrifying as any of the other faces up here. And R.L. Stine, as uncharismatic as ever, gives a nice little spiel about how this episode's about heart and loving your family.
There is nothing more powerful than the love of her family and friends.
When it really, I don't think it ever touches on that at all. The episode more so feels it's about self-acceptance, it's about self-love. So even he's just like, I forgot. I don't remember what it was about, but here it is. We open with our main character, Carly Beth, which is probably one of the best child protagonist names I've ever heard. But it starts off with Carly Beth and her friend Sabrina going to the haunted, spooky store near their house. She's just kind of looking at it, which I thought was kind of weird because if you're in a weird, small Canadian town, you'd have to assume that this place has been here forever. And she's acting like it's like a weird, like, rave pop-up or something like that. Carly Beth and Sabrina decide to head on over. They don't want to go. We're not going to go into the shop yet, but there is a strange man that looks at them from the window, which sets up a nice weird face man. It looks like he has hepatitis or genital warts on his face. But Sabrina and Carly Beth are going to a pumpkin patch because it's right before Halloween, and even Sabrina's like, why the did you wait so long? Carly Beth,
she's like, why is it so scary out here?
And you're like, okay, this is the kind of character we're dealing with. Chuck and Steve pop out with pumpkin masks on and scare Carly Beth half to death, and this is going to become a reoccurring motif of Carly Beth screaming and then Chuck and Steve like keeling over laughing as if scaring somebody is the funniest thing to ever happen on this earth. They're just like, boo. She's like, ah! Oh, they're like, ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! So it's an obnoxious thing. If anything, if I was driving by in like my Toyota Paseo, pull over and I'd run out of my car and I'd grab him, dirt. They are assholes, are they not? They're worst.
But they think she's hot. Well, we just like her because the only way we can show affection is, I don't know, shooting darts at her back or something. Maybe slapping her with a belt. I don't know. We're just kids.
You see that Carly Beth's a big scaredy cat, but she has every right to be though. That's what I don't get is that everyone in this town is scaring her. Carly Beth and Sabrina decide to leave the pumpkin patch. Chuck and Steve probably still giggling off in the goddamn distance, and old Herpy Face looks at the door again, which he's very ominous. He's looking at the door and he has like a very devious, like a black button-up suit and like a red tie. Almost looks like a weird, like a totally out of age My Chemical Romance fan. Carly Beth goes home and we get introduced to Carly Beth's rockin' hot mom. I was bricked up watching it because the mom, I was like, is she single? Which we do find out later that she's married. And I was like, bullshit, dude. They tried to make her a single mom, but they knew that it'd have people rioting outside trying to get to her. Carly Beth's mom is like, I finished your head sculpture in my art class today. It's the most uncanny, like creepiest sculpture of a child's head I've ever seen. Even Carly Beth's like, wow.
It's kind of creepy, Mom.
Thanks, Mom. Why would you do this? And then, of course, she gives a great answer of like,
I mean, why do you want something that looks like me?
It's something that looks like you, silly, because I love you.
Well, because I love you, silly. And you're like, okay, well, I guess there's no we're not really having a conversation, are we? This is what we're doing. Carly Beth freaks out because she thinks that she sees the thing smiling at her.
It smiled at me.
Which they really do. They do a good job by building Carly Beth to just be the most insufferable scaredy cat. And you're just like, God damn, dude, can't it go 3 seconds? But then she walks away and the thing smiles. The most uncanny 90s special effects.
We have the thing back there.
Oh yeah. That doesn't do it justice. I feel like in the movie, its eyes are a lot more like black. It's a lot more devious in the actual special. Carly Beth's extremely hot. You know what she kind of seems like? She seems like one of those older moms where she's just like, I used to be what? Like you're sitting in the kitchen and then she's like talking about like Van Halen or some shit. And you're like, oh man, I really would have loved to see Van Halen. She's like, I went to that tour. And you're like, what? No, are you serious? She's like, yeah. I was a little wild back then too. And you're just like, woo! But no, she decides she's not that cool. She's like, Carly Beth, I made you that duck costume.
Your duck costume is all ready. I put it on your bed.
My duck costume?
And even Carly Beth, I like how Carly Beth's like, what? What?
You saw a duck at the mall, and you said you thought it might be fun to be a duck for Halloween.
You wanted to be a duck, so I just made you a duck. And then Carly Beth, being the goddamn saint she is, she's like, okay, goes down to her room once again. Well, first I'd be kind of scared too. She goes to her room and there's like, it's very suspenseful. She's like reaching for the doorknob, but she hears like, quack, quack. Inside of her room, I'd be like, Mom, whatever. Opens it up. She's assaulted by her little brother, who says the most annoying catchphrase, dude, in this movie. God damn, it's so annoying.
Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha.
Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. I get so livid when I think about that little I do like, she's like, get off me, you jerk.
No, you jerking off me.
I thought she said something like, you're jerking me off. I was like, the way it was phrased up, I was like sitting there and I was like, oh yeah. But then she gets up and there's like a perfectly comedic time bit. She like, as she's slamming it, the kid like perfectly turns to her and it looks like the door just like caves in his face. So you can play that. If you played that and held like and held it for a beat longer, you would hear a scream.
Carly Beth, the scaredy cat.
If it was him screaming, it'd be so good. It would be so good if that's what happened. But anyways, we cut to the next day. Carly Beth's at school and she's eating lunch and everyone's outside. You always when I was a kid, right? The very first scene, you see the girl pull out the sandwich and the bread is like black and white. When I was a kid, I was always just like, oh, I'm gonna buy that sandwich. That's morbidly obese Hunter being like. But basically, Carly Beth is going up and Chuck and Steve are back. They love to laugh, let me tell you. And they're like, whoa, Carly Beth, we're not gonna bug you anymore. While Carly Beth's looking, she doesn't notice that Steve puts like a handful of worms in her sandwich. She eats it. Okay. She eats it. It takes her 3 full bites to realize that there's this giant worm in her sandwich. And then I feel horrible. I'm like looking at it now. I remember when I was a kid, I was like, haha, stupid. Now looking at it, I'm like, this is horrible. An adult needs to intervene immediately. I feel so bad for this little girl. Because then everybody, it's like the most comical, like bombastic, everybody is just keeling over and laughing at her. And she's like trying not to cry. And everyone's like pointing at her. There's even a guy in like, they put like this clown front and center. And even he's like, hey, 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 hey. It's just the most sadistically evil part of the movie. I was like, oh my, no wonder some bad shit's about to go down. You've driven her to this place. Sorry.
She took some really big bites.
Oh my God. I mean, comedically large bites to the point where I'm like, Carly, you could have probably tasted the first bite. Also, fun fact about that, the actress who plays Carly Beth, she actually ate worms for that scene. I thought that was kind of boss. Carly Beth goes back to her room and she goes back up to the duck costume. And it does look bad. It's a bad costume. I would have done the same thing, but it's like one of the, it's bad. It's bad tantrum. She throws a tantrum, but it's like, I hate you. She's talking about herself. I mean, she is ripping up this thing, but she's like, I hate you. I hate you. I'm like, this is some emotionally dark subjects we're going into. Self-hatred, and then now the whole thing too is she starts immediately, her mood changes. She's like, I don't want to get something scary. I don't want to be a duck anymore. She goes into like some weird like wicker basket thing. It was the most 90s shit I've ever seen. It's like some like weird. She's like, counts up like $26 and heads back down to the goddamn goofy hepatitis genital wart store and goes inside, which when I was a kid, dude, I love, man, inside of that store, which also was like, what random town has this badass Halloween store? The guy who works there is immediately like, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
It's like, it's a business, it's a store. I thought I could come inside and buy something. You have 5 minutes. Ah! And he like runs off.
Everything I have is up on the walls. 5 minutes.
And being the little Inspector Gadget she is, she just sneaks in the back, and there's like the most haunting mask ever. Haunted mask. One's green and evil, and that's like the one we know that we're gonna get. But then the other ones are just like fat old men. While she's looking at the mask, the random like herpes guy is like, no, you can't have those.
I said no.
She's like, why? Like, I have money, I'd like to buy one. He's like, they're just too frightening.
They're too frightening.
Which is kind of funny. I'd be like, all right, they're scary, but they're not that scary. She basically grabs the thing. He's like, no! He does like a dive bomb for her, which I was like, what was he gonna do if he's gonna catch her? Strangle her to death. But she just throws the wad of money up in the air, and he's like, Carly Beth steals the mask, runs out, and she's like, wow, I can't believe I have it. She has a moment of clarity, though. She says, well, what the f am I doing stealing this mask from some like weird guy with like hepatitis and all kinds of diseases? She turns back, and the guy's just standing at the door, and he like turns it to close. First off, I was like, why wouldn't you just open the door and be like, okay, thanks.
Maybe he can't leave the store. Maybe that's like...
You can't leave the store? You need to establish that you can't leave that. He's like... So Carly Beth immediately puts the mask on. It looks creepy as shit. She scares her brother, and then she starts doing things. She's like, the mask won't come off. And finally, it comes off, and she's like, whoa. And he's like,
how'd you change your voice like that? That was the scariest part.
He's like, I barely pitch shifted my voice.
Hey, Noah.
I just sounded like this. He's like, how did you, Houdini?
Ooh, that was the best part. She sees him. Who are you?
Who are you?
Yeah, exactly. Steps onto the hallway, which to be fair, I would probably, that felt like the most organic response in the whole movie. She just steps out and he's just like, who are you? Almost immediately. I'm not gonna dock him on that one. I feel like I'd probably do something very similar. She starts immediately going into like uber edgelord cringe.
That was great. You're really freaked out.
She's like, you're really scared there. She's like, yeah, I thought you were a random stranger in the house breaking into the house. I thought I was gonna die. She's like, I kind of liked it.
But I like it.
And does one of those, and you're like, immediately following that scene, Carly Beth goes to a mirror, puts the mask back on. This time, you know it's because you can't see her human skin anymore. And the neck and the mask just suctions to her face. She's looking at it. And what's the next logical step? What would you do? Would you probably scare your mom? Sure. Why not? Maybe just go trick-or-treating. No, she takes a random wooden pole in the house, grabs the plaster head of herself, puts a little ribbon around it and runs off. It just starts terrorizing the entire neighborhood. Like, I mean, some real like mentally disturbed shit. She's like walking, she's like, she's worn the mask for a little over a minute. She goes up to Sabrina's house. I want to say too, Sabrina, it's supposed to be a cute cat. That is like a cat mask, dude. That's scary. Can you imagine? I think a good barometer for a lot of masks is if a full-grown man could wear it, would it be scary? Because, you know, they have like Spirit Halloween has like demon masks or whatever. But if I saw a guy wear that, you'd be like, oh, it's just a mask. Imagine a shirtless man. Well, I already made it kind of scary. He has a shirt on. That almost, even if he was wearing Carly Beth's mask, can you?
It feels like taxidermy.
That's what it felt like. Is like it almost felt real. Carly Beth, I killed a cat and made a mask out of it. Sabrina's like, holy shit, that mask is like extremely scary. What's up with the bust you're carrying? Okay, let me give you a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire thing. Does she say A, it's a bust of my face? B, it's a Halloween accessory. C, blank. And D, she says, it's me, it's who I used to be. If you answered D, you might have just won $1 million. I was so shocked when I was watching this and I heard that again.
Oh, it's me. It's who I used to be.
Like if I showed up to work and you were wearing a clown mask and you had a plaster head of yourself, I'm like, oh, cool clown mask, Nick. Gotta ask though, what is that plaster sculpture of your head? And you responded with, it's me. It's who I used to be. I'd be like, and I'd shut my door and I'd lock it is what I would do. But we can give her the benefit of the doubt because it's a kid. Sabrina asks if it's real skin and it tells her to take it off because it's so scary. But Carly Beth just goes into like some extreme, like a child, like a tantrum fit. She just like starts spazzing out and throwing herself around almost like a kid at like Toys R Us or some shit. It's unhinged. And that's where they end the first special. So you're like, oh, okay. But then we cut back to the next episode and she's just like, haha, I'm just playing. Carly Beth runs around now and she's just like screaming at random children. It's very odd. It's just uncomfortable. Watching somebody just scream at a child, not as fun as you'd think it would be. On paper, sounds pretty good. In practice, you're like, okay, what are we doing here? Sabrina and Carly Beth go and they go to their first, finally we get some normality, right? They go up to their first house for trick-or-treating. They knock on the door, trick or treat. A mother and two of her kids show up. And I love the mother's reaction. She's like, oh my God, your mask is horrifying. Carly Beth like goes down and whispers something terrible into the kid's ears. And she's like, the mom's like, hey, don't tell my kid to kill himself on Halloween night. And Carly Beth's just like, I'm crazy, and grabs candy and just runs off. If that's the behavior you have at house one, where does the night go from here? If you're bringing that energy to house one, you're not going to be able to keep that up all night. I can tell you that right now. Carly Beth then blames the mask for doing it, and she runs off and continues her extreme rampage. She basically is just like, the mask is making me do it.
This is great!
It pains me to say it. We cut back to Chuck and Steve, who are pirates, which just, it's...
Could it get any more homosexual?
Could it be any more gay, like butt pirates? Like, it's just like, it's one of those things. They're like, yar! Carly Beth peeks around another tree. I forgot to say that earlier. She keeps peeking around trees. Like, she can't just like look like this. She has to be completely sideways and stick her head out. Also, by this time too, the mask is like wet as shit, which I think it looks pretty sick because I'm pretty sure they're trying to say like it's her skin and she's sweating because she's been running around, but it is damp. Carly Beth comes up behind Chuck and Steve and just scares the shit out of them. They're like, whoa, hey, okay, thanks, Carly Beth. And Carly Beth it's almost like an accent. She's like, you should apologize to her.
Apologize to her. Tell Carly Beth you're sorry for every time you scared her. For every time you made people laugh at her.
And they're like, Jesus Christ, fine. And then they look at the plaster head of Carly Beth, and the goddamn plaster head says,
Help me. Please help me.
And Chuck and Steve, they're just like, did that thing just talk? Basically, Chuck and Steve run off, and then Carly Beth, God, it's so cringy. She just does, she has like this like weird, like goblin laugh that she's doing, where she's like, and then she starts howling at the moon, and with her bare hands digs a hole and puts the plaster head of herself in it into the ground and buries it. Which once again, I want to say for a child's book, this is like some serious like iconography, like some serious like screenplay shit. She has completely rejected her old self, killed it, and has buried it, and is like, this is who I am now. Carly Beth, after that whole thing, she does a little cartwheel, runs off, and she meets up with Sabrina again, and they go home to see all the candy they've collected, which we've only seen Carly Beth go to one house. Carly Beth then tries to take the mask off, but it won't come off, and it's horrifying because Sabrina's like looking around at it, and she's like, your eyes, they're not even your eyes, and she's like, there's no seam.
There's no bottom to this mask. There's no line in between the mask and your skin. There's no place I can reach my hand in.
Which is actually kind of, if I'm claustrophobic enough to where I'd be like, my God. Also, they're trying to lift it up and it's like, looks so painful. She's like, with like her sharp ass teeth. Which Carly Beth, yeah, she like looks in the mirror and she's like, those aren't my eyes. It runs off into the street.
They're not my eyes, Sabrina. This isn't me in here. I'm supposed to be mean, but I'm not.
I love that line. I'm supposed to be mean, but I'm not. And Sabrina's like, yeah, I don't, what the hell is happening? Mom, get the tranquilizers. We gotta put Carly Beth down. Carly Beth decides to go back to the store and meet the herpes, genital warts ridden man and get some goddamn answers for this crazy mask. Why would you let me steal this? Well, a heavy price. The genital warts man, the herpy face guy, tells her that he cannot remove the mask because it is a real face.
Because it is not a mask. It is a real face.
Bombshell. All of the masks we saw earlier are actual human skin that morph onto the face because they want to look beautiful, like beautiful and young again, have a body. And even, I remember when I was a kid, I was like, what? Which is, it's pretty funny. He's like looking at it. And I think that it's also referring to like his face is transforming and it's going to happen to him too. And that's why he has herpes.
He's like, I shouldn't have had sex with that Taiwanese woman for such a cheap price. God, that's what you get for having a Groupon in Tijuana.
But I like he walks up to the mask and he's like,
I call them the unloved ones.
it's like, that's a pretty creative name, Mr. Hepatitis. He's like, thank you. In a weird turn of events, they all start coming alive and floating, and the old man's like, run! I think they knock him over or something. They do something to him to incapacitate him, even though I feel like he just like swat him down. To be fair, floating heads were coming back and they're like, she runs out of the store, chasing her all over town, basically all through all the trials and tribulations she's been through, and it leads her back to the graveyard where she was before. They're all circling around her. They're like, oh, and she's like, it's not me, it's not me. And then she digs up her face again, and it's a beautiful full character moment where Carly Beth learns to love herself and love the imperfections that is her being a scaredy cat. And that in return, because she loves herself, she's able to take off the mask, which I gotta say, that's a pretty good ending. To resolve your monster, that's fucking awesome. And it actually has a nice moment. Carly Beth goes back home and, you know, they're like all this thing. She goes inside, cries to her mom, Mom, I love you. I was like, yeah, right, dude. I was like, show her where the plaster head's at, dude. And the whole thing basically crescendos to Carly Beth, like from the other room. After the whole night she's just had wearing that mask, she just leaves it on the ground for her brother to take. And the kid's like, yeah, sure. He stands out and stands out of the room and he does, gotcha. And he's just wet as shit. And then we get R.L. Stein doing his nice little outro and his parents are scared. And he does, stay spooked, everyone. And it cuts to credits and it's a magical time. It really is probably the best Goosebumps book. I love this one, dude. You got a nice guy, hepatitis, herpes, genital warts ridden face. You have a scaredy cat girl, which justified. She's the only justified school I've ever seen in my life.
Jesus.
What? You're gonna tell me right now you're gonna look at that film and not say that she needed some other kind of fucking retribution. I would say this is probably the most popular one. It's probably the best. I think it's the first special, maybe. I don't know. I could be completely wrong. We can put a little note here. Was it the first one? I don't think it was. But let me tell you something. Practical effects go hard. The mask goes hard. It's just a great romp all around. I absolutely love this special. It makes me wish that people still made this kind of stuff to this day. We should do it. Not like Goosebumps books, but we should make a little fun stuff like this. I feel like you can do it now. Yeah. So I don't know. It's a good Goosebumps romp. We haven't talked about Goosebumps in a while, and god damn it, I love Goosebumps. One day we're gonna have to watch the new series, and I started watching some of it, dude. I kept watching the commercial of it when Justin Long like looks up and he's smiling in the commercial. Oh god, it's so cringe. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day we'll watch that, but I just know it's going to be an absolute trash fire. Yeah, I need to make sure that all the kids are relatable and new, and they have iPhones.
Oh my god, we're murder nepo babies.
Okay, and they're worried about likes on Instagram. Can we get that, please? I don't know. This is a great one. I love talking about Goosebumps. We'll have to talk about Goosebumps again soon because I love fun watching this. And until next time, guys, I hope you stay scared and don't wear any masks you get from a guy who has gingivitis. That's the gum stuff. I mean, yeah, don't get it. Well, I don't want to say that word because it's demonetizable. Okay, bye everyone. Bye. Bye. Leave. Okay.
Oh my god, look behind you.
Chuck scares Steve, and then Steve scares Chuck. I don't know. One of the guys, Chuck or Steve, scares Steve or Chuck. I don't know what the fuck. One of them is that. I don't know.
Hi, my name is Papa Meat, and today we're going to be drawing lewd characters with my new VTuber avatar. I'm Tina Georgia. That's my name. All right, we got Luffy. His whole thing is that he ate some gum fruit, right? Is it gum? Yo ho ho, he took a bite of gum. All I know is this dude can stretch, so I'm gonna make him nice and sexy. We're gonna redesign his head. This is gonna be this nice Giga Chad head. Tired of all this tiny pointed head bullshit. This dude's gotta be stacked. What gets my hard is big, strong boys. Men, not boy. I didn't say boys, I said men. Yeah, men. He's gonna be smiling. I want him to smile at me. God, he has such fucking big eyes. Why did they do that? Is that just the aesthetic? Hey, I'm Luffy. What's up? Hey, I'm just a regular guy. So, okay, so already this is getting kind of sexy. We're in kind of a sexy territory as it is. Luffy got some milkers. I'm wondering if they should be bigger. Should we just hold one of his titties? Yeah. Shut up, dude. Just one giant ass titty right here. Look at my little gum fruit. His titty's gotta be almost revealing, and he's got big titty scars. Hell yeah. Well, I'm getting about half flustered drawing up this deal here. God damn. He's just gotta be way thicker. This just isn't thick enough, dude. This isn't thick enough. Like, my dick is not hard at all. I do like the face, though. The face is fun. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. Now we're getting into territories that I think this is really what's gonna set us apart. Yeah, this is it, Chad. Don't tell anybody our secrets. This is very sexy. My boy gummed up, though. Sheesh, good lord. We're getting somewhere with this, good lord. I gotta guess, he's gotta have big old thighs, though, dude. I'm talking some legit thighs on this old boy. You're sitting there and he's just got some dumpies on him. Woohoo! Yeah! Oh, yeah. This is looking great! Dude, who here's hard? Be honest if you're hard! And I'm gonna give him some Daisy Dukes, too. I know he has some regular deal. I'm gonna give this boy some split open Daisy Dukes, dude. I'm gonna make him do like a little with his finger up here. Yeah, like his hand is up here. And he's doing like a little, I don't know, I'm just being bashful. I hope no one gets my gum fruit. You know what? Because I like bigger women, I like bigger men. I'll throw a nice little couple stretch marks on his thighs. Hey Nick, can you go inside and get me a nice ice cold glass of water or something, dude? I'm heated. I'm so hot right now. I don't know. The thing about this is that, honestly, it doesn't look too bad. I like his cutesy little hand going down his thighs. He's just like, I don't know, I guess we're gonna look for treasure. My dream is to be the biggest pirate ever. I just want to be the best pirate imaginable. Oh my gosh. Perfect. Absolutely. I mean, just like, what a doll, dude. I hope my son or daughter cosplays as this when they're older. Sweetie, would you like to dress up as sexy Luffy for daddy? Okay, I said that and I immediately, I regretted saying that. What do we think about these big old titties and this scar, dude? Nick, how hard are you right now? I'm about to bust.
Well, let me tell you something. I can see why people like drawing the lewd stuff, you know? I'm not good at drawing, like, lewd stuff, but let me tell you something. Drawing big old titties and stuff, why not, you know? Tina Georgia's my name. Making animated is the game. You probably gotta bleep that. Tina Georgia's the name. Making people really hard online is the game. Oh my god, I want her gum all in my mouth. God, you're such a beautiful princess. I can't wait to send this to my dad when I'm done with it. Daddy, look what I just made. Oh my god, son, that's some great Luffy Rule 34. I can't wait till you come back and visit me so we can watch One Piece together. Okay, Dad, thanks. I'm one proud dad. Thank you, Daddy. Are you glad that I got my art degree, that I have tens of thousands of dollars in debt because of my art degree, even though you wanted me to join the army? Oh, absolutely, son. Dude, our first one down. Look at this. With ease, dude. With ease! Today's video is sponsored by PayPal Honey. Honey is a super easy to use online shopping tool, but the nice thing about Honey is that it does all the work for you.
Honey automatically searches for promo codes and details on all your favorite websites and products. This past weekend, I was trying to get my hands on a certain little video game, and Honey was there with the savings. The Honey extension is super nice, because I also use it whenever I'm getting shoes or buying collectibles for my studio. When there's a coupon, Honey finds an average discount of 18%. Not to mention, Honey has over 100,000 5-star ratings! And the best part about Honey is that it's completely free. Add it to your browser at joinhoney.com/papameat to help support the channel and to start saving some goddamn money. Thank you to Honey for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. Who the hell is next? Oh, my boy Walter. I'm gonna give Walter a big fat ass, dude. It's gonna be so sexy. Big, juicy, drug-making ass, dude. To think that every drug dealer in America has this kind of ass. Giant, giant, giant ass. Gotta have him look back, though, with his beautiful bald head.
Jesse, you caught me taking some scandalous pictures. Jesse, we have to do 30 to 40 squats for chat. Oh, Jesse, I used to be your teacher, but I think I have so much I need to learn from you.
Also, his ass needs to be way bigger. Tina, Georgia. Drawing thick, thick Walter White. The thickest Walter White you've ever seen.
Oh, Jesse.
This is so fucking cute, dude. Yo, I should do too. You know what's gonna be really fucking sexy? Drool. Like off the tongue. Gotta have his glasses be on the edge of his nose, because that's really cute. Dude, we're getting there. We're fucking getting there. Tina, Georgia knows how to make anybody hard. Even anybody who watches the hit AMC show Breaking Bad. I gotta give him such a huge ass.
Jesse, do you want to learn how to cook meth or not? Yeah, Jesse, stop looking at my ass. We've got to cook.
My boy 19Joe95 says, I hate how fucking hard this is making me.
Nice.
And then Walter's got to be holding a, he's got to be holding just like a giant blue crystal.
Purest crystal that's ever been made, Jesse. It's because I'm a goddamn genius.
What should his outfit be? Just the apron? Dude, if it was just the apron, you'd see the fucking goat's head coming out the back and between his legs here. You can't do that. The little goat brain, you know what I'm talking about? This is so stupid.
Jesse, I've never shown Skylar this. This is just between me and you, okay?
Mr. White, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm about ready to show a side of myself that I never thought I would.
Mr. White, what is going on? Mr. White, please. My pants can't get any more stiff, Mr. White.
Jesse.
Walt Jr. walks in. Dad, look what I found online. It's like a lewd picture of Walter with like him like gripping his nuts as hard as he can. His nuts are like basically purple. He's like, Dad, I got hard over your picture online.
Of course you did, son. Of course you did. It's only natural. Have you seen these thighs?
Yeah, dude, this is a cute anime Walter White if I've ever seen one. I wish we got an episode where Walter's son has a pregnancy scare with a girl. Dad, I gotta talk to you about something.
What is it? I'm busy.
This dumb bitch. He's like, I f***ed this bitch at school and she's trying to not kill this little baby. She's trying to keep the little motherfucker.
What are you talking about, son? What do you mean?
I got my Jimmy got wet and I got this bitch knocked up, Dad.
Okay, let Daddy take care of it. Don't worry, son. Daddy will take care of this.
Shows up to the girl's house.
So, you want to just have my son's baby?
Yeah, I love him. I think it's going to be good for us.
You don't really know what's good for you right now. You're 16, and you just had sex with a kid with polio or something.
Doesn't even know his own son's, like, ailment.
I'm pretty sure he has, like, polio or something.
Okay, well, I'm going to have the baby anyways.
Do you know who I am?
You're like the chemistry teacher.
Oh, shit, that's right, you know me. Never mind. All I'm saying is maybe reconsider or something.
Hell yeah.
Walda, sit on my face, Walda. Come on, Walda. Walda. Walda, listen. I do find you attractive, Walda. I find you very attractive, Walda.
I'll be honest. Stop looking at my ass, Jesse. Jesse, we have to cook.
Who do we got next here? Good old Peggy. Probably one of the most evil, sadistic people to ever be written on television. Let's be honest. She's got those big ass feet too.
My God, Peggy, you've enhanced yourself. God damn it, Peggy. You're starting to turn me on.
Well, Hank, I just thought you'd like it, Dad. Why is Mom all of a sudden making me hard?
What the hell are you talking about, boy?
I'm just saying, Dad. I'm just saying. Mom's got me acting up, Dad.
Go to your room. Go to your room and think about what you've done, but don't touch yourself in there.
It's pretty much what it would be.
Goddamn, Peg Leg, you can't be sitting on the living room floor like this. You got Bobby coming into the room talking about why he feel. Okay, hold on. Whoa, easy. We got Twitch guidelines here. Come on now. Bobby's coming in the room asking why he's all hard thinking about you.
Well, Hank, I'm a beautiful woman.
You spent $63,000 on cosmetic surgeries across the state border, Peg Leg. I don't think this is a good idea.
What the fuck is this drawing, dude? Gonna have a big old tank of propane right here. Hank, look what I've done for you, Hank.
Goddamn, Peg Leg. God damn it, Peggy. You took the junior propane tank and you made it all moist on the other side. Now it's not able to, let out enough butane.
Where the fuck it's gonna be. I feel like I want Peggy to have a big old pair of balls, dude. I want Peggy to have a big nut sack is what I want her to have. Hank, what do you think of this?
Bah, Peggy, what in the world?
It's just like a fucking animal here. How you liking this pose so far, dude? Do you like this? Are they too? Is her titties too droopy? There's no such thing as too droopy titties. Someone said, yeah, yes.
Yes, please, they're too droopy.
This looks so stupid.
Peg Leg, what the hell are you doing?
Come on, Hank, dive on in. The water's just fine. This should make her. She's got big balls right here, dude. This is gonna look really odd. I'm just gonna try it though.
Good God, Peg Leg, what the hell is happening?
It's like, what?
Peg Leg, I think you sat in gum.
Oh, that's not gum, Hank. That's not gum, Hank.
Good God.
There it is, a sexy Peggy Hill, dude.
God damn, Peg Leg. Get Ladybird out of here.
That's what he said.
Get Ladybird the hell out of here.
We have Peggy, we have Walter, and then we have Luffy. I tell you what, I think we did it right.
Stop looking at my ass, Jesse. We have to cook.
That ain't a camel toe, that's a koala thigh. Yay. That's all I have for today, people. That's it. You know what? My name's Tina Georgia. I'm a VTuber person. If you want me to draw more lewd people, feel free to let me know. My name's Tina.
To meetkeenan.store to buy new merch. The If I Beat That Yuppies You Gon' Tell on Me shirt was added just to our collection and pre-orders in April 26. So get yours before time runs out. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're going to be talking about comic conventions, Comic-Cons. There are all sorts of cons around the globe where people meet to celebrate their love of shared interest, but none are as popular or as influential. as Comic-Con. The fan convention dates as far back as the 1960s and has evolved into one of the biggest annual events existing today. Throughout the 4-day event, over 100,000 fans continue to celebrate pop culture in all of its forms. But this is just one con of many. In fact, there are all sorts of local conventions that allow people from even the smallest towns to be a part of this experience. However, these conventions are not without their problems. Not only are they becoming more widely popular and densely packed, but the shift to a broader focus on pop culture over just comics has slowly driven many people away. And it goes without saying that putting many obsessive fans and collectors in the same place can lead to some imaginable horrors, all right? So, grab your badges and fresh stick of deodorant as we trudge through the chaos that is Comic-Con. And we wanted to do this video because we just recently went to Kansas City Comic-Con, Planet Comic-Con, and we were selling Margarets. We do have a Margaret toy for people who don't know, and it was a lot of fun. But I will say, does it even feel like Comic-Con anymore? It feels like just a celebrity meet and greet. Also, $120 to meet to what? To take a photo?
To meet Frodo himself.
Well, dude, they did Frodo and fucking Samwise Gamgee, whatever, as one. I think that was like $400 to do a paired photo for like a 60-second interaction. Hey, I love your movie. Hey, thank you. You get ushered across. Is that not the great? Also, I saw Bruce Dickinson at the Kansas City Comic-Con. He's the lead singer of Iron Maiden.
Oh.
Has 5 like platinum albums. What do you charge $150 to sign an album? Isn't that crazy? Jacob, who works here, he went to sign his and he was like, "Oh, hey Bruce, how you doing?" He was like, "Oh." He just signed it and that was it. That was it, right? That was it.
Are you a big fan?
A big fan. I feel like conventions as a whole, we need to, the only ones I like now are, they keep trimming them to where now they become even more, like the niche conventions are the ones I go to. Like I like toy conventions, like little like underground shit where it's like, I went to a GI, this is very cringe. I went to a G.I. Joe convention one time, not because I like G.I. Joes, but because there was just like small toy vendors there and you're able to look at all. It was cool. You go to that shit and you're like, what the fuck is this even from? And that guy like floats out of the darkness and he's like, so actually that was like an import from Sweden. They only did like 300 of these, so it's like that kind of thing. And I like that. I'm not even the biggest comic guy, but it does feel weird going to a comic book convention and it's like, that's the back burner. Who cares?
Yeah, who cares about the comics? It's all about the 3D printed dragons.
3D printed dragons, the same art prints and posters, Funko Pops, and did we say 3D dragons? A lot of 3D printed dragons. It's unfucking believable. One of the main appeals of attending a comic convention is the prospect of finding a cool piece of art or merch. Sadly, the Artist Alley is one of the most neglected parts of the con experience, according to both staff and attendees, which I will say, Artist Alley is one of the loneliest, saddest places on earth. I want to look at people's art and walk through there, but I do hate it because it feels like I'm at like a dog shelter. You know what I mean? Where if you like look at one, you catch somebody in the eye, they're like,
and they have puppy dog eyes. And
well, it's like come buy something. I mean, it feels like take me home, yeah. Doesn't it? It feels like that though. And you sit there and I always feel like, and I feel bad because I feel like I have to throw out a comment. Oh, I like the pens. Each year, hundreds of artists and creators pay good money to attend comic conventions to sell their own art and prints from their favorite fandoms. However, what was once a focal point of the convention has now been seemingly pushed to the side. At numerous events, the Artist Alley has been moved far from the main vendor floor with no signs to direct attendees, leaving most Artist Alley a barren wasteland, which is an even bigger kick in the teeth when it's like, yeah, I had to pay $600 to get a table up here. $600! If I flew in, how much money do I have to even break even? You know what I mean? Well, thank God I brought my prints and my sketchbook. It's like unfucking real. And then yeah, they put you in the shadow. The power. It's like a motion activated light in the back of the convention. It's super dark. Everyone's just in there like sitting at their table like this.
At least you could sit and like work on your comic.
Yeah, you could have done that at home. You could have done that at home and just taken a picture. I mean, it's the biggest scam that conventions do, I feel like, is making them they charge so much for a fucking table. Prime real estate. All the way in the back.
And then you have to pay $80 for Wi-Fi every day.
Yeah, I couldn't fucking believe that. Sometimes their designated spots have poor Wi-Fi, making sales take forever or nearly impossible to complete with like a little square reader. It's fucking obnoxious. And even if you have a successful weekend at your booth, there are still tons of random problems that many artists don't account for. For example, comic publishers from Japan and the US send agents to conventions to shut down any booth selling any unauthorized merchandise. Fucking Midwest Comic Convention. You. Like an FBI agent or like a Men in Black. Is this your Naruto drawing? Yeah. Now you don't know how to draw.
This video is sponsored by Incogni. These days, it's hard to go anywhere where your data can't be found. With a quick scan of the internet, scammers and data brokers can find your home address and phone number, and criminals can open up lines of credit and file tax returns in your name. And that's why, for my peace of mind, I use Incogni. It's never good when your personal data gets out. Even if they aren't stealing from you, these people can use information to stalk, threaten, and harass you. This is unfortunately something that has come up in my own life, and to protect myself and my family, I need to make sure it doesn't happen again. Which is why Incogni's new custom removal feature is such a relief. If I find a site with my information on it, I can send it in Incogni, and their privacy experts work to get it removed. And it helps me find where my personal information is exposed on search engine sites to help wipe them away too. It can take years to scrub information off the web manually. Let Incogni do the messy work for you. Go to incogni.com/papameat and use code papameat for 60% off. Incogni helps wipe yourself from the internet. They can't harm you if they can't find you. Click the link below to claim your 60% off and get your personal data off the market. Thank you to Incogni for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video.
Some event organizers will set up events near the artist alley that directly distract from their booths. Like when one convention scheduled a 3-hour wrestling event right in front of the artist's booths, drawing away all their potential customers and costing them money. Hey, to be fair, it's kind of sweet.
You think putting an event like that would be like, hey, go do Artist Alley, though, right? That's what my thing is. It's like, if there's something in the middle of Artist Alley, people have to go through there and walk through.
I think that they should put it to where you have to walk through to get to the vendors you want to do. So then they can experience and look at the stuff. There's some conventions where they'll put those motherfuckers on a totally different floor. Yeah. Like, this is the main floor, and then upstairs something's happening. I don't know what it is. It's that kind of thing. Which, to be fair, there are a lot of people who are like, the artists, though, who go there, and they're like, they feel slighted. It's like, what do you expect? What do you expect by this point, you know? I guess the wrestling match took away all my money. It's like, yeah, dude, the wrestling match is way cooler than the fucking Joker print you have. Sorry. That's the reality of the situation. Many creators are left frustrated by these ongoing difficulties, and some are choosing to pack up and leave conventions early because it's no longer worth their time. It's not just the con making it hard for artists, but the artists themselves. At certain cons, staff are now having to remove booths from Artist Alley because they bring obnoxious lighting and sound setups that annoy nearby artists and attendees. What would they even be? What sounds would they have? Just jungle sounds?
Yeah.
Also, obnoxious lights. You're in a fully lit room. What could I mean, if it was a strobe light,
I think that's what
if I was sitting across from a strobe light and had to look at it all day, I might complain as well. But I mean, what the fuck else do you want it to be?
Can't they just tell them to turn it off? The staff? Oh no, you can't do that.
Maybe. That sounds like what they're maybe doing is telling them to take it down. I don't know.
I thought they were kicking them out and banning them for life.
Maybe it's just that immediate jump. Get out of here and never come back forever until the end of time. This can include massive displays which are deemed dangerous because they are unstable and hang over walkways. What are these? I can't, like, is this like Kanye's like stage setup, you know what I mean? Where it like hovers over the crowd.
Have you seen his new stage? It's a fucking globe. Yeah.
It's insane. It has like random holes that shoots out smoke and stuff.
I think it spins too, because he walks and plays.
It spins?
I think so.
Good fucking lord. Don't put that in Artist Alley, is all I gotta say. On the other side, fans who attend these conventions are starting to dislike Artist Alley because they're all selling them the same prints. And very rarely do people bring original works of art anymore, which is true. A lot of the times, that's another thing with these conventions is it's these vendors who are going from cons to cons, but I feel like they're all getting stuff from the same supplier, so everything looks the exact same.
Or there's just trends, like everybody has a Joker thing.
A Joker, an anime thing, or yeah. Whatever's the hot thing, they all are selling that exact same thing. In the last few years, AI art has also flooded conventions, leading more people to lose interest. And thankfully, Comic-Con has come out in support of artists and banned the sale of AI art and content at their events. That is, however, only going to apply to people who get caught, which also I think a lot of conventions aren't going to give a fuck after a while. I don't know. I can't tell. I don't even know. Couldn't tell you. All right. Go ahead. There still exist many artists who have positive experiences in the alley, being able to meet with other artists and make money doing what they love. Some of you might be wondering why the Artist Alley has been so forgotten by the event's organizers. Well, a big reason for that is that the slot being sold in the vendor halls bring in so much money in its place. Nowadays, if you attend any con or public event, you are bound to find tables of 3D printed garbage. And listen, I love 3D printed things, but it's the same idea of the vendors. They're all using the same files and printing the same shit to where now, when I see a 3D printed dragon, I have a full-blown panic attack. You know what I mean? I see him strung up and I feel like I'm like a fucking Vietnam vet. I get all claustrophobic and I have to leave. every time. Dude, I've been seeing them at antique malls.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are they there? You have like a weird, there's like a fucking Ronald McDonald sign, and all of a sudden there's a full booth of just fucking 3D printed dragons and beetles.
It's probably like the shop owner's like nephew or something. Can't I put my 3D printed stuff in here?
Here's the thing though, is it's never one. It's like, it's so many. To the point where I'm like, how much filament and time went into these fucking dragons, dude? It's unreal. These booths have taken over comic conventions, offering overpriced items like fidget dragon prints, busts of popular characters, and decorative swords, some of which are going for $50 or more. What do you think about the whole sword? Remember we went to like a card collection convention that we did on our Media Magic, and there was like a fucking giant booth.
Oh, there's multiple.
Laid out like a fucking, like a Nigerian arms salesman. I was like, holy fuck, there's Keyblades and Final Fantasy swords. He's like, pick which one you like.
Should I get the Keyblade?
You would look mean with the Keyblade.
Keyblade with the Naruto.
It was great. I thought I was on the set of fucking Blood Diamond for a second, looking at all these goddamn swords.
I guess if you're a fan of it, I wouldn't buy a sword.
If I was a kid.
Yeah.
I guess to be fair, if I was like that was like my big appeal going to the Renaissance Fair when I was a kid. Getting like the wooden swords and the foam swords and that kind of stuff. So I guess I could see it. I was always hyped whenever someone had like the Aragorn sword.
Or like Kratos' blades.
Oh yeah, the Chaos blades or something. Yeah, I would be so stoked. Those are not even the worst things sold on the vendor floor. In recent years, Labubus and other blind boxes have taken over the sales floor, with Pop Mart usually having massive booths at comic conventions. Trendy items like Labubus will likely fade away within 5 years. Funko Pops, however, are a permanent fixture, dominating the vendor floor like a goddamn cancer. Which if you, here's the thing. Never mind.
What?
If you like Funko Pops is one thing, but I wish that there was a thing where they're like, I wish conventions would be like, we have two. There's two vendors that do the Funko Pops. It's everywhere. It's fucking every booth you go by. To the point, and you know what's weird is I'll even do a couple laps throughout the day or do whatever. None of them sell. How, I want to actually know if there's someone who sells Funko Pops and that watches our videos at a convention, how much honestly are you selling? Because every time I go by, I never see anyone holding, actually that's not true. If there's an actor there who is of that, I'm like, and if anything, just bring those Funko Pops. I saw like a fucking Art the Clown one because that dude was there. And it's like, oh, that's the perfect thing if you want to get signed. But then it's just it's the ugliest fucking little creature in a box you've ever seen. I'd rather have like a print or something signed, but I digress.
Could you imagine going up to an actor and they hand you a Funko Pop to sign? You know, just like...
If someone came to me and they're like, could you sign my Funko Pop of you? I make jokes about me shooting myself all the time, but you know what I would do. As soon as you walk through the venue doors, your eyes will be met with Funko Pops stacked to the ceiling at countless booths. I mean, it's like a fucking wall of Funkos. What's even crazier is that they are resellers and not even like official booths. It's just people upselling you Funko Pops. Blatantly to your face. Oh yeah, I'm gonna charge 5% extra. I've had people say that to me. Well, I gotta charge 5% extra because to keep making the booth fee. No one's making you be here. You're putting that on me, the customer? Okay. It would be understandable to have 2 or 3 booths, but the plastic figurines cover the entire floor and can even be found at booths unrelated to Funko Pops, even like comic booths or anything. Still, tons of Funkos. Funko, once again, has ruined my day. Some vendors resell their exclusive Funkos, which can show price tags up to $40,000 for a single Funko. And we've covered the insanity of Funko Pops before. However, if someone is going to pay for an item that expensive, you'd think it'd be a genuine movie prop or like a rare comic at one of these conventions instead of just a rare Funko. And if they're that popular, why is there not this is just the Funko convention? I'm saying a touring thing that's as regular as Comic-Con. So you just push those out. That way, if you see it at one of the other conventions, you have every right to stone them. We go into archaic rules and laws from days of old in the Bible, and we stone these people.
You think Funkos will eventually... I mean, they're dying, but do you think they'll die completely?
I don't think so. It has too many movie IPs to where, if anything, there'll probably be a thing that happens that usually happens with the youth is like, ironically, it'll come back. Like the way that like some fashion from the early 2000s is coming back. Like I feel like Funkos are going to come back in a weird way. Like the same way that people like nowadays are like, oh, I love Beanie Babies. It's like, who the fuck? Like, really? You want to collect Beanie Babies now?
You weren't even born.
I think it's going to have that effect. effect. The sad reality is that many convention goers will buy multiple Funkos from multiple vendors, which only encourages more resellers to show up and block out potentially unique or cool booths. Which also, I have to, I very rarely see people buy the Funkos. And if it is that profitable, I just feel like you would just see way more of them.
You think people are ashamed of carrying their Funkos around?
That's a very good point. I do. I think that there's a stigma now that I think, because you know, whenever you're like walking to a convention, you're like walking by and someone's like walking by and they do like,
yeah.
And you're like, it's because of the Funko.
I'll put it in my bag.
Exactly. Now I have a big black bag I put all my Funkos in. Look like fucking Krampus leaving the Comic-Con.
I was gonna say, like, Funkos are mass produced, so I mean, granted, there's rarer ones, but like, buy them online. Like, why are you going to a convention and like being like, oh, I don't have that Funko.
I get it. Probably is a thing where it's like maybe they're not available online. I'm just playing devil's advocate of like maybe it's also just the thrill of the hunt.
Okay, that's fair.
Right?
That's fair. People like going.
Yeah,
out and buying
I mean, there's
stuff.
things where it's like I could get online, but it's the idea of being like I come across it one day somehow feels more special in some weird chimp-like thought pattern that I have in my head. I don't know. While the San Diego Comic-Con and other large conventions have their own problems and controversies, there are a bunch of smaller local cons that are just as bad, if not worse. The biggest problem that many small comic conventions face is not having the money or the staff to put on a proper event. Superfan Comic-Con was a local comic convention held in Toronto, Canada. In 2014, that was a complete and total disaster. Organizers of the event estimated that there would be over 15,000 attendees, which drew many vendors and celebrities. However, on the day of the event, only 2,000 people showed up, causing many of the main attractions to pack up and leave due to low sales and feeling misled. Which, considering how expensive it is to lock down booth space, this is especially bad for those trying to actually make a living doing like the circuit and stuff, right? Also, people like a Toronto thing, I wonder how many people actually flew.
Oh, yeah.
Flew out of country to go there.
I would say most of them.
Also, 2,000 people is so small. Like in the grand, like I'm trying to picture how big the space is. Like the one in Kansas City is like in a huge convention space. I'm wondering if it's like just how empty and quiet was that convention.
Very awkward, yeah.
Yeah. Also, packing up early would kill me.
I would just stay for the whole thing.
Fuck it, I'm already here. I'll just leave my booth unattended and go like hang out in Toronto or something like that. A year later, at the Fanfare Comic Convention, numerous celebrity guests canceled their appearance because the organizers didn't have enough money to pay them to show up. And this has been a growing problem in the industry where even C-list celebrities were asking for like a shit ton of money and personal services to appear at conventions, making it harder for small cons to get good guests. Which also, here's the thing, fuck the celebrities. What's insane and totally criminal to me is that like, let's say like a Matthew Lillard, whatever. That motherfucker's probably getting like 50 to 80 grand to show up for a weekend, right? And then he's having you pay 100 to 150 bucks to what? To sign a picture? To take a selfie with them?
Is that the con making him do it though?
I think it's just him. I think they're saying that by you coming here, they might take a small cut, but I doubt it. I bet you they're paying him and they're like, you can come here and then you can charge people to do that because we know that we're gonna put your face on a billboard and then it's gonna drive a shit ton of ticket sales is what I think it's gonna be. Yeah, it's just a way for them to drive ticket sales. That's all it is. I mean, hey, make that bread, I guess. And if people are willing to like pay for it, who am I to say? I don't know. Despite not having the same resources, smaller cons still have tons of cosplayers and interesting characters who can ruin other people's experiences. While at a small con, a man in cosplay was waiting for his wife to return from getting an autograph when a morbidly obese, acne-ridden couple approached him and started taking pictures. The woman who had a horrid stench yelled, "I want all that!" and took a picture of his ass before walking away. Did we have to dig into their looks that hard?
You have to paint a picture.
Also, at a certain point, which this is obviously, I'm not saying that overtly sexual, but if you're into cosplay, like obviously going to someone and being like, oh, I want all that, it's a bit much. But I mean, are you not opening up people to just like take a picture of you?
Yeah, I feel like if you're at a convention, as long as it's a normal picture.
No, don't get me wrong. There are etiquettes to it. I've seen people go up and they're like, do you mind if I snap a photo? Which is extremely polite. But I've also seen people like walk by and they'll like wait till they're behind someone and then like take photos of them. Not necessarily sexually of like their ass or anything, but I just mean like that they didn't want to have the
interaction.
Yeah. Which it's like just so much creepier. And it's so obvious too, especially whenever the old guys like hold the camera like this. Adjust their glasses. Oh, what's also with when old people take pictures? They always have to look at it and then suspiciously look around. Have you noticed that? Every time I saw this at Comic-Con, anytime someone, they'd be like, it makes it seem like they just took a picture of something they shouldn't have.
Yeah. Making sure they didn't get caught taking the picture.
This guy just took a picture of me standing there. I looked at him. I said, "Oh, what's up, man?" And he didn't say anything. He just
walked away.
Okay, say hi to me? Fuck's sakes. One of the biggest attractions at any comic convention, big or small, is the celebrity panel, where guests can meet and interact with their favorite movie stars or comic artists. If you thought you could just walk through the doors when the panel starts, be prepared for a disappointing weekend. Regardless of the size, lines for these talks usually take hours, or even a full day to stand through to talk to one of these motherfuckers. In advance, with many fans pitching tents and sleeping overnight to hold their spot, to talk to like a guy from Supernatural. One of the actors from Supernatural. Oh, God, I hope I meet him. I love your show. Thanks. Oh, whoa, that was amazing.
I mean, they cut people off, right?
Oh, yeah.
They realize, like, oh, wait.
I think there's a literal count. Like, I think that that's another thing that the cons will do is be like, on these specific days, how many people are you willing to sit through? And, you know, the actors will be like, I don't know, how many are willing to pay? And after a while, though, I think that they do cut it off because they don't want to block shit, but I don't know. Because this is so common, most venues have specific practices to help prevent lines from getting out of hand. Line capping is when staff temporarily stop people from getting in line. Otherwise, they would wrap around the entire con venue and sometimes even out the door. And most venues also have security guards and staff walking up and down the line to prevent people from cutting or to stop fights. What remains is a cramped graveyard of nerds sleeping in the cold so they can be the first to receive their next hit of Marvel slop dopamines. Jesus, dude. Motherfuckers getting personal in this document. Holy shit. People camping out just to, like, you know, be able to interact with somebody that, I mean, at this point, though, you would have to assume that these people are like, I love this actor. You know what's weird, though, is a lot of people I hear they wait in these lines for hours, and they're like, yeah, I mean, I like that one movie they're in. It's like they're not even that big of a fan.
Oh, that's
it's so weird. There's some people where they're, like, shaking and they'll cry. Like, and I'm like, hey, obviously this means something to you that we don't understand, but to just be so casual, like, oh, there's nothing else better to do.
Well, there's some people who are like, oh, I don't know him, but he looks popular, so I gotta meet him.
Yeah.
There's like people like that mentality of FOMO. Like, if I don't do this, I'm missing out on something.
Yeah, I'm gonna regret it.
Guy said that to me at the convention.
What?
Well, he like went up and he's looking at the line that you had, and he's just like, who is this guy? Is he popular? I was like, oh yeah, we're kind of popular. We have a YouTube channel. Anyways, was talking to him. He's just like, I don't know you guys, but I feel like I gotta buy something from you. I feel like I'm missing out.
I've had people say it to me, and I'm like, you absolutely don't have to do that. If anything, it'd make me more comfortable if you just didn't do that. I feel like you're just popular, I gotta buy something. I'm like, that's like the opposite. You should go to somebody who's not doing super great and help them out. You know what I mean? I'm still like a toy, like an oven toy. Here, take it. Take the wallet. There's no amount of time that's too much for passionate fans. Some are so dedicated, they'll go to great lengths to meet their favorite celebrity. The line to see Jason Momoa at the Basingstoke Comic-Con was a total disaster, as the event organizers overbooked the panel, leaving people waiting over 12 hours to get inside. To make matters worse, Jason left after one day despite being scheduled for the whole weekend, and numerous staff members were physically attacked by guests in line after being forced to hold their place in the sweltering heat. While those who stood in line were justified in being angry, the actual temperature was only about 77 degrees. And the report of the disaster claimed it was akin to Firefest, which blew it way out of proportion.
A bunch of nerds complaining.
Oh, Jason Momoa, I'm getting sunburned. 12 hours for Jason Momoa? Is that worth it?
No.
Besides like Khal Drogo and Aquaman, has he been in anything else? Minecraft, actually. Never mind. Minecraft. Conventions can often be a flood to the senses. It's not just loud sounds you have to worry about, however, because the stench is even more powerful. Like other events, comic conventions are no strangers to the smell of body odor and feces. Sweating at a con is normal. You're walking around all day, sometimes in layers of cosplay attire that can cause you to otherwise overheat, right? Or even just the amount of body heat in there, you're walking around and it is what it is. People are gonna sweat. However, it's hard to deny that some attendees are simply unhygienic, no matter how many people want to blame it on the venue's bad airflow. God damn, fucking turn on the AC. It's like other people have sweatshirts on. Jesus. For years now, people have complained to the event organizers about the smell and even bring signs chastising smelly attendees that read, and I quote, if you could afford the entry ticket, you can afford a stick of deodorant. Maybe that's just what people need sometimes, is a nice kick in the ass. At Comic-Con, however, you'll sometimes see things that make you question whether or not the attendees are even human. What? God damn. Well, at the New York Comic Con, numerous guests reported seeing and smelling smears of human poops right in the middle of the show floor. How? Who did this? I've seen some people do some sneaky shits though in public.
Oh yeah.
Quickly pull out their pants. And they walk off and people like step in it and stuff.
Or they do the waddle and they kick it out of their pant
Kick
leg.
it out of their pants. the waddle and kick. You can get prison time for doing that shit, right?
Can you?
I would assume. For shitting on the floor? I mean, like, that's got to be some type of act of bioterrorism, you would assume, right?
I've seen this one where this lady, she couldn't hold her diarrhea, so she like pulled her pants down and like shit in like the refrigerated like produce area.
People are so fucking vile. It's unbelievable, man. Not only did someone walk through it, but the staff believe that the person who did this dropped it while walking around the con as if it was smooth and subtle. Well, they don't know who it was, so it probably was pretty fucking smooth and subtle. Event staff would block off area as janitors made their way through the crowd. They had to actively tell people to stop taking photos. Despite the sneaky attendees and crazy fans, comic conventions remain among the most popular kinds of conventions in the United States. Even though I will say, I don't know if it's just because I'm getting older, it feels like it's getting worse every year. Like, I have a feeling like after a while, it's going to completely revert to meet a celebrity. The title of Comic Con is, I feel like that has to go away soon, and it's going to just be Celebrity Con or something. It really is nothing more than a fun place where people get to gather and share their nerdy interests, meet others in their fan communities, and go home with some cool shit. If you can attend a Comic Con near you, have fun, but be mindful and avoid bothering people. And for the love of God, bring deodorant. And also, dude, don't pay for the celebrity line. In my opinion.
I think I say don't shit your pants.
Oh yeah, that should go without saying. I guess what I'm saying is this video just made me, it has made me an advocate for being like, I mean, who am I to say? I just like, it's never worth it. They're never going to say anything. You're going to walk up and it's like it's cool meeting people that you're like, I'm a huge fan of you. But at the end of the day, it's the conversation's 60 seconds, if that, and then you get to go off and do whatever. I don't know. I just don't think it's worth it. If anything, I would say try to go to some place where like, look at the actual people who are like selling real art and try to pick that. At least for me personally, that's where I have the most.
Yeah, support artists.
It's fucking cool. That's also why I like local zine cons and all that kind of like, I don't know, that's like some hipster artsy shit. There's a lot of dog shit stuff there too. But let me tell you, it's cool seeing local people in your community, especially if you're in like a flyover Midwest state or something. There's a lot of fucking cool artists in your area that might be making some shit where you're like, oh, this is sick. Especially if you are a fan of comics. There's like a lot of local comic people that you should check out their stuff. It's cool. You know what I mean? So that's all I have. Don't go to Comic-Con. Is that bad? I will say, can I at least say this? At our Comic-Con, thank you to everyone who did come out. Everyone was super nice. I couldn't believe the amount of people that just kind of showed up. We kind of sprung it out of nowhere, so it was a bit of a surprise, but people got to go and see Margaret and stuff. That was a lot of fun, and everybody was super fucking cool. So many nice people, so.
And the staff tried to shut you down.
The staff did try shutting us down and made it really awkward, but I think they were just doing their jobs too. You can't blame them. It is what it is. So, see you in the next one. Bye! Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're talking about how people eat themselves. You know, we've all heard of cannibalism, right? People who eat the flesh of their own kind. Something most people find horrific and utterly fascinating. Well, today we're going to talk about a different kind of cannibalism. One that many of the people watching this video actively participate in. Oh, I bet you didn't know that, did you? Me? Cannibalize? Me? A cannibal? I could never! Liar! I'm talking about self-cannibalism, which refers to the act of eating one's self. Well, Hunter, I'm not cutting myself up and Jeffrey Dahmering myself. No, that's not what we're talking about. Because whether it's nail biting, hair eating, or gobbling boogers, that's technically a form of cannibalism. Ooh, gotcha! We got him.
I'm all three.
That's right. If you ever want to see the most disgusting fingernails on planet Earth, look at these. You're probably thinking, is this a man chained up in a cell? Is this a black and white photo of a man who was a prisoner in, what is it, Azkaban? Is that the wizard one? Sure, I'm keeping it there. Was there Death Eaters flying around? No, those are Nick's hands. Boy's got a few ticks, is what I gotta say. He is wound up tight.
It's hard for me to open a can of soda.
Yeah, no wonder. I'm like, you want a can of soda? Take a bottle of water. So today, we're going to talk about the gross reality of self-cannibalism. But first, let's learn a little more about what self-cannibalism is, right? We have to ask ourselves these questions all the time so we know we're all on the same page. Auto-cannibalism is closely related to, oh my God. God, that hot chicken sandwich earlier. I wish I just got like a burger. It seemed like more of a burger place. It doesn't matter. I don't put this in. Auto-cannibalism is closely related with pica, which is the compulsion to swallow non-food items that provide no nutritional value. Like a bed. Show a picture of someone eating a bed.
My name is Jennifer, and I'm addicted to eating mattresses.
Or panties.
Do you think people that eat beds, that's gotta be carbs. Is there carbs in bed?
I guess it depends what the...
Is there carbs in bed? Is there carbs in bed, yes or no?
Empty calories.
It's like a beer. People who engage with these habits often suffer from things like depression, anxiety, and OCD. I don't know what to do for OCD. For them, this becomes a way of relieving stress. That's actually so funny because that's literally what you told me with your fingernails. Show a picture once again of Nick's fingernails. Show a picture of his toenails. Your toenails like that?
Yeah.
Are they really?
I clip them though. Like I will get clippers and I'll clip them down.
That's probably better than mine, dude. My toenails are rank. I got like a long one. It like grows over the curve of my nail. Why do I do that? Never once have I ever thought, I'm gonna sit down and clip my toenails. Never. I pick up my big one, so it's all like jagged and shit, because I just like peel it off.
I remember, I think it was my 6th grade birthday party. I had people over and I just took my sock off and started chewing on my toenail.
I'd ask you to go home.
It was my birthday party.
I'm getting. Okay, did your friend leave?
No, he was just like, ew, what are you doing? And then another friend's just like, leave him alone. It's his birthday party.
It's just his birthday. We just have to sit here while he eats his foot. You're just like.
And I realized I was like, oh wait, this is kind of weird. Maybe I shouldn't do this.
Yeah.
In front of people.
Yeah. That's a clue. Like you're holding your foot too. You're like scratching your head with it. People are looking at me weird. Other causes for these impulsions can be impatience, boredom, and irritation. And over time, this can become a serious issue if gone unchecked. Things like stomach ulcers, nausea, and internal bleeding, making this bad habit severely damaging to oneself. Also, I heard that if you eat a bunch of, like I eat my fingernails sometimes, click on those, I heard that they can make tiny cuts in your throat and shit. You know that?
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you were gonna say you can get worms that way. Worm eggs will hide under your fingernails. So when you eat them, you get worms.
Have you gotten worms before, Nick?
Well, at one point I thought if I ever had worms, I've never got them treated. So
you like the worms? I've got worms, and I was just like, good neighbors is what they were. The causes are believed to be linked to mental illness, particularly psychosis. These harmful self-grooming habits are known as body-focused repetitive behaviors, or BFRBs, and can be genetic starting at a young age. BFRBs have not been intensely studied and are often misunderstood and underdiagnosed. You think people eat their tongue?
Oh, yeah.
I've seen some. Don't you do that too? Don't you eat like a hole in your tongue? Or your cheek? That's what it was. I had a buddy who would eat the skin on the side of his tongue, whatever. He'd like do that, like chew on it, he'd like chew on it, and he'd like spit it. It's just disgusting. BFRB. But with that said, I like to go through the many unique types of auto-cannibalism to show you just how strange they can get, with each one getting progressively more bizarre.
Today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt. You find yourself in debt? Are debt collectors calling you looking to take away your home, your car, your paycheck? The good news is, there's still a way out. Whether it's credit card debt, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, PDS Debt can find a personalized solution for you. PDS Debt has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and has tons of 5-star reviews on Google, plus a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. That's because PDS Debt has helped tens of thousands find alternative solutions and get out of debt in a fraction of the time. If you're currently struggling with debt, making payments every month, but balances don't seem to be going down, PDS Debt may be able to help. Being in debt and not having any money can be extremely stressful, and I went through this for a long portion of my life, and I sincerely hope I never have to go through it again. You're 30 seconds away from being debt-free. So stop living in debt and get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/papameat. pdsdebt.com/papameat.
Thank you so much to PDS Debt for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. Let's start off with by far the most common form of auto-cannibalism, which is biting your fingernails. How do you say that word? Onychophagia. Oh, these are nothing compared to your nails, dude. It's crazy. How do you feel? You could be a poster boy for onychophagia. We need to make you like a Red Ribbon Army shirt that says BFRB, like the thing. While it's a common form of stress relief in adults, it can lead to a variety of health issues like stomach infections, dental misalignment, and fungal infections, and even jaw pain from excessive biting. A man from Liverpool named Hanneman nearly died from this bad habit. After intense nail biting, he began to break out into a cold sweat and started to shake aggressively. I don't feel too good. He rushed to the hospital after seeing his fingernail had swollen up dramatically, and he had contracted sepsis and had to undergo 4 days under a hospital IV drip before recovering.
For that, I feel like he dipped his like finger in poo or something.
He was definitely, yeah, he fucking dipped his finger in poo, because he's probably digging down in there, getting poo in your finger like that. Didn't wipe very good, it's itchy in me bum hole. Whatever, and the next one he's like, huh? And it's like huge, what? That kind of thing. Why does poo comes from you? Why is it so infectious?
Poo?
Yeah.
It's bacteria, it's your waste.
Yeah, with this. It came from me, what, I can't eat it? Just like shit all over my face. And on top of the potential health risks, many just find that they are ashamed of the way that their damaged hands look. Ashamed of the way their damaged hands look. Ashamed of the way their damaged hands look. Ashamed of the way their damaged hands look.
I think there's only been one time where I was afraid for just have a date look at my hands because she was
just one.
She was
Why?
so beautiful. I didn't want.
You're like, I've only been on a date with one person I ever truly found beautiful. Keep that in mind, ladies. If he's not hiding his hands, you're a dog. But where this really starts to escalate is when the next stage, toenail biting, happens. God, you've done all of these, Nick. Not only does this come with similar risks, but it can cause serious interpersonal conflicts due to the gross nature of the act.
My birthday party.
Literally. God, dude. Do you eat your boogers?
No.
Okay.
I have when I was younger.
Yeah, just no. No. It's fine. We end on no. No. But I have done it before.
When you're little, I feel like that's like a thing.
How little, dude? When you were driving your car?
Yeah. 21.
According to one man, he has to secretly store mouthwash in multiple areas of this house so that he could clean his mouth quickly after kissing his girlfriend due to her excessive toenail biting. Also, dude, bro's down bad. She better have she better have a whop on her if that's the case, dude. Be like, mate, why don't you just leave her? Leave her. Everyone's from Liverpool now. Why don't you just leave her? And he's just like, I can't. Got like cuts and shit from her toenail, whatever, on his lip. I can't. It's too good. It's like the genie granting me a wish every time. Nope, could be that good for me, dude. I'd be like, I'm getting the fuck out of here, man. Biting your toenail. If I came in and something was all curled up like a pretzel, like, I'd be like, and I'd leave. I say, snap, crackle, pop. I'm fucking out of there, dude. Others admit that they are in their 40s and still secretly bite their toenails when their wives are not looking. That's impressive. Do a quick, like, cat stretch real quick. And put it back down. Some even lament that despite the insane amount of pain they're under, they still can't help but rip off their entire nail plates of their toes.
See, I've had this compulsion where I was like, I just want to rip my fingernails and toenails off.
Why?
They're already so low. I was like, I just need to get rid of them. But I don't want the pain. It hurts.
We're starting to move on to much more concerning stages, which are much less commonly practiced. So let's move into dermatophagia. This is where, like I said, like once again, as we start rolling down, try to stay with me. It's gonna get worse. Gonna get kind of gross. Show a picture here. Dermatophagia.
We're gonna have a secret for all those who stay.
Yeah, but at the end of the video, we have a pretty awesome secret. So stick around. Seriously, don't leave. And if you skip in, I'll know and I'll kill you. I'll go to your house, I'll fucking kill you. I'll beat you with a hammer. You know that happened? Then skip to this timestamp right now. This is a compulsion to bite and consume the skin of your own body. It's commonly performed on the hands, like chewing calluses and sucking on knuckles. Never have I once seen that in my life, and that would be fucking disgusting to see a guy like this. Why that guy feel kind of good though, huh? I'm kind of sitting there, I'm like, It could also include other areas of the body, like biting the lips and cheeks to the point of causing painful sores. People that engage in this habit often have visible scarring on their body and have irritated skin. Similar to the precious types, dermatophagia can often result in infections, and the damage done to the skin can cause people to socially isolate themselves due to the shame and embarrassment of their condition. I just want to say this now, I don't want to sound rude, but anyone who does any of this shit, biting for your all that, hide. And don't come out. Go into a cave, pull a big rock over the opening, and stay there until you die, and let your soul rot in hell for all eternity.
Message received.
Message fucking receipt. One woman who was living with this disorder for over 20 years has dealt with a constant struggle to get rid of the bad habit, and even the risk of infection didn't motivate her to stop, with her longest break from the habit only lasting 5 weeks. People in relationships with those affected by this condition reveal that the constant sounds of chewing skin drives them insane. For the rest of I read this, just put that as background audio. One man begs for advice online, explaining that her hands, which are calloused, bleeding, and covered in loose skin, are so damaged that he no longer wants to hold her hand. It's devastating. Listen to that sound. He's like, I'm not touching that. Hold it. You know, she's like sitting there. It's like all looks like a chewed up hot dogs. You want to go for a walk? And be like, I just can't do it, dude. Adversity. You know what's one thing I can't do? Adversity. Any roadblock, I'm out of there. It's got to be perfect.
Could you imagine getting a hand job from those hands?
That'd be awesome. I bet you a hand job from some zombie hands would be insane. Be like a lizard's back or something.
That doesn't sound...
You don't like that?
No.
That doesn't sound very pleasing, honestly. And another woman online discusses her husband who, after recently getting married, witnesses him secretly peeling large pieces of his foot skin and eating it. The second that he comes home from work, pops his sock off, and goes to town. Once again, to the point where she feels too repulsed to kiss him. Peeling off your fucking heel skin like a anaconda shedding its skin is insane. But, you know, as we progress through the types of auto-cannibalism, things only start to get more bleak, like trichophagia. This refers to the act of ingesting one's own hair. Often to relieve stress, it can extend past just the hair on your head, but with some people pulling out beard hairs, eyebrows, eyelashes, and even hair from their genital area. Can you imagine munching down on some taint hair? This condition is seen mostly in younger children and can cause some pretty alarming health problems outside of usual bald spots that occur from pulling out your hair. Those that consume their hair for several years can slowly develop a trichobezoar to form inside their stomach. What? Just what? This picture. Pretty sure it's just a ball of hair, like a fucking cat. Ugh. Because hair is hard for the body to break down and digest, it gets stuck inside of your body. Essentially, a human hairball forms that can sometimes travel down your gastrointestinal tract and into the bowels as it reaches the limits of your stomach wall. This is known as Rapunzel syndrome and can result in its own terrifying list of complications. Trichophagia, if left untreated, can be life-threatening. The only recourse is invasive surgery, where somebody's got to come in and probably like pull that fucking hair out. Show some pictures of that.
Probably can't show that.
I'll show it. If it's blurred, I'm sorry. Even as a child as old as 9 was rushed to the hospital due to Rapunzel syndrome, Sophie Goss had been constantly pulling out and eating her hair, to the point where her mother started putting olive oil on it at night and giving Sophie gloves to prevent her from yanking on it. So she's probably like, whoop.
She was seasoning it.
Well, I was like, this is gonna taste delicious, probably. But she's probably like, it's probably like oiling it up. She's like, why can I not? At one point, she approached her mother and told her she felt like she was going to die after throwing up a hairball and passing out. She was rushed to the hospital where a hairball the size of her belly had to be removed surgically after it created a hole in her stomach. That's insane, man. Like, I mean, think about it. That's like a hairball like that big, like a hair volleyball. Now let's talk about one of the strangest types of auto-cannibalism, auto-vampirism. Simply put, these people are drinking their own blood, all right? We've seen some people kind of mess with it. Right? Brian Johnson, the man who's living forever. We deal in blood, but these people are drinking their own blood. They're stabbing themselves and like, They're like a giant Capri Sun canister, right? Often self-harming for the sole purpose of doing so. Some believe it is participated by some strictly for sexual pleasure, while others form an unyielding compulsion. Some also believe that consuming such a large amount of iron can actually be toxic to the human body. It's hard to know much about this specific condition, seeing as it's incredibly rare, but one woman, a 38-year-old makeup artist named Georgina Condon, documented her experience with this practice. She began picking scabs off her body and desiring a taste for blood at the age of 12, a feeling she compares to hankering for red steak. Can you imagine pulling off a scab and actually just like looking at the little motherfucker and being like, like a Listerine strip? Supposedly, she is terrified of needles and blades, which stopped being an issue once she met a man named Zamal at the vampire-themed Bloodlust Ball in Brisbane. He became her blood donor, cutting him and feeding from him every week to stay satisfied. She explains that she would never consume blood from another donor, as this would technically be cheating. Some people who want to consume parts of their own body choose to make it a whole event rather than just drinking their own blood. They decide to use it to cook an elaborate meal, like the woman who cooked a human blood sausage. Oh, this looks disgusting. Doesn't it look nasty? Das was gut. Gwen Vandersvan, despite being dissuaded from doing so from her peers, decided to cook a blood sausage using her own blood. She didn't see what the big deal was, seeing as people eat pigs and cows without feeling anything at all. She slowly crafted the blood sausages, deciding to serve them to herself along with a friend. According to her, it was very an enjoyable experience. I bet she's real fun. What, so we do it to cows all the time? I can't do it to myself? I hate when people do that shit. Oh, okay. So I guess should we just eat the dogs too? If my fat ass was given blood sausage and I was like, you want that? I'd be like, no. There's no way my blood can be good. I'd be like, no thanks. We now have to talk about the weirdest side of auto-cannibalism. Some people don't just eat their hair or small parts of their skin. They eat their entire limbs off their body. Let's talk about people eating their fingers. David Playpens, who was caught in a nasty motorcycle accident, had one of his fingers turn completely black. He was told he would have to have it amputated, but David had no interest in getting rid of it. He had also been curious about what human flesh tastes like and ultimately decided to take the finger home so they could cook it and eat it. He kept the bones as a souvenir. I've actually wondered what human tastes like, so I'd rather do that. I would say, excuse me? Would you eat, if your leg was gonna be cut off, would you cook and eat part of your leg?
No.
You said that with a lot of uncertainty. Would you?
So is someone gonna cook it up and serve it to me?
Yeah, like nice. However nice it could be. I bet my fat ass knives would taste sweet.
I'd be disgusted with it. I don't know. I'd be like, I just feel bad. My leg.
Sad eating your leg. Well, another man from New Zealand who suffered from severe depression decided on a whim that he would cut off one of his fingers for the purpose of cooking it alongside some veggies and eating it. No drugs and alcohol were involved. He was simply assessed by psychiatrists to have a vulnerable personality structure. Whatever the that means.
Did someone tell him to do it?
Yeah, he's like, okay, fine.
Or the thought just popped up, might as well.
Well, I think I will, actually. It was revealed that after being attacked by two men, he fantasized for the first time about not only killing them, but eating them as well. He claimed doing this would, quote, rob them of everything, which he felt they deserved. I do love that he's just like, I want to kill him. I also want to eat him. Only then will they have paid their debt. During a depressive episode, he started battling on insomnia and started having endless thoughts about cutting off his fingers, eventually trying to shoelace around one and slicing it off with a jigsaw. He originally planned to cut it off and consume 2 more fingers the next day, but was given more serious medical care before he could do so. He admits that he regretted the decision in the end. It's just like a crazed fucking manic episode, basically. I wonder where the fingers, though.
Probably like the easiest thing to cut off and not like bleed out.
You think so? I feel like it's just something of like you have the thought and what's the first thing you see? He's just like, that's the first thing he saw. I feel like, I'd want, if I was gonna eat part of myself, I want this part of your palm. Doesn't that just look juicy? Scoop that out with a melon baller.
I'd go for a little ham hock.
You like a little ham hock?
Or a little muffin top.
Ooh, my muffin top would taste delicious. My muffin top would be sweet, baby. Nice little sweet potato with it. I'd be like, God damn, I'm gonna get a little sweet tooth after this. I want ice cream. And to keep the train rolling, how about we talk about the death row inmate who ate his own eyeballs? Eyeballs, ladies and gentlemen. Not just one. Pop both his muffins in. If there's a little melon bar. In 2004, a man named Andre Thomas was imprisoned after murdering both his wife, his 4-year-old son, and a 13-year-old daughter. It was reported that he cut out and held onto the hearts of both of his children and was doing so because God himself directed him to save them from the demons that lived inside of them, aka great mentally well guy. Not only did the doctors diagnose him as a paranoid schizophrenic, but he was also under the influence of a mixture of weed, alcohol, and cough syrup. I feel like the cough syrup was probably more at the play there. Yeah, he was smoking reefer. Yeah, he drank a little alcohol. And he drank a bunch of cough syrup. Sure, we could blame the cough syrup all day. He was given the death penalty and put on death row, but a later case was made that he did not deserve to be executed, as he was mentally ill man, not sound of mind. Which I say, off, dude. All right, then fine, then kill the monster. You know what I mean? Put him down. Bye-bye. While the man was behind bars, he had become convinced that the government was listening to the thoughts in his head. This motivated him to gouge out both of his eyes. He made the decision to consume his left eye after the fact because, quote, he was certain they would figure out some way to put it back in. Which, wouldn't you hate that? The eyeball thing is crazy, but after reviewing this document, this was supposed to be the first one that we're going to talk about. But in my opinion, it is by far the most grotesque. So if you've made it this far, I appreciate you, but buckle up because I'm saying I want editor load this shit up with the most disgusting B-roll. This is by far the most disgusting section of the video. I'm of course referring to as mucophagy, which mucophagy refers to the act of feeding on your own mucus.
I like the word feeding.
I do too. too. Like a bib and stuff. For some, this is nothing strange. Who hasn't eaten their buggers at least once, right? As a little kid? Little pick and scratch, little eat, who knows? While most view this act as gross and unsightly, some doctors swear by the health benefits of ingesting your own mucus. According to Dr. Joseph Mercola, consuming your dried mucus acts as a sort of potential vaccine, strengthen your body's immune system by creating antibodies and help it fight future diseases. Researchers at MIT claim that eating boogers can help protect your teeth from cavities, as ingesting it releases salivary mucins that form a barrier on your teeth that blocks bacteria. Others believe that there's not really enough research surrounding booger eating to guarantee the benefits that some people say. And not only that, but it encourages the spreading of germs of household objects, which can lead to more people getting sick.
That's why you eat, with a spoon.
You eat it with a spoon. So outside of proposed health benefits or compulsion, some just enjoy the taste. And here's a nice quote straight from the booger connoisseur's mouth. He says, and I quote, "I've loved picking my nose and eating my boogers for as long as I can remember. Not only is the feeling of picking my nose very satisfying, the more substantial the booger, the more excited I get. The taste is unlike anything I've tried before. Amazing salty flavor. If it's a dried booger, it's usually even more delectable. But runny boogers are fun to be slurped up like spaghetti." A woman that had been married for 5 years has strongly considered getting a divorce after discovering her husband had been hiding a terrible booger eating habit. After walking in on it, she asked what he was doing, to which he smiled and exclaimed, "Eating my booger?" Why does this feel the most disgusting out of everything? This might sound dumb, but it's because he feels so juvenile. Like, does it feel like when people do it, they're almost like a baby or something? Like, it's kind of like, almost like diaper play or some shit with it. Eating my booger. I don't know. Also the texture and the color. She repeatedly voices her disgust over how giddy he was to admit what he was doing. Almost as if he was proud of it. His habit caused her to struggle kissing him. Grossed out over the thought of his boogery mouth, which I'd be saying, dude, you're like, and you're just like picturing like his gums, like boogers in his gums or on his tongue or something. Oh god, he's doing that. Was like, whatever, that kind of shit. Ugh. It's not clear if they ever got divorced, but she admitted that she no longer respects him the way she used to, which is just awesome.
What if you found out if Allison was a secret booger eater?
I wouldn't care, dude. That's my bitch.
What if she's eating the horse's boogers?
If I went down and I saw my wife putting her face on like a horse's nostril and she was eating that, I'd probably run. That's insane. That's insane. To be fair though, if it was like a big like a big one and she was like, I mean, I just don't know, dude. I just don't know.
Do you think? Okay, well, I think I know this answer, but is it worse to eat other people's boogers?
Yes. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Without a fucking doubt in my mind, yes. Oh my god. But as a final treat, we're going to throw in a story about a cult leader who made his followers eat his waste. So let's talk about the Thai feces eating cult. Tawi Nanra is a Thai cult leader who gained infamy in 2022 after police raided his remote jungle compound in Chayaphum. The 75-year-old man was arrested after the bodies of 11 members were found alongside him. For years, Nanra ran a cult in which he referred to as the father of all religions. He taught his followers that all ailments and illnesses could be cured by eating his skin and various body secretions. His followers would consume his dandruff, mucus, skin, piss, and shit. And the various bodies found belonged to followers that foolishly believed in his treatments, and none of his followers were doing anything by force, with one officer witnessing a member willingly drink urine during the arrest. His followers chased after the police car as the 75-year-old man was taken away. They swore by their teachings, refuting criticism made by the public about their disgusting practices. And one member, in regard to eating Nanra's waste, states, quote, "There isn't even an odor. Only those with tainted mind may smell it." Which I gotta say goes so hard. You smell shit? Probably because you have a dark soul. That goes kind of hard, dude. He was denied bail and remained in custody as the police began an investigation into the cult's strange activity.
Could you imagine, like, him just sitting there? Do you think he had nose pickers?
Oh, dude, no, I think that he's sitting there and he's doing his teachings. He's like, only through me is everything here. And he like does this and a girl like crawls up. Oh. Probably do it with like and shit too. You have to suck my fuck and eat my that kind of stuff too.
But only if you want to.
But only if I'm holy. I'm very holy. Listen, auto-cannibalism is a terrifying thing. But there's a treatment for these kinds of conditions like medication and cognitive behavior therapy that can help remove the obsessive compulsions that cause these problems. And if you're someone who is just casually bites their nails or perhaps bites a callus or two, keep an eye on yourself. may think it's stress relieving, but it's not entirely harmless. Thank you so much, and hey, I hope your bellies are full while you're eating your fingernails and skin off the heel of your foot and shit and boogers and all that during this. The booger section of this video, if you made it all the way through, I appreciate you. I don't know why, but shit feels so less invasive than the boogers. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I have a clean mind. I have a clean mind, that's why. Thank you all so much, and I will catch you in the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sitting down because today we're talking about more alternative health solutions. Are you a disgusting, dare I say, dying human being right now, like myself? I'm writhing away. I'm crumbling in on myself. It's disgusting. So I wanted to take time to look at some of the other health alternatives out there. Is there more pee in this one?
No.
We're taking steps in the right direction. What about poo?
No poo?
In a way, I'm slightly disappointed. Nowadays, it seems like everyone is trying to find a new undiscovered way to improve their health. We've talked about alternative health methods in the past, and boy, are there plenty more where that came from. It seems that no matter what your health concern is, there's some random person on the internet that's already figured out a simple solution. Like people using bleach and turpentine to cure autism. Jeezy. It's a witch's brew.
This was in 2019 too.
I needed to come back right now. I need a cure for the tisms for me, Angie, or everyone in this place. I think it's got a little bleach, a little turpentine. Then we can finally throw away the fidget spinners and, you know, everything else that we used to stim in this. I'm not gonna list all the things we used to stim in this building, but it's a lot. So I thought today we'd talk about some of the crazy alternative health trends and some of the bizarre health gurus promoting them.
So this is how I got these. Breath work.
First up, let's talk about one of the alternative health methods that claim to replace actual medical treatment, like psychic surgery, aka pretend surgery. People pretend to do surgery on you and it makes you feel better. What was that, like the phantom pain, whatever? Do you think it's something like that? The only reason I even know about this is because of the House episode where he like lives by a Canadian Vietnam vet or something. House like keeps him captive in his house. He like locks him up and he's like, open your hand. And he's like, there's a mirror to it on his hand that he doesn't have one here. And he just, and it heals him. Finally. It's the only reason why I know what Phantom Pain is.
And then the Phantom Menace.
Dun, 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 dun. The best character in Star Wars Episode 1. I don't want to hear any gripe in the comments. It's Sebulba. Love Sebulba. Walks in his hands like his like weird little basset hound face. He's like, oh. He's a little cocksucker. He's an asshole. Anyways, first up we're talking about psychic surgery, aka pretend surgery. The phrase psychic surgery refers to a pseudoscience that involves simulating surgical procedures with fast hand movements and an assortment of props like fake blood and animal parts. Don't traumatize me. Operation success! I'd be fucked up when I didn't see anything. You worked on me? Oh yeah. Which psychic surgery is a spiritual practice originated from Brazil and the Philippines, using the placebo effect to convince people that they have been healed. This often leads to the death of innocent people who put off serious medical procedures that could have easily saved their lives. It's like, what is it, the Man on the Moon, whatever, the Jim Carrey one, where it's like the people faking and they're like pulling out like fake stuff and he like looks over and realizes it's not real. Gotta play Operation with yourself. One of the most well-known practitioners of psychic surgery is a man referred to as John of God.
At least he's not proclaiming he's God.
I'm a John of God.
But there's nothing godly about him.
A man living in Brazil that sees patients from all across the world who travel to receive his care. During procedures, he goes into trance-like states, channeling the power of God, spirits, and dead doctors from the past to help those in need. Free of charge! Although, he does accept donations. He's like, no, seriously, it's free. Just saved your life. It's like a guilt trip, I bet. No, I mean, it's whatever. You healed? You feel good? I feel great. Pay it forward. Well, do you want me to pay it? No, not me. I'd like to think that a guy like John of God is, he's channeling like a House kind of character. Him yelling at the person, they're like slipping in and out of consciousness with like laughing gas. You're gonna be just fine. I'm a doctor! If someone's using anesthesia on you, if someone like put on a clown mask and they were like, welcome to hell, would that induce like a nightmare?
Do you dream on anesthesia?
I don't know. I've only been on it once, and then like I'm horrified to go on it now. I hate people telling me shit. Cause now I'm like, if I ever have a surgery, I'm just like, let me die. I mean, one of the cases where I don't come out of it. You gotta be like an old head, dude. Like my mom, barely happens. They just don't care. Instead of giving people anesthetics, he would provide them energized water, as well as having assistants meditate nearby to provide spiritual energy. It's like 3 5-hour energies. You're gonna want to slam this. Despite the silliness of the practice, he was notable enough to show up on Oprah Winfrey's show, and after this, he skyrocketed into international fame. Even though he's getting international, fame and all that stuff because Oprah. Hey, well, you go on Oprah show. This is that where Dr. Phil came from too, and Dr. Oz even. The fuck's up with all these doctors, dude? This practice was believed to be doing more harm than good, convincing people they were healed to the point of avoiding real medical treatment. And in the 70s, the FTC called it a total hoax, warning travel agencies not to encourage booking tours of psychic surgeries.
That's big pharma trying to shut you down.
That is big pharma. Oh, I'm sorry. Tylenol's pissed, dude. Tylenol's just like, stop it. Andy Kaufman had gone to the Philippines, hoping to use a string of psychic surgery sessions to cure his metastatic lung cancer. There was no noticeable difference, and the cancer took his life soon after. Okay, here it is, Man on the Moon. That's what it was then. Because they're acting like, oh, I'm pulling out the sickness.
Tricking your brain to be like, I'm good.
In reality, what John was doing was much, much darker. His real name was Joao Teixeira de Faria, and he was accused in 2018 of sexually abusing nearly 600 women.
So he just grabbed a little titty while he was pulling out an organ.
That's what it kind of sounds like, right? He's like a little clown show thing. Smell the flower. Faria would lure women who were desperate for the miracle medical aid, only to be given a private session at his spiritual hospital. There, he would sexually abuse them. Okay. The age range of his victims would range from 9 to 67 years old. He's like, if it walks, you can get a private session with me. God damn!
At least he didn't discriminate.
What a disgusting thing to say, you rat f. And Faria denied everything. And years later, he was sentenced to 118 years in prison. And you can start to see how some of these health practices became harmful. Often medical misinformation can lead to further harm and even death. Speaking of which, how about we talk about apitherapy, also known as injecting yourself with bee venom.
The bees! That doesn't seem bad.
Inject yourself with bee venom?
Yeah.
Why?
There might be some kind of like healing property or
yeah, but couldn't you say that about anything? You drink a gallon of piss. It comes from the human body.
It's waste.
It's bee venom.
I don't know what's in bee venom.
Dude, don't put it in you. What are you talking about? It came from a bee, not from a human. It's bee waste. It's literally bee poison. I don't know. Could be good. The practice of apitherapy involves utilizing chemicals found inside bee products. This may include bee venom, honey, beeswax, and more. I mean, sure. Go inject honey into your veins then, dude. Do it. Apitherapy can be simple as eating honey for its health benefits, but as dangerous as injecting bee venom directly into your bloodstream. Whenever you get stung by a bee, does it go into your bloodstream?
Yeah.
So it'd have to, right? It's a syringe worth, though. A bee is this big. If you had a concert, you're like, I need fucking more. I don't think it'd be good. Which the actor Gerard Butler, 300, King Leonidas and much, had once attempted to inject himself with bee venom after a 12-hour-long day performing stunts for the movie Geostorm. He wanted to take advantage of the potential anti-inflammatory benefits. After he heard of a man injecting himself with bee venom, he decided to invite him to the set to perform it on him. And after injecting it, this is so stupid. I heard you inject yourself with bee venom. Yeah. I want you to do it to me. Anti-inflammatory. Dude, put on some icy hot like the rest of us. Hollywood actors are so full of themselves, man. My God. After being injected with it, he entered anaphylactic shock, and he describes his feeling during an interview. These are some quotes. It's awful. Creepy crawlies all over me. Swelled up, heart's going to explode, but I go through it, and then I find out he gave me 10 times too much. I like to think it was like a comically large, like Acme, like Looney Tunes deal. All right, Mr. Butler. Time for your medication. And for one 55-year-old woman, this treatment ultimately took her life. She'd been going to bee acupuncture sessions monthly for 2 years and experienced no adverse side effects. Bee acupuncture, dude? Maybe it is a holistic thing where it's like, it's a bee, not big pharma. It's not big icy hot. In a social setting, would you say that out loud? Proudly? I don't think I tell anybody. Hey, I gotta go. Where are you going? Hey, you gotta go get the bee acupuncture. Because you know what it also kind of sounds like? Sounds like somebody just puts bees on your body.
I bet you that's what they do. They take live bees and just...
Do you think so? How the fuck are you going to catch a bee and then sit it down and be like, stinger? I bet you they have the bee venom, and I bet you they dip a little bit of it. Don't shake your head and listen to me. I listened to your stupid bee thing. Listen to me. They dip it a little bit in a little jar, and they poke it in. But it's very minuscule. That seems more plausible than a guy like in a room full of bees spraying some of that fumigating dust everywhere. The person's like, ah, ah, laying on the bed. Shh. Yeah, this gets them real horned up.
Editor, who's right?
If it's Nick, I'm gonna kill myself. If it's Nick, put a gun to my head and shoot me. But suddenly, it all changed. After a session, she began wheezing and losing consciousness. She was hospitalized where doctors found that her blood pressure dropped dramatically. She was put into a permanent coma and eventually dying of multi-organ failure weeks later. Bee products are seen to have a lot of potential, but the science isn't there yet. Anyone trying to utilize this type of treatment ends up doing so with a serious risk. Yeah, I don't know. Would you do bee treatment?
I would try one sting.
I would do one. Give me one bee sting and that's it. When's the last time you've been stung by a bee?
I think I was like 6th grade. I stepped on one.
Horrible. I got stung on my finger, like right here when I was younger at a baseball tournament from like a hornet. And one of my buddy's dads, who was a cigarette smoker, he's like, I know how to treat this. I was smoking a cigarette. He took another one of his cigarettes and like unrolled the tobacco and he was like putting it on my finger and shit and rubbing it in. And I was like, He's like, how does it feel? I was like, it feels the same. And he's like, water! And he brought water over. He took some of the ice from it and he was like rubbing my finger and he kept taking tobacco leaves and was pinching it in. He's like rubbing around like that. He's like, how about now? I feel like it made it worse. I was like, okay, yep, feels good. He's like, yeah, I got you. Also, I was like, it's not even regular tobacco. They're like Marlboros or something. I'm like, there's bleach and chemicals in it, dude.
I thought he was gonna like light a cigarette and then put it out.
Burn out. Yeah, that would just be child abuse. Yeah, all the other people are like, we didn't have any bees. If you thought that these health practices couldn't get any more bizarre, maybe it's time for us to talk about drinking colloidal silver. Colloidal.
Colloidal.
Yeah. Which colloidal silver is a liquid that consists of tiny silver particles. I feel like Bill Nye half the time. Colloidal silver is a liquid that consists of tiny silver particles. Bill.
The planet's on fire.
While this is pushed online as a dietary supplement, there's very little research to prove its supposed health benefits. Is this that thing of blue that you're talking about?
Oh no, that's
Methylene blue.
Methylamine thing, that's what RFK is drinking. My secret blue deal is your child have autism. Does your child have a peanut allergy? Take a squirt of this, but this in your mouth. People believed using silver medically could treat infections and wounds. When? In the Middle Ages? It also kills werewolves. This was before the creation of antibiotics. While it seems to help with some skin wounds, it is more dangerous than people are led to believe. The side effects can be pretty alarming. It can cause organ damage, burning, pain in the hands and feet, psychosis, and even seizures. Jacob upstairs, a little epilepsy. Well, when next time he has a seizure, I'm gonna get him some methylamine. But don't tell him. And don't tell OSHA. The most absurd side effect being that the buildup of silver inside of one's body causes the skin to become discolored. What results is a permanently bluish gray pigment in the skin. And I know exactly where we're going. The Papa Smurf dude. Paul Carrison is basically the poster child for the skin condition known as argyria. He had heard false claims about its health benefits and rejuvenation capabilities from a magazine, which led to him ingesting silver diluted into 10 ounces of water daily. God damn, dude.
He's looking good.
He's looking very good. He claimed that his acid reflux and arthritis completely vanished. And over time, however, the silver poisoning led to his skin becoming a sickly, bluish gray color. It's pretty gross, if I'm being honest. Looks like bad meat, like moldy bread or something. If someone hasn't gifted him an Infinity Gauntlet yet, that is bullshit. He was so sure that the silver had cured him that he kept taking it despite his skin color. And in fact, he started getting ionic foot baths to fix his skin color through detoxification, which is another untested and unproven pseudoscience. He's basically just like a walking Chernobyl victim. In 2013, Carrison died at the age of 62. He had endured a heart attack, which led to severe strokes as well as pneumonia. He ingested colloidal silver until the very end of his life. So he's just like, I'll be fine in 10 minutes. Just give me a breather. Speaking of eating things for medical benefits, let's talk about the ridiculous diets that have come from the world of alternative health.
Today, my friends and I are frying bull testicles. It's the veins for me.
Like eating raw chicken, which is just disgusting. Raw chicken is so gross. Even just like nice, like before you cook it, I hate touching it. Smelling it, it's, oh God.
I always worried that my chicken's rotten.
You smell it, you're like, is this sour? Yeah. I almost want to keep one that is bad so I can compare them. We gotta throw out that milk in the fridge, by the way. When we're done recording this, go over, unscrew that milk thing and smell it. Dude, you have to. I did it the other day. It was horrible. You gotta do it at least once. Believe it or not, many people have taken to eating raw chicken. It is believed that this is how humans are meant to eat, seeing as eating raw meat food is the closest you can get to nature and our ancestors. Millions and millions of years ago. Also, I'm pretty sure that they died off really quickly until a guy was like, I'm just gonna throw this into the fire and then eat it. And that's why we're still here. Despite the clear risks that come with eating raw chicken, like vomiting, diarrhea, parasites, and salmonella poisoning, there's been an alarming increase in search results for whether or not it's okay to ingest raw chicken. Online, you can find many influencers chowing down on raw chicken as commentators watch and discuss. Viewer discretion is advised. I'm not watching it. I've seen it before, I'm not watching it again. And one of these raw meat connoisseurs takes it to a whole new level. Scott lives in his fermented raw meat.
I feel like I maybe shouldn't, but I'm going to because I dreamt about it.
Scott Lives is an influencer that swears by the practice of eating raw, fermented meat. It is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Because also he has these jars, he opens it and smells them. It's disgusting. It's basically paste. It's just pieces of meat that are breaking down. I mean, it's rotten meat. It's just rotting, whatever. So like the blood and all the stuff in it, that's just from the meat disintegrating. It's disgusting.
You have to open them every day. If they open it, if they pop and hiss, that's how you know it's progressing well.
People believe that this process results in an increase of concentrated vitamins and minerals, probiotic benefits, boosting immunity and reducing the risk of foodborne illnesses. Not only that, but people are actually finding that eating fermented meats is getting people high. That's the reason. According to a consultant dietitian that spoke to Vice, quote, if you're leaving this out for anything from days to months to years, who knows what kinds of bacteria are going to grow. And some of those bacteria might have chemical properties that are going to give you a high or hallucination or a feeling of euphoria. So maybe that's also why people are like, I just feel so good. Holy shit. After I just vomited shit in my pants and just puked up blood, I feel great. This is awesome. But despite this, there's a wide range of bacteria being introduced to your system when ingesting rotten meat. This poses serious health risks, my friends. I feel like this is all obvious. Don't eat bad chicken. Yeah, dude. Scott will post videos himself showing off putrid, blackened, high meat he's been fermenting before ingesting it. Very often, he will talk about the immense amounts of diarrhea he's endured from this diet. It's always pretty funny. He's like, yeah, I had tons of diarrhea yesterday, but here we are checking it. He's like always in a parking lot, opening these things in like jars in the back of his car. It looks insane. But Scott doesn't shy away from chicken as well. In one video, he eats a raw fermented chicken meal while he once again explains that he has had constant diarrhea, but claims it's a good thing because it's one of the main ways to detox the body.
Well, I don't always have diarrhea, but I do go through phases where I do have diarrhea every day. Like diarrhea is the second strongest form of detox.
In some videos, he is clearly struggling to eat the meat, all while telling the camera about how good it tastes. You know, you gotta be like, it's so good. Like shaking. You know, it gets real when people start doing the shake. Along with his fermented meats, he eats a concoction he refers to as lube, a mixture of raw eggs, butter, and lemon juice. And according to Scott, this primal lifestyle can cure epilepsy, anxiety, asthma, vision impairment, dandruff, arthritis, dry skin, Crohn's disease, insomnia, autism, dizziness, paranoia, eczema, fatigue, and even schizophrenia, which Scott definitely does not have. Now, of course, Scott isn't just sharing his knowledge out of the goodness of his heart, right? That wouldn't be nice of him. Like most people claiming to have miracle health knowledge, he sells coaching sessions to make money off his teachings. Duh. Wait, you're telling me the guy that lives in a park or is living out of his car with fermented jar meat, he has to sell coaching? Oh, okay, just making sure.
I mean, he's eating it, but do you think it's bullshit? Because I've seen videos of him like commenting on his fat, being like, oh no, it's actually healthy to be fat.
So you think that he's eating like Lay's potato chips and shit? He's not really eating the raw meat. Part of me wants to always say everything you see online is fake, is a lie. I think that those are probably real jars that he's smelling and he's throwing up, but I would probably say he doesn't eat a lot of it. I bet you anything that motherfucker's selling teaching classes and he's eating Little Debbie oatmeal cream cakes and all that kind of shit, you know what I mean? No, it's good to have this. Moving on, many people see results participating in the act of fasting. If you haven't fasted before, it's the worst thing. You'll lose weight, there's that, but you'll also go, it's the fucking worst. And a recent deviation from this trend has emerged.
Hunger is different than starvation. Understand that, you fat f.
One that is far less safe I'm gonna talk to you about is called dry fasting. So all these little people were like, oh yeah, I fast for 2 days. You've done nothing. Have you dry fasted, bro? I doubt it. Dry fasting is when you avoid any type of liquid during your fasting period.
Oh my God.
I know. People believe this results in weight loss, cell regeneration, delayed aging, and reduced inflammation. How they thought that, I don't know who's coming up with the results of this, but you're already not eating. So usually during fasting, you're drinking a shit ton of water. Like it's like you're hydrating to the max. Usually it's eating off all of your fat storage. So people are like fasting, they're detoxing, and then like they're just like drinking tons of water and just like getting all the shit out of their system. And this, you're doing nothing. You're starving yourself. You're starving to death. It's basically just like, you ever see the movie 127 Hours? Yeah. You want to do that without your leg getting pinned? Sure. As it turns out, not a lot of data to prove any of these claims. However, dry fasting can lead to dehydration, which is proven to cause kidney problems as well as constipation, decreased focus, fatigue, and even headaches. The more serious risks of dry fasting include seizures, kidney failure, brain swelling, in some cases death. But come on. Gotta lose them pounds, dude. For people who want to avoid eating processed and unhealthy foods, they may be looking for something a little more extreme. For them, there's breatharianism, the diet that consists of only air. Breatharianism is the ability to survive without the need of any type of sustenance, be it food or water. What the hell are we doing? Like, there's gonna be some guy just being like, I don't eat steak or water, I'm just gonna... Oh my God, that's it, and I'm full. According to one couple, Akahi Ricardo and Camilla Costella, this sounds like some LA names, dude. They have been living off the universe's energy for 9 years. Bullshit. Bullshit. Aside from a piece of fruit and drinking vegetable broth 3 times a week, they live a fairly food-free lifestyle that they claim has allowed them to experience a variety of health benefits on top of lowering expenses. This extends to Costello's pregnancy, where she refused to eat for 9 months before giving birth to their youngest child. And throughout the entire process, she explains that her blood work all came out perfect. According to her, quote, I knew my son would be nourished enough by my love and that this would allow him to grow healthy in my womb. However, there's a catch, as there always is. Both Ricardo and Costella teach courses about breatharianism, which makes their news coverage more like advertisements for their lifestyle courses. Bet you anything, old Ricardo, he's slipping in and out every once in a while. He's getting it jungle style. They note that they do not force their children to practice breatharianism as well, which is probably for good reason considering that numerous deaths have resulted from their practice, from this practice. I don't want to say their practice.
They didn't make it up. That's crazy.
Well, they didn't make it up, but I'm just saying. They're pushing it. In 1999, a woman was found dead in the Scottish Highlands in her attempt to practice this religious act of breatharianism. She was taking a 21-day conversion course that involved denying all food and water. And after the 21 days, it is believed that the participant will no longer feel hunger or thirst again, ever. I'm serious. Mark it down. Forever. 21 days. Police found her near her tent in the fetal position after dying of starvation. How do you think that they went 9 years? She probably just didn't believe hard enough, I bet. That's probably why.
It's the broth and vegetable.
You gotta have at least broth. Broth's all you need to survive. There's a lot of calories in broth. With so many alternative health trends coming onto the main stage, you'd think it'd be hard to think of new, unique ones. But don't worry, there's plenty more. Let's talk about genital maxing. For example, ball slapping. You slap your balls, it hurts. It hurts good. Oh, ooh. Oh, come on now. According to some health gurus, slapping your balls can have positive benefits. According to influencer and practitioner Troy Casey, it's an ancient kung fu practice that stimulates testosterone production. This means that it supposedly increases your semen production on top of increasing your chi. Supposedly, he does them after taking an ice bath, which results in feeling of euphoria. I think we said this last time. I'm never going to do a ice bath, so people stop asking me.
Why not?
It's cold. I don't want to do it.
Just dip your balls in the ice bath.
If I can dip my balls in the ice bath to where they get numb and I start ball slap maxing, then maybe I will. It goes without saying that Troy Casey also sells his products on his website on top of hosting his own health retreats. They always have something to sell, Nick.
Are you gonna make money?
Yeah, and it's bullshit, man, because we have a Patreon. Behind the scenes content's really cool. I'd hate for you to go and check it out and sign up. It's like, whatever. Yeah, and yeah, I have some of my health tips on my Patreon, patreon.com/Mika. It's no big deal. It's like they're like snakes, man. They always they're trying to sell you something. We feel we talk about the men too much. How about one for the ladies out there, huh? For the ladies out there, we have Vagisil, which is a facial for your vagina. Essentially, women have started raising the level of care given to their vulva. Damn. This includes exfoliating, moisturizing, massaging, and using many other products to cleanse that area. Getting a Vagisil supposedly benefits your skin health on top of giving women a new sense of confidence. I never understood that. If I cleaned up my cock and stuff, I don't think I'd just be like, I'm a new man. Would you?
If it looked good.
There's like a nice sheen to it now. Well, goddamn. Hey, they're good looking. Some people treat themselves to Vagisil's from the comfort of their home, while others opt to seek a professional. Oh, this is crazy. This is diabolical. First off, I don't know what kind of like RoboCop technology this is. You know what it kind of looks like? A little bit to me, it's like an everything bagel. I got this facial and it was like, those motherfuckers lay into you. They're just like, you need this. They're just like, yeah, your eyes are all crusty and dry. You're like, what? Oh, really? Is it really? But of course, genital maxing can get much, much more bizarre. So let's talk about the garlic suppository for the vampires out there. Yeast infections are fungal infections found on the skin that result from excessive yeast on the skin or mucous membrane. Evidently, this can take place in a woman's south mouth. A south mouth is a diabolical way to refer to that. God damn, dude. Might as well just call it a thing of catcher's mitt. Holy hell, that is messed up. Because yeast infections are incredibly frustrating to deal with, people over time have tried home remedies to more easily get rid of them. One of them involves using garlic. I feel like I'm getting allergic to it myself.
What?
Garlic. Well, not allergic, but I feel like I get real gassy whenever I have garlic. Do I not?
You do.
Don't know why. And will I stop eating it? I absolutely won't because I love garlic. So if you see me at a Buffalo Wild Wings, steer clear. That's all I gotta say. Essentially, some women have turned to shoving garlic inside themselves as a suppository. There it is. Like a blackjack dealer leaving the table, where they keep it there for hours on end. Supposedly, this method has been used far back as Egyptian times in 1550 BC. Although garlic is believed to have many healing properties across different cultures, there are not enough clinical studies to suggest that this is a reasonable method of removing yeast infections. You know what, dude? I say just let people shove fucking garlic. You gotta think like a little pocket like that. Why not, dude? I'd be treating that thing like a kangaroo pouch. But how about just something a little bit more obscure? Using black salve to treat skin cancer. Black salve, for people who don't know, has been seen by some to be effective alternative cancer treatment in the form of topical paste. It was discovered by Jesse Fell, an American surgeon, in the 1850s. This became a popular herbal treatment for skin cancer, although not properly tested and proven to be a reliable remedy. Over time, people began to discover that this supposed alternative health treatment was actually causing serious health problems. Black salve can cause the destruction of skin tissue, leaving behind dry, dead, and blackened tissue. Sometimes necrosis like this can lead to amputations. This does feel like a very like mid-1800s thing. It'll either survive or we'll have to cut off every limb you have. No ifs, ands, or buts, and also I'm not washing my hands because we don't know that that's a big deal yet. Other side effects of using black salve include intense pain, ulceration, scarring, infections, deformity, and much more. While black salve is described as an easy-to-use miracle remedy, it is still not incredibly safe. Just want to say that. And you know what? I think on there, a little black salve, dude, we've been talking about slapping balls and polishing pussies and stuff like that. I think we're going to call it for today. All I got to say is this, dude. I'm sure that there's holistic ways of dealing with shit. You need big pharma for everything. Get rid of them. I don't like them. I don't. Even the guy who runs Tylenol. What's his name? Shoot him. I'm kidding. All I gotta say is be careful with some of the holistic and at-home practices you use, because you never know. You could turn blue, or your pussy could look like a everything bagel, or your balls get swollen and frozen. I don't know. I'm not a health guy. I don't, look at me. I'm not healthy. Is that a way to end the video? Okay, that's all we have today, guys. Stay healthy. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Benicio Riva is in Milan, Italy, for what may be life-changing medical treatments. A victim of type 1 neurofibromatosis, his body is covered with hundreds of itchy tumors. Decades have gone by without any effective treatment. But now, finally, there's a glimmer of hope.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about some of the most vile people on the internet. Influencer parents. A while back, we did a video on the notorious Ruby Frankie and her family vlog channel, 8 Passengers. We did it with my mom, and it was something that I found extremely fascinating, and it just made you sick to your stomach that somebody could basically prioritize content over their children. Not me and my kids. What if I told you at one time he was alive? Shit. If you don't know Ruby Franke, she made the national headlines for essentially torturing her kids behind the scenes, leaving her trapped up in a house. It's fucking gruesome. There's been documentaries about it. Real fun stuff. I mean, what seemed like a happy, loving family on camera turned out to be a home filled with abuse and fear.
I'm only gonna say it one more time, and then you're gonna lose the privilege to eat dinner.
Bitch. And this story is not an isolated incident. This is something that's been reoccurring time and time again. It seems like a pattern where you cannot mix the selfish nature of content creation with raising a family, and especially whenever one relies on the other. Typically when content creation relies on idolizing your perfect life or perfect family. Doesn't mix, not healthy chemistry. So let's take a look at some of the worst family influencers out there. Starting off with Allie Ray, who, starting off fresh, home run swinging here, nearly killed her baby in the NICU because she was starving for a sandwich. Not the baby, Allison Ray. This controversial mother is a TikTok live streamer who is part of a niche online community called Beg Talk.
Like and subscribe.
Smash that bell. Give me money. Which Beg Talk is where they spend all day on TikTok begging for money. There's a lot of people that do it. Basically, people just being live, gassing people up to just throw money at them for virtually doing nothing besides sitting and having a camera that is live. And of course, getting pregnant gave her the perfect excuse to make content and beg for money on live streams, later revealing it wasn't an accident, but a plan to trap her 19-year-old partner. Lucky dog.
She's got like all the plays: begging, entrapment,
she's
family
like
talk.
She's like King Griffey Jr. in 1997, dude. Unstoppable. There's gonna be a couple people who are like, oh. At first, she claimed it was his idea, but later admitted that it was her plan all along. But things only got worse as the pregnancy went on. At just 33 weeks pregnant, Allie went into labor and was rushed to the hospital. Not wanting to endure a long birth, she pushed to be induced early, telling doctors she couldn't afford to wait since she relied entirely on live stream donations. Doc, I gotta be back live tonight. Can we squirt this thing out quick, please and thank you?
Yeah, just shoot me up with some of that juice.
Shoot me up through my spine with some of that juice and fucking get a coat hanger and start pulling, dude. All right? And after a few days in the hospital, Allie delivered the baby, and it was immediately rushed to the NICU and put on multiple breathing machines and monitors because it was delivered so fucking early. Had to monitor it.
Well, she was live on TikTok saying like, I thought 33 weeks was when babies are born, not 38.
I don't know, maybe somebody who's educated on this can explain this to me, but like, what's the difference between delivering at 33 and 34 weeks? Because either way, the lungs are not fully developed until 37 weeks.
Her doctor was like, let's try to make 34, like really trying to push it.
Why don't we just keep threading that needle of like maybe 35, you know, that kind of thing. One would think that a new parent would be freaking out over their newborn's condition, but for Allie Ray, that was far from the truth. She was happy not to be pregnant and was live on TikTok. Thank God. She was reading comments and accepting roses and galaxies in the NICU. And people were already appalled by the behavior thus far, and she was already receiving a ton of hate for it. Nothing could have prepared viewers for what happens next. Sorry. While live streaming herself holding her daughter, Allie did the unthinkable. Since her baby daddy wasn't there to help out in the hospital room, she unplugged her baby from the breathing machine and monitors to get the attention of a nurse so they could bring her a turkey sandwich.
No, you're fine. It's not an emergency. Oh. I just was gonna see if you could bring me a turkey sandwich.
And it's so sad that this is all on video. Not even on video, it was happening in real time for viewers. Can you imagine just sitting there being like,
yeah, can you imagine the baby?
Yeah, the baby sitting there just like, Allie clearly didn't think she'd done anything wrong, so she did it again in a separate live stream. This time, asking for a drink instead. I bet that was rage baiting. He's fine.
He's thirsty, and so is mommy.
And as soon as it happened, people clipped it and she went viral. Numerous reports were made to the hospital and CPS detailing what Allie had done. And additionally, viewers who had experiences in the NICU were outraged that a mother could disregard their newborn's health like that. Allie tried to defend herself by claiming the nurses told her to unplug the machine, saying, quote, I was told that if I needed something, I should unplug it. That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Jesus Christ.
God, man, you know what's kind of Do you think that she really believes that though? I do think that there's levels of narcissism that come in that you maybe perpetuate a lie so much in your head that you legitimately believe that another person said it.
They probably like, if you need anything, there's like this call button.
It was, that's what I mean. And she's just like, oh, well,
I'll just unplug.
She told me to unplug it so I could just like wheel myself over and get a 7-Up or a Squirt or a Vault. Hey, could you go down to the vending machine and get me a Vault? They're like, what year do you think it is? News articles came out on the situation, and the amount of backlash forced Allie to delete her TikTok account altogether. CPS would do an investigation, but Allie never faced any legal trouble for her actions in the hospital.
All it's gonna do is bring more traction to my page and more money in my pocket, so
happy ending.
So it's a happy ending for Allie, and I'm sure that baby's gonna be just fine as long as she has Vault and turkey sandwiches. In many of these controversial cases, the parents typically have more than 3 children. This provides a steady stream of content, and in theory, it's a good idea, but getting 5+ kids to cooperate is hard. Borderline impossible. And that's where parents lose their patience, like the case of Fantastic Adventure. I gotta say, this is a rough watch today. This is a sad one. I wouldn't say anything probably out of the ordinary. I would say as of late, a lot of weird stuff usually, but this one in particular, I don't know why. This case is so sad. In 2012, Fantastic Adventures began uploading a wide variety of children's content, ranging from scripted comedy skits to costume roleplay. The creator of the account, Michelle Hobson, would use her 3 biological children and her 7 adopted children as characters in each episode.
10 kids?
She's like, 2 more cheaper by the dozen. My favorite Steve Martin film. The channel quickly developed a loyal fan base that tuned into each upload, and at its peak, the account had over 800,000 followers and 250 million views. Hell, I'm gonna start signing up I'm gonna start adopting myself if that's the case. Can't lie, hey, the analytics don't lie. The channel went steady for 5 years until 2017, when controversy struck. Hobson's only biological daughter sent in an anonymous tip to the police for a welfare check on the home. That's a good sign. When police arrived, nobody was prepared for the horror that awaited inside the home. The first child they found was locked in a closet with no food or water in a diaper. The rest of the children were found starved and in a weakened state. According to the children, Michelle had repeatedly beaten them, forced them to take ice baths, sprayed them with pepper spray, and purposely withheld food, all because she believes that they didn't act well enough. And when we say pepper spray as well, just for the video, I don't want to be too gratuitous, but she's not spraying it into your eyes, she's spraying it in, let's just say, an inappropriate place, which just makes me like, what kind of sadistic do you have to be? Can't say that. What kind of sadistic fucking freak do you have to be to do that? It appalls me.
Power trip, I think.
Do you think it's just a power trip, or do you think that the person's just like, wait, I have to upload. I have to, like, going and saying, I gotta get, hey, views are down. Steven, could you come over here?
Well, it's one of those things because she's saying based on poor performance. It's like she's like a theater person.
Well, that's what I mean. Based on poor performance, do you think she means like view-wise, or do you think that she's just like, you guys aren't trying hard enough?
I think it's you guys aren't trying hard enough.
Yeah. See, that's what happened in the Ruby Frankie thing too. When she's like, you need to smile and say this, and they're like, can I fucking do anything else right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Brutal, bro. The children were also found to be developmentally behind because they hadn't attended school in years and instead were kept at home to film and act in YouTube videos constantly. Whoa! And as soon as these conditions were discovered, the children were removed, and Michelle and her 2 older biological sons were arrested. The 2 sons were charged with failing to report the abuse since they allegedly knew what was happening in the house, but the charges were later dropped because there wasn't enough evidence to support them being a part of it.
It's kind of like Ruby Frankie's husband.
Well, I've always been confused about Ruby Frankie's husband because I'm like, what the fuck were you doing? What I don't understand is he's like, well, she kicked me out. I'm like, you didn't want to check on your kids once? He's like, well, I had my faith.
Like, seemed fine on the cameras.
It's fine. How can you watch this go by? It's just weird. Michelle was charged with 5 counts of unlawful imprisonment, 2 counts of molestation, and 7 counts of child abuse, but she never served jail time. Because after being deemed mentally incompetent, she died in a hospital in 2019, effectively bringing the Fantastic Adventure saga to an end. You're mentally unfit, she just fucking like boils in a room. The only thing keeping her alive was pointing a DSLR camera at her. She's like a fucking Japanese like yokai spirit. She's like the ghost in the ring. The nurse is just like cracking the door and looking in. Film me! Film me! Like the Wicked Witch of the West or some shit. Yeah. Most parents will go great lengths to ensure that their kids are healthy and happy. However, one Australian mom got exposed for doing the complete opposite. let's talk about the Harris family. Alana Harris and her husband, Brock, ran a popular family TikTok account with their 1 million followers under the name The Harris Family. Scrolling through the videos, you would think that they were just another happy family sharing their vacations, pregnancies, and family events with the world. The family had 3 kids, 2 boys and a daughter, Daisy, who was diagnosed with tuberous sclerosis complex, which is a rare genetic disorder that causes non-cancerous brain tumors to form. This diagnosis was devastating for the family, and Alana regularly posted her daughter in the hospital, providing the audience with regular updates and expressing gratitude for your support. Oh my God, thank you for watching and donating. I appreciate it. And eventually, a GoFundMe was set up and raised thousands of dollars to cover the cost of Daisy's medical procedures. Yet, after countless operations, doctors noticed that Daisy wasn't getting any better and that her condition was staying the same or even worsening. So a toxicology report was conducted, and it showed that her blood content had high levels of benzodiazepines, other commonly known as Xanax or Valium. Whoa. Fun one. This obviously raised red flags for doctors as they had never prescribed any drugs like that, and doctors continued to investigate the source of the drugs. And it didn't take long to uncover that Alana had been deliberately drugging her child to keep her sick. Gypsy Rose, ladies and gentlemen. That's like a Munchausen thing, right? Yeah. Munchausen by proxy or whatever. Take the Xanax. It'll make you feel like you have wings. Well, I guess for a kid, it'd be the same shit of just like, yep, you have to take it. Just that authoritative tone, you know?
You're sick, honey.
Yeah.
Okay.
God, dude. Fucking unbelievable. Alana did this because she benefited both financially and socially by keeping Daisy sick for content, a pattern consistent with Munchausen syndrome by proxy. The investigation report was handed over to the police, and all of Alana's children were removed from the home while she was taken into custody. Thank God. Brock, her husband, if you forgot that he was fucking there, like every one of these husbands, was initially suspected of aiding his wife and poisoning their child, but he later claimed that he was completely oblivious to the whole thing. I hate that. I fucking hate that. Here's a quote from him.
I had no idea about what Alana was doing to Daisy. I pushed her for these surgeries because of my heart. I felt it would help.
But I didn't do a single thing to put... It's him just being like, he's on his lazy boy watching TV. Babe, we should do that. Am I out of line by just being like, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, there's definitely is like a disconnect, but I could see it.
A disconnect? Hey, I couldn't help but notice that fucking lumpy Lou over here keeps growing things in her head. Like, what the fuck? And you just keep giving her pills. Or you never once saw her give her a pill? Word? Not once? Wait, so are you taking care of it? Yeah. Okay. Like, is that as involved as you are? Like, it just seems insane. Every other friend I have that has a child, like, they know every single thing going on with that child. Like, medication they're taking, anything. Surgery's coming up, whatever. To just be like, well, I just thought she had it totally covered.
That's what I think it was. It's more like, it's not odd to be like, here, take this vitamin or whatever.
No. Her giving the medication to her daughter. I mean, like, you're gonna trust the fucking person that's raising you, right? Yeah. But I just mean, I am so livid by these usually, I mean, in almost all these cases, Ruby Frankie and in this one here, it's like, are you doing nothing? What are you doing? Yeah. Well, I have to work.
I worked 8 hours today.
Well, I didn't. I mean, I just usually come home and I see her lumps and I say, well, okay, well, we gotta figure something out. Well, I get sleepy and I go to bed. I mean, does that not sound ridiculous, dude?
It's emotional. Like, you see your child lumpy and you just kind of want to disconnect and...
No, do you think that's what it is too? He's just like, I can't deal with this.
Yeah.
Like the stress of having to deal with that.
I think it's...
What a good father. I just can't. Yeah. Hey, babe, I'm going to go play Halo Wars in the basement.
Halo Wars?
Did you give her a vitamin? Okay, just making sure. Yeah, Halo Wars. He's like, all he has is an Xbox 360. He's playing games from like 2011. Hey, babe, I'm gonna play Sneak King. He's like, just plays the Burger King game and the... Online, many people were disgusted that they even supported someone like this and spread the story all over the internet. This ensured that the Harris family would be under a microscope for the rest of their lives. Following Alana's arrest, her TikTok account would be shut down. She would be charged with poisoning, torture, child exploitation, and fraud. Which I will say, 2 back-to-back. At least we have 2 arrests back-to-back. Usually on some of these, it's just like, well, actually, to be fair, one melted like a witch and the other one. They're like, you're insane. She's like, yeah! And this one, they're like, all right, I guess you have to go to prison. Are you gonna melt? I don't think so. There are many challenges that come with raising a child, as each child is obviously different. So when you use your kids for content, it can be hard to get all of your kids to align with your narrative or brand. AKA, once again, Ruby Frankie. Gotta get them all together. Kids go through like fucking puberty, they get all moody and all that kind of shit. And after a while, you're like, you need to smile. Mama needs to post to YouTube. We need roses on TikTok. Which, let me tell you something. This is another gut. I mean, all of these are going to be gut punches, but I remember when we were reading this one, it made me actually sick to my stomach. Because for one family, their adopted child was more work than they bargained for. The Ohio-based channel was called The Stauffer Life. Micah and James Stauffer built a family lifestyle brand, gaining over 700,000 followers on their main channel and 300,000 on their garage spin-off channel. And in each video, the parents showed off their hectic life with their 4 kids as they took them to their appointments, celebrated birthdays, and other life milestones, right? 2016 and 2017 marked an exciting time for the family as they were in the process of adopting a 2-year-old from China, who they named Huxley, making sure to record every update along the way. The child they were adopting had severe autism and they were aware of it. And many viewers cautioned the parents about the work it might take to ensure Huxley was properly taken care of. If you already have that many kids and then all of a sudden you're throwing in someone who's going to need that much time and attention, I think people really underestimate what a task that is.
Yeah.
For severe autism, where it's at that point, it's like they can't take care of themselves, you know? But despite this, all Micah had to say was, quote, "But if anything, my child is not refundable." Yet, that's exactly what she did. In 2020, fans began to notice that Huxley stopped appearing in vlogs shortly after a video would be posted answering their questions. After only 3 years of living with the Stauffers, Huxley was sent to a different family within the United States. The reason why Huxley wasn't in the videos is because, like the comment said, they were unprepared for how much work it would take to give Huxley the proper care. And in a now deleted apology video, both Micah and James tried to claim that while they were aware of Huxley's special needs, there were still a lot of unknowns surrounding the conditions.
Do I feel like a failure as a mom? Like 500%.
And fans were outraged at Micah for exploiting her special needs child for views and began turning against her. And fans also created a change.org petition to remove the Stauffer's life's monetization, to which they succeeded. They cut their fucking money.
The one-time change.org.
Yeah, the one-time change.org does some shit. Though the Stauffers were never legally charged with anything, their lives and online reputation have been completely gutted because of their greed. Which I want to say too, first off, knowing that a child that's going to need that kind of attention coming and you're like, yep, I'm totally fine with that, and then to later spend years with a child developing a relationship and then just be like, I can't. I think in many cases, especially if it's still a child and there's another family who's like, we will give them a better life, I don't think there's anything wrong with being like, this is just too much. I think it's just the angle of you 100% could tell that the Stauffers were like, this is going to be a gold mine.
Yeah, here's my little autistic baby we can,
yeah,
you know.
So then they're pawning it off like literally like an animal. Yeah. Like, oh, this is a dog we don't want anymore. There's no morality that way too. And then two, to not be, that's one thing, I don't think people have to be extremely transparent online. I think you have obviously like a personal life, but you don't even update it to where it's like, hey, here's this child that we have now, and then all of a sudden he's just not there anymore, as if no one's gonna notice. It's insane. It's just it's fucking gross. It's gross because I look at it the same way like rich people would buy like, I don't know, an expensive car. Yeah. Or something. Well, I like the model, but I just want something new. It's like that. It's that hands. Like it's. Ugh, I don't know. All narcissists. Yeah. Right. I think all content creators are. They have to be to an extent. But I think I probably am too, dude.
Not us.
Probably us. Probably. Sorry, dude. I fucking suck too. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. I haven't adopted a Chinese severely autistic baby though and pawned it off on somebody else, so I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. The only Chinese baby I have is Modine.
Danny, want to give Danny a kiss?
I gave him a lot of vault earlier, so he's... There it is. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Get it out of here. What the hell is wrong with you? Religion plays a big part in a lot of families' lives, with faith being the glue that holds them together. One example of this on social media was our unique family. Very culty vibes.
Our unique family? Yeah.
Our unique family.
We are chosen by God.
Which it was run by a rabbi and his 9 adopted sons. It's just, I was just like, this is me and my boys. Run by a rabbi and his 9 adopted sons, the TikTok account proudly showcased their Jewish faith, sharing family-friendly content that entertained over 300,000 followers. Chaim Cohen was seen as a righteous man for adopting these 9 boys and giving them a better life outside of foster care. They lived in a huge house, were homeschooled, and seemed to have everything they could have ever needed. But this image would come crumbling down when his 18-year-old son called into an Atlanta podcast and revealed what was truly going on inside the house. According to the son, Chaim had been abusing and neglecting all of his sons for years. He repeatedly withheld food and locked them in their room until 4 p.m., only to abuse them when they were freed. And after the call to the podcast ended, police went to Chaim's house, removed all the children, and took him into custody. When questioned by police, it was discovered that he had been lying about his identity and faith the whole time. That's so crazy, man. That's so fucking crazy. Chaim changed his name in 2009, around the time he claimed to convert to Judaism. He wasn't even a real rabbi, and his claims that his kids come from Jewish families was false too. As soon as they moved in, he changed their names to sound more Jewish, just like he had done with his own name. He also made them grow side locks to fit into the online narrative and just kind of the general look of the people that would be watching Jewish family vlogs, you know. And on top of that, right around the time this all came out, he had started to appear on camera in a wheelchair and an air mask. Yet when he was taken into the hospital, doctors found that there was literally nothing wrong with the fucking guy. In the end, Chaim was sentenced to 135 years in prison for multiple counts of child abuse and one for injuring a child, with the judge's final words to him saying, quote, "You're gonna die in prison," which is so fucking sick, dude. That's the only time I ever envy being a judge, is when you get to really just fucking put that nail in that coffin. Hey, guess what, Chaim, or what are the ghoul, or whatever the fuck you want to be called? Bye! Boom! That's what I do too. And I'd be like, you know what, on the way out, break his ankles. That's the kind of judge I'd be. Break his toes. Recess and we'll break his toes. Hit him. If anybody opposes, I'm shooting you in the chest. Judge Handgog. That's my show. I'm Judge Judy's fetal alcohol syndrome child. All of Chaim's social media accounts are still up but haven't been touched since the arrest in 2023, except for his website, which turned into a Singaporean online casino. Was he hacked? Or is Chaim still working in the shadows behind the scenes? Who knows? And lastly, we can't end the video without talking about one of the first family channels to ever face controversy, and it's coming back to light, and it's one of the main reasons we even want to talk about this, is Daddy of Five's back. This channel, if you don't know Daddy of Five, the channel consisted of father, Mike Martin, mother, Heather Martin, and her 5 kids from other marriages. Not even his kids. Maybe some of them are, I don't know. It's a whole hodgepodge. It's a hot potato situation is all I gotta say. Like most family channels, they posted vlogs on their day-to-day life, jumped on viral trends like the, 1,000-degree knife challenge, and tried to record their day-to life as much as possible. Just regular bullshit, following trends, yada yada yada, YouTuber bullshit. All of these videos performed well, but what really brought in views were their pranks, which eventually became the majority of their content. Videos like Dad Stink Bombed Son's Room and Silly String Wake Up Prank were some of the more tame pranks that drew in millions of viewers. However, as more people tuned in, it became clear that many of the pranks were not so harmless. More often than not, the pranks involved a child getting hurt or extremely upset, usually at the hands of the parents. One of the younger children, Cody, was specifically targeted in most of these pranks. And there's a lot of things too, man. It's kind of fucked up. I mean, I think that they've even said recently where it's like, it was all fake, blah, blah, but some of these videos, it's like the kid has a busted lip. I mean, in the video, you see him getting pushed down by his other older, bigger brothers and stuff, and the dad just laughs or the mom just laughs. It's fucked. Like, there's no other way to say it. It's all fucked up. And in 2017, the channel uploaded a video titled Invisible Ink Prank, which would get them in serious trouble. In the video, mother poured invisible ink on the carpet in Cody's room, leaving stains, and blamed it on him. Both Heather and Mike screamed at Cody to the point where he became visibly distressed and started to cry. This went on for 5 minutes, and once they revealed that it was just a prank, nobody except the parents were laughing. Many people were upset by the prank, believing it had gone too far, and clips from the video went viral and made national news, prompting an investigation into the family. And a few months later, Heather and Mike took on an Alford plea, meaning they didn't admit to guilt, but agreed that there was enough evidence to convict them. With this plea came 5 years of supervised probation, and both Cody and his sister Emma were given to their biological mother. After the controversy was over, the family had attempted numerous comebacks to no avail. Mike Martin started a music career in 2019, releasing 2 rap albums, 2 heavy metal albums, and he also posts vlogs, slam poetry, and boomer-style reaction videos on TikTok.
Hating so much that I'm levitating and waiting for a miracle. But I'm cynical, so I turn to the biblical. But I'm a criminal, so it's difficult.
His oldest son, Jake, followed in his father's footsteps and has also started his rap career, as well as a clothing brand. As for Heather, she uses TikTok like a Facebook account, posting updates about her life, including her kids' graduation, family vacations,
examination after examination with cross-examination,
and other family gathering bullshit stuff. To this day, Mike and his family strongly deny any abuse at the home. They say CPS never removed Cody and Emma and claims the biological mother just hated him.
Yeah, the older son interviewed his dad, and in it, he asked, like, what would happen if none of this controversy, like, if we didn't get in trouble, it'd be like, oh, man, we'd be set for life, man.
Yeah, it's just one of those, it's just so, in my opinion, I mean, that's the thing with online stuff, who really ever knows anything, but from all the stuff that's in front of you, it's just so obvious when someone's guilty, you know?
I've never, yeah, we're not going to plead guilty, but you got enough evidence, so we're not going to deny
Well, yeah, it's just like, all right, well, I'm not going to deny it, but at the same time, it's like, I guess you got me. Yeah, I guess it all looks kind of weird. It's just bad angles. You know, it's like, what the f are you talking about? Many parents have fond memories of picking up a camera and recording videos of their kids to enjoy for the future, right? Trying to create little time capsules for themselves to enjoy later on. However, some take it a step further and allow the internet into their home by posting vlogs and other content showing off their picture-perfect lifestyle. Though their lives might look perfect, many of them are hiding a dark secret. I want to say almost all of them.
My hair looks fucked up. I would not film like this. So just go.
Okay.
So if you ever wish that your family was more like the ones you see online, just know that not everything is always sunshine and rainbows. And two, I say this, just if you have a family, don't fucking make content around it, man. Be a guy, you know what's a cool dad? The outdoor boys guy.
Oh, yeah.
Just like a guy being like, yeah, I'm gonna go camping, I do this. And like sometimes he'll bring his son along, but it isn't just like him being like every video, like, buddy, what do you think?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Or a guy who's just like, I'm a dad and I'm restoring a boat in my garage.
Well, he even stopped his channel because he's like, you know, we blew up too big and I don't want like...
Yeah, it was affecting his personal life, which I gotta say, respect to that guy, man. It's fucking cool. There's nothing wrong with being a parent making content. It's just whenever you're using your situation to manipulate others, using your children to manipulate others for financial gain or for social credit is just fucking gross. And I think inevitably that's what a lot of it turns into. Stay safe out there. I appreciate you all for watching.
Uh-oh, Pepper needs a diaper change.
Not everybody can be a great online influencer dad like me and Pepper. Uh-oh. I saw the comments. I know you guys like watching Pepper just... He dances. This is not... Pepper! Pepper, stop! Stop, Pepper! Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming in and sit on down because today we're talking about internet trends or challenges or whatever. Internet trends are something that has existed since the beginning of time on the internet. And recently there's one that's been popping up that's been drawing a lot of attention, especially a lot of you have been talking about it as well. Galaxy Gas. And if you don't know what Galaxy Gas is, it's a brand that sells whipped cream dispensers and chargers for culinary purposes. Basically, it's a nitrous oxide delivery tool used to make flavored whipped creams and drinks. It's a way to do whippets, okay? And if you don't know what whippets are, it's just getting high off of nitrous oxide. You might have seen that one Steve-O documentary where he's basically a nightmare incarnate, but whippets, small little high. Oop, euphoric feeling. Guess what? I'm in another world, and then you're back in reality. Oop, there goes gravity.
That's it, man. I'm from the whip. Down the street.
But this year, a meme was born from a TikTok where a man that goes by Lil T inhales nitrous oxide directly from a giant Galaxy Gas tank before telling the camera where he's from with an incredibly deep voice. Now, let me tell you, the Galaxy Gas tank is giant. I mean, it looks like a Coleman's thermos, like a giant thermos. It's absolutely... The regular Whippet containers are like, this big, and the Galaxy Gas thing is huge. I don't know how the hell this is legal. But this video, as well as the soundbite, started to go viral, which introduced lots of people to Galaxy Gas products, which coincidentally enough, let me tell you, has so many delicious looking flavors. I mean, my fat ass is looking at strawberry cream and tropic or fruit punch and all that shit. And I'm like, fuck, where's my euphoric feeling at? You know what I mean? But this recent explosion of people sucking nitrous oxide of Galaxy Gas, which I gotta say, do not do that, made me think about all of the crazy internet trends that happen. Trends or challenges that occur, all for people to just... likes, notoriety, I guess? I'm not sure. But today, I just wanted to go over all of the kind of crazy and weird internet trends throughout history. Let's dive deep back into our brains and remember some of the awful shit that has slipped by with time.
Today's video is sponsored by Magic Spoon, reinventing your childhood one bite at a time. Magic Spoon is a perfect fit for a variety of diets because it has high protein and no sugar. And while you're feeling good about what you're eating, Magic Spoon also has flavors you loved growing up, such as cinnamon roll, fruity, cocoa, peanut butter, and birthday cake. Enjoy all these tasty flavors in grain-free, gluten-free, and keto-friendly bites, plus 13 grams of protein. And now, Magic Spoon has treats! These high-protein bars are crispy, crunchy, and completely guilt-free. They have the perfect snack to have in the morning, and I like to rip into one right before a workout. Can you tell? featuring the flavors of marshmallow, chocolatey peanut butter, double chocolate, and blueberry muffin. And each bar has 12 grams of protein, only 1 gram of sugar, and 2 grams of beautiful carbs. Why don't you treat yourself? Use my code PAPAMeat or click the link in the description to try Magic Spoon cereal or treat today and get $5 off. You can also find Magic Spoon on Amazon and a grocery store near you. Magic Spoon comes with a 100% happiness guarantee online. So if you don't like it for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. So click the link in the description or go to magicspoon.com/papameat for $5 off your purchase. Thank you, Magic Spoon, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
First off, we got to start with a home run hitter, guys. We got to start off with planking. Does anybody remember planking? I feel like a lot of these, I'm going to say things and it's going to turn on a light switch in your brain and you're going to be like, my God, I haven't thought about that in years. But if you don't remember what planking is a fun internet trend that was popular, I feel like around like 2011, which the objective of planking, this is going to sound, my God. The objective of planking would be you would lay face down with your hands at your sides to resemble a plank of wood. But the whole kicker is that you're doing it in places where you shouldn't be doing it. Because I guess doing it inside doesn't work. People are like, okay, you're laying down, but then people would be like on sidewalks or handlebars or on top of buildings. I'm not sure why this trend caught on, but goddamn did it ever. I would say the objective was for people to find the most ridiculous places to plank and to have someone take a picture of it for street cred. You and your boys hitting the streets being like, yo, look at what I just planked. All right, hit me with them digits, bitch, right? But did you know it was invented in 1997 when a group of bored kids from Australia played the game to amuse each other. They called it the lying down game. For some reason, when I hear lying down game, it feels like just death. I don't know what. It's the lying down game. Go on, go into the thicket and lie down. Years later, in 2007, the same Australian lads created a Facebook group to urge people to join in to see who could post the craziest planking photo or the craziest lie down game photo. After the trend started receiving news coverage, it exploded to worldwide trend. You'd see reference on morning shows and even shows like The Office when that show was downhill. It was going downhill fast. My God, why did they put the planking in The Office? It doesn't matter. It all seemed to be in good fun, but it was not without a few horror stories, because in 2011, 20-year-old Acton Beale fell 7 stories while planking on a high-rise balcony, leading to his untimely death. I'm laughing. I don't feel good about laughing, but the idea of a person planking and being like, take the shot, and falling 7 stories does get me to giggle a little bit.
He's the first planker in Australia to die from the high-risk activity.
Acton Beale plunged to his death at about 4:30 this morning at Kangaroo Point, planking on the railing of a unit balcony 7 stories high.
It was the entire time I was watching this news broadcast, the only thing I could think was, goddamn, what a great place to plank. But by the end of 2012, it had died out. But I do think it is an early internet reminder of the lengths people will go just for a little internet notoriety. You know, people are talking about galaxy gas. It's like, remember when people pretended to be wood and they'd fall off buildings to their death? Yeah, people are gonna get high. Galaxy gas, my ass, dude. I'll tell you what, dude, galaxy gas, man, I bet that shit tastes good. I think that, you know what? Go ahead. You know, I'll try it. I just get horribly addicted to galaxy gas like immediately. Or how about we move on to our next internet trend, which was Chubby Bunny. Do you guys remember Chubby Bunny at all? I feel like no one really remembers this one. Chubby Bunny is a seemingly innocent game where each participant places marshmallows in their mouth and they say the phrase, Chubby Bunny.
Chubby Bunny. Chubby Bunny.
You're drooling and shit. You got marshmallows popping out of your mouth, and people are probably recording you being like, dude, you sound so fucking weird. Well, in 1999, Catherine, a 12-year-old girl, died choking on 4 marshmallows while playing the innocent game at an elementary school fair. Let me tell you something. I'm not making light of this at all right? Horrible thing that happened. 4 marshmallows does not seem like enough to warrant the ending of a life. Okay, I just want to put that out there. I'm not even smiling, all right? Not joking about it. I'm just saying 4 marshmallows, not laughing. The 4 marshmallows does not seem, even if they were big marshmallows, it doesn't matter. How about we move on to gallon smashing? Remember gallon smashing? While planking and Chubby Bunny were fairly harmless, this is where we start kind of, we're tipping into the gas, dude. we're hitting that galaxy gas just a little bit because gallon smashing trend, this is where we start dipping our toes and with the public. The trend started in 2013 when a channel known as the Chazy channel posted a prank video where they would grab milk jugs and purposely fall down and slam them onto the ground, and the milk jugs would just explode everywhere. Granted, I did laugh. I remember when I was younger, I did laugh a little bit the first time I saw it, but then immediately you start feeling bad because bystanders would come and try to help them, and then they would comically slip and fall like a goddamn Buster Keaton movie, and they would fall down in their own milk. But the original video of the gallon smashing trend amassed over 40 million views and spawned a spew of copycat pranksters, eventually making the news. One copycat incident in New Jersey led to 3 arrests as the prank caused over $500 in damaged merchandise, and they were ultimately charged with criminal mischief for knowingly damaging someone else's property and endangering others. How much milk is enough, dude? $500? And then I feel like the gallon smashing thing leads us well into, I guess, eating related challenges of the internet and trends that have happened. Some of the most popular types of trends back in the day were challenges involving people ingesting things that are just not meant to go into a human body or are just terrible for you. You've heard of classics like the cinnamon challenge, right? Where you're trying to raw dog a spoonful of cinnamon, you choke on it like a goddamn Neanderthal, spit it up, and everyone's like, oh my God, you're choking. And you're like, your eyes are all watered. I did that once. I actually thought I was going to choke to death. PTSD, I'm not going to go into it. Some of these challenges were fairly innocent, but others were just straight up putting people in the hospital. Which, you got to look no further than our very infamous, oh, let me shine off that little gold plaque here. This is a legendary one, the Tide Pod Challenge. Everybody remembers the Tide Pod Challenge because after this internet trend happened, it was like buying Tide Pods was like buying a goddamn gun from Walmart. They were behind security glass. Pretty sure you had to press a button to alert somebody so they could unlock it. They're like, who are you? What do you want with this? Your clothes look clean. Get the hell out of here. Get out of here. In 2018, for an entire year, kids were popping Tide Pods into their mouth like they were goddamn lifesavers, dude. It was unhinged. I can't believe this is real still. It got so bad that the American Association of Poison Control Centers reported that 86 intentional exposures to laundry detergent packets were reported within the first 3 weeks of 2018. It kicked off 2018 like a madman. The level of mystery that must have been like the guy in charge is just like, what the f is going on with these Tide Pods? Get Tide on the phone. It got so bad that even Tide, in response to children biting into these products and poisoning themselves, it got so bad that they had to partner with the ever popular American football player Rob Gronkowski and had him issue a message for Tide.
What the heck is going on, people? Use Tide Pods for washing, not eating.
So they would listen, because people aren't going to listen to Tide. They're going to say, shut up and make those delicious packets. Getting Rob Gronkowski called. Are you kidding me? What about Baby Gronk, dude? Don't put that in. That I wanted to kill myself. Or we can dip a little more obscure, right? This one's going to tickle your taste buds just a little bit, huh? In 2017, there was NyQuil chicken. Okay, now we're getting to the point where even myself, I'm thinking, does this even warrant an internet trend? I'm not sure if I'm not sure if you can classify this as a trend, if it's just a couple people from 4chan doing something, but we're going to talk about it anyways because it feels like it's in tandem with Tide Pods, okay? In 2017, there was NyQuil chicken. After a viral 4chan post detailing the creation of the NyQuil infused chicken, or sleepy time chicken, blew up all across Twitter, all right? People were adamant. They had to find out the source to the sleepy time chicken. The FDA had to make a statement about it, alerting people that boiling a medication can make it much more concentrated and potentially dangerous, and the fumes alone could damage your lungs. People are making beautiful pieces of chicken out there, all right? I don't want to put anybody down for their culinary habits, dude. Not everybody can be a Joshua Wiseman, all right? Sometimes you got to make do. If you like the little tangy taste of NyQuil and want to infuse it in your chicken, God bless you, but there will be repercussions. Which, you know, there's other food-related ones, such as the corn cob challenge, which is just, it looks so painful. You just put a corn cob on a power drill, put it at full blast, and you try to eat it, and it just rips teeth out of your mouth. That you got to be a special kind of person to participate in that. I don't know who the hell actively wants to participate in that, but, you know, here we are. We move on to some of the trends that happen in state schools. You know, we don't talk enough about state schools and how vile and dumb they are, right? People who go to state schools, not the brightest bunches. A lot of business majors is all I gotta say. Among college kids, the Borg, or also commonly known as the Blackout Rage Gallon, became a huge hit. Y'all was planning on doing that trend, the blackout rage gallon. Did you guys want to participate in the blackout rage gallon? Which a Borg is essentially a gallon-sized jug filled with water, a fifth of any of your favorite alcohols, usually vodka from what I found online, water, flavored enhancers, and electrolyte powder. Some people claim that the goal of the Borg was to avoid having drinks getting spiked after a long day of partying and to avoid catching germs like COVID from drink sharing, right? You want to have your Borg to yourself. You don't want to be swapping spit with somebody, getting the new scary virus, right? This is my Borg, right? I'm staying hydrated. I got the electrolyte powder inside of it. People online seem to be having a good time. Why can't I be having a good time, right? At the University of Massachusetts Amherst, college students were celebrating the annual Blarney Blowout celebration that took place around St. Patrick's Day. And everyone at this event at the Blarney Blowout was equipped with their homemade Borgs. It was a goddamn Borg massacre, dude. And in a single weekend, this is actually crazy. In a single weekend, 46 students were hospitalized due to near fatal amounts of alcohol being consumed. Now, who would have thought that the blackout rage gallon would have been sending these little Massachusettsians straight to the hospital? 46 in a single weekend. People are so fucking stupid. Which, let's move to something more recent, like in 2023, with the Benadryl challenge. Now, see, this is my kind of challenge, dude. If we're swapping pharmaceuticals in Grandpa's medicine cabinet, now we're kind of tap dancing to my speed here, huh? People found out that after hearing that if you ingest 12 to 14 tablets of Benadryl, you could supposedly induce hallucinations. Kids all over TikTok were racing to their parents' medicine cabinet just because someone said, hey, if you take 12 to 14 Benadryl tablets, you'll see God. And people were like, I have to do that. And in one case of the Benadryl challenge, it did take the life of a 13-year-old boy named Jacob Howard Stevens. It's one of those sayings where you just don't know who's going to be influenced by these goddamn challenges, dude. I've had some friends when I was younger pop pills and shit, scared the fuck out of me. All right, they're like, come on, man, just take it. I was like, I don't know. That pill was Adderall. I didn't even take Adderall, dude. I was too afraid to do that. Let's get out of ingesting things, though, right? Let's go to media. Media plays a big part in memes, but it also plays a big part in our next challenge. Do you remember the Bird Box challenge? You probably were like, holy shit, I haven't thought of. Remember how popular the Bird Box movie was? Out of nowhere. The movie was okay, all right? It was fine. Which, if you don't remember, it's a 2018 horror thriller starring Sandra Bullock, and the whole movie is basically it's Sandra Bullock trying to survive a world overrun by mysterious entities that cause people who look at them to take their own life. And because of this, the characters in the movie often wear the blindfolds as they, walk around outside because they don't want to, Soon, people created a viral challenge where they blindfold themselves while wandering the outside world to do various tasks. And in one case, a content creator did this challenge for 24 hours straight, and it resulted in horrible accidents. A 17-year-old girl caused a 2-car crash after pulling a beanie over her eyes and quickly smashing into another driver, a light pole, and a sound barrier. It's a Bird Box challenge. Did you like that? Eventually, even Netflix came forward to make a statement saying, can't believe I have to say this, but please do not hurt yourselves with this Bird Box challenge. We don't know who started this, and we appreciate the love, but boy and girl have just one wish for 2019, and it is that you do not end up in the hospital due to memes, which the f***, dude, Netflix, are you kidding me? How about you lower the membership back down to $7.99, you greedy f***. $24.99 for 10 seasons of Big Mouth? Some people, I feel like a lot of things that we've talked about so far are people who are doing stuff and be like, look, I'm doing it, I don't know. But sometimes you don't realize that people can get easily manipulated to be just a pawn in somebody's little sadistic game. For example, the salt challenge, which was a TikTok trend where people would simply film themselves pouring salt directly down their throat for several seconds, and children were essentially inducing strokes on themselves for clout, all right? Pouring salt directly in your throat. It's so stupid, dude. Why? And there was even, to stay on the salt theme for a second, there was also the salt and ice challenge, which involves pouring salt on your body, followed by ice, and the mixture soaks up heat from surrounding skin cells, which essentially leads to second or third degree burns from frostbite. Self-induced frostbite. Chemical warfare on yourself, okay? All just because you're like, dude, I saw this trend online. I gotta try this challenge, okay? This combination of salt and ice could get as cold as negative 18 degrees Celsius, okay? And in Pittsburgh, a 12-year-old boy attempting the challenge on his back, and he suffered blistering second-degree burns on his back and had to spend weeks recovering from the entire debacle that he put himself in. Just tore his back up. It's gruesome, dude. Or in 2020, a challenge on TikTok called the Skull Breaker Challenge, which surprisingly put a lot of its participants in the ICU. I know, it seems odd for a little challenge called the Skull Breaker. The Skull Breaker Challenge is when two people kick the legs from under a third unsuspecting participant, making them fall over. A 13-year-old from Massachusetts was hospitalized after being briefly paralyzed due to the deadly challenge. Briefly paralyzed! Just because, oh, we booped your head. Was that funny? We saw it on TikTok. I thought it was hilarious on TikTok, dude. You gotta see some of it. It was so funny. Watch this dance. Let's move down a little more, which is the Orbeez challenge. Now, this is where, you remember the gallon challenge? We were at a place where it's public nuisance. Yeah, a guy has to clean up milk. It's annoying. But at the end of the day, hopefully nobody's getting hurt. That wasn't the intention. We're gonna keep going down the rabbit hole a bit more of where this is just mindless, evil torture on people. And this is labeled the Orbeez challenge, which is just assault. It involves freezing Orbeez, which are water absorbent beads, and loading them into an airsoft rifle to enact drive-by shootings on strangers. Remember that silly video of Mr. Beast when he fills up the pool with those Orbeez? So funny. We should put those in a freezer, load them into an airsoft gun, and just pelt people who are just walking around. Would that be funny? Say it's funny. And in Florida, a 19-year-old boy from Deltona was arrested for shooting an Amazon delivery driver, hitting his glasses and neck. That's funny, dude. Mr. Beast might fly us out. We could do an Orbeez challenge with it. It was so fun. The same man also targeted random adults as well as a 10-year-old child who was shot in the face and chest. And the pictures here, it makes me so mad, dude. People who do this kind of stuff makes me think, I just think you should take them. You should be like, you know what? This was wrong what you did. And then you take a hammer. And you say, see what you did? See how silly this was? Wasn't this a silly thing to do? Which, to go even further from that, we're gonna go to the last challenge I wanna talk about today, or the trend, and it is probably the most severe. It's definitely, I think, regarded as the darkest internet trend that I can, at least that I found or that I can think of, which is the Blue Whale Challenge. Which the Blue Whale Challenge is known as one of the darkest trends in internet history. It became an online phenomenon starting in 2016 and claimed to exist in several countries around the world. Blue Whale was an online group that would seek out young participants and give them 50 tasks spread over 50 days, with the end goal being to take their own life. A list of the challenges had surfaced online that were translated from Russian, so from Russian to English here, which one of the challenges, the curator said, carve a whale on your hand with a razor and send photo to curator. Hook your hand with a needle many times. Watch psychedelic and horror videos all day. I know some people are like, awesome. This phenomenon began in 2015 when a Russian woman named Rina Palenkova went viral after she posted a photo of herself next to a train before taking her own life by jumping in front of it, which the post simply read Nia Bai, but it's just to think that this photo, it has just such a, it's just haunting. This image is just so haunting. Between 2016 and 2018, arrests were finally made, and these are some of the people that were arrested. The first one up was Philip Budikin. In November of 2016, 21-year-old Philippe Budikin was arrested and charged with inciting teenagers to suicide. Fucking monster. Or you have Ila Sidorov. In 2017, the Russian postman was also arrested after admitting that there was 32 children in his group page. It is not known if the Blue Whale group is still around or if it continues under a different username under internet circles. You'd have to imagine that's just not vanished, but such a crazy thing of just a weird part of 2016 to 2018 where people were just psychologically messing with people. Which brings me to my closing remarks here. Internet trends are all good and fun, you know? If you want to be a part, people I think like to participate in internet trends because it's a way to connect with others and to feel like you're a part of something. People just want to feel a part of something. They want to feel like they're heard, that they're appreciated in certain things. But there's just times where you push things too far, you get a little needy maybe. You need more attention. You need to push it farther from other people. And sometimes I think you need to just realize that with other people, doing things that are going to harm yourself are just little specks of attention you get in the moment that inevitably always ruin other people's time, day, lives even. All I have to say is this. Participate in fun internet trends, be a part of fun communities that don't hurt others, that don't belittle anybody else, and most importantly, look after yourself and look after other people. And by God, be safe out there. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. And they would fall down in their own milk. And then you just, then even I've aged, I was like, you know, I was a little young. I was like, milk everywhere. And then I aged 60 years right then. And I was like, oh, but think of the people who have to clean this up. These kids, why do they do these things? Oh, look at all this spilt dairy. Oh, think of the children. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about reality television. Most importantly, we're talking about Mormon reality television.
I thought it would be cute if you guys each drew what your perfect vagina looks like to give me info.
Oh, reality TV, especially Hulu. Hulu, for some reason, is just dropping back-to-back bangers. At the Gypsy Rose show, right? That's the only one I can really think of. There's gotta be more.
Was the medieval one, was that Hulu?
No, the Ren Fair was HBO. All we know is Hulu just dropped another absolute banger. Ever since the Gypsy Rose video, I have been consuming, ladies and gentlemen, not just food, not just alcohol and soda pops and candies and sweet treats, reality television. I think I've said before that I'm a big fan of Gold Rush, American Choppers, and Deadliest Catch, but also something came across my lap, a little manila envelope slid in front of me of a little secret new show that's blowing up, very popular right now, called The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. And today, we're gonna talk about this show, because let me tell you, I watched the entire season in 2 days with my friend, Trevor. Why did we do this? This is what it's like hanging out with me, dude. Well, this is... it's not the funnest thing, but we did watch like 8.5 hours of Mormon reality television. And I've been seeing some of these things pop up on TikTok and stuff because this show is starring a bunch of people from Mom Talk, which is a Mormon subsect of mothers who twerk and dance for power. It's good liberation, I guess. I don't know. But it all started in Salt Lake City, Utah, the Mecca, the capital of Mormonism in the world. And this is where these fine LDS Latter-day Saints queens twerk and drink soda pop. There's a lot of soda pop drinking in this.
Is there?
Yeah, because Mormons don't drink pop or caffeine. They can't drink alcohol. They don't swear, and they can't before marriage, which they all break those rules. They all break those rules. A lot of times in the show that we'll get into, they'll have like mocktail people come over and they'll just drink Coke and Pepsi. I think they just have a sugar crash and then they're just like, I gotta get out of here. And then they leave after they all suck each other's and eat each other's and cokes and stuff like that. And they twerk and listen to Bruno Mars or whatever. But Mom Talk is a group of 8 Mormon women who started the group. Really, it's just them using the hashtag Mom Talk on their videos of them twerking and dancing and, you know, doing like fake laughing. Mom Talk and fake laughing. Oh my God. Especially like photographs of girls being like, or they're dancing and they're like it's the funniest thing when you've done this 8 million times, dude. What's funny is you get to see behind the veil, dude, because it's just the most petty bullshit of all time. They say it's to promote positivity and highlight the femininity of women in the Mormon faith to show that they aren't just stuffy, cultish religion and to showcase their personalities, which is AKA rich, generic, famous white women that just do this. They're just clones, but they're individuals. One of them gets surgery on their pussy, and they show that. And she describes it as 2 hot dog buns. There you go. Coming up momentarily.
My meat curtains, they just hang low.
Today's video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Now I've got my fair share of bad habits, and that's why I have Fume. Fume is an award-winning flavored air device that helps you fill the void when you're ditching a bad habit. The best part is, Fume is not a vape. There's no vapor, so you can use it anywhere. Plus, there's no nicotine, no toxic flavors, and no batteries involved. And Fume is meant to fidget with satisfying snaps and clicks to help calm you down when you're feeling anxious. I found that Fume is super easy to use, and some of their best flavors are orange vanilla and crisp mint. Fume has served over 300,000 customers, and you can be the next success story. For a limited time, use my code PAPAMEAT to get your free topper. It's the perfect accessory for your Fume device. Slip it onto the mouthpiece for a softer, warmer feel. Head to tryfume.com. That's tryfum.com and use code PAPAMEAT or scan the QR code on screen to get your free Fume topper when you order your journey pack today. Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video.
But the 8 members of Mom Talk, the 8 circles of hell, are Taylor, Frankie, Paul, Jennifer Affleck, yes, she's related to Ben Affleck, Demi Ingman, Macy Neely, Jesse Nikitakura, I definitely said that wrong. Also, I think I said a bad word at the beginning of that. Michaela Matthews, Whitney Levitt, and Layla Taylor. She's the youngest of the group. Almost threw up my mouth. This group is riddled with controversies. Not really, just a couple. But some of the funnier ones is when Whitney Levitt filmed a TikTok dance in December of 2021 while in the hospital room next to her baby that was receiving care for RSV, respiratory virus that can lead to serious complications and even death if untreated. It's unbelievable because I remember even when Nick was in the room, he was like, is that the girl who danced next to her like dying child? And she was like, And we were like, I don't think so. And then in the show, they showed it. She's like, yeah, people keep leaving me hate comments. It's like, no shit. I gotta watch this video again. It's so funny. I like how she kisses at the beginning too. I love kissing at the beginning and doing, and the baby's just like, she's like, Lil Lee was taken off of oxygen. Oh, brave, Whitney. Whitney, you're such a baddie. The next major controversy in the group is what led to the creation of the show that we're getting ready to talk about, and what led to us wanting to cover this cringy phenomenon and why I watched 8.5 hours of this. It's just the cringe. The de facto leader of the group, Taylor Frankie Paul, posted a somewhat cryptic video in May of 2022 of herself saying she was separating from her husband, Tate, and it left fans of the group to wonder what happened to cause the split. After she posted that video, Taylor posted a second video of herself in an empty house talking about living alone for the first time, getting divorced, and raising 2 kids by herself, which added to the gossip within the fan community. Oh my god. People are spilling the tea. This was the first time, too, I got to really indulge in the spilling of the tea. Petty, interpersonal that should stay behind doors. But instead, it's thrown into the internet for everybody to act like they're a part of it, even though it's like gossipy bullshit that I despise. If something's going on in your personal life that's like between 2 people, I think just leave it there. Do I need to know? Because usually when it always comes out, it feels like it's just profiting one person. It's always good to know some dirt on somebody or to fucking like kick up some shit, but at the same time, it's just pathetic. There's an extremely active community on Reddit all about mom talk gossip. Fans in the Reddit community spent their endless unemployed hours investigating and noticed that other members of the group were unfollowing Taylor. And many of them were liking comments on TikToks and Instagram that were saying Taylor cheated on Tate, and that's why they were splitting up. The plot thickens, the tea begins to spill. Finally, on May 25th, 2022, Taylor went live on TikTok to broadcast to her 3 million followers that she was in fact going through a divorce with her husband Tate. Oh my god! Taylor, tell us why! The reason they were separating was due to what they called soft swinging. And see, this is where I became very, very intrigued.
Back to being in an open relationship, Tate and I kind of opened those doors, and he never like fully went, I don't know what you would call it if it's like soft swinging, but you don't like fully switch, if that makes sense.
You're probably wondering what soft swinging is. Well, it's when people do everything but so this group of Mormon people were fucking on clits like Jolly Ranchers and deep those footlongs all day at these fucking parties where people are eating candy and drinking Sprite. Hello? I mean, I feel like I'm in hell. This is crazy. Can you imagine someone's like, is it too late yet to say sorry? And they're like filming TikToks and the guys in the background like, they're like, ah! Like knocking over Bibles and shit. The group would have parties together, and at these parties, certain members of the group, not all of them, would go off into other rooms and swap partners with each other. Little swinger action, dude. To each their own.
What does God have to say about that?
He'd probably say, well, at least you're doing it with a fucking holy person. That's probably how they justified it, right? But they would not go all the way with the other members unless their own spouse was in the room with them. That is also a revelation that I forgot, that they would only fucking fuck each other unless their partner was in the room, and then they would have sex with them, which is just, it's just cucking. I always wonder, what do you get out of cucking? Look at her go. Man, you're folding her like a chair, scraping her up like a grill. Spank your ass. There you go. Sweetheart, you want to pick? Nope. Okay.
I think there's 2 philosophies. I think there's one of the humiliation of like, my wife's being f***ed. And like, that's hot.
We cover a lot of humiliation kinks, I feel like. I think the it's hot is in the same category as being like, I can't believe my wife's fucking another guy. God, it's hot.
The other reason I think is like a safety thing where it's like, well, if she's gonna fuck other guys, I want to know.
That's humiliation too. If it's, I'm gonna fuck other guys just so I know that she's doing it, that's him just being like, well, she's gonna do it anyways. You know what I mean? It's just acceptance at that point. Those are both humiliation kinks. They gotta be.
Maybe they're not very good at laying down the pipe, so they want to see someone who's actually good and be like, God damn, that's me.
Taylor stated she broke the rules of the arrangement by actually going off and having sex with another member's husband without her husband in the room. And part of the reason it was so bad was because her and the other husband actually developed feelings for each other. So Taylor, that witch, that scarlet letter of a woman, went off and had sex with the guy without her husband in the room to facilitate the arrangement and not be able to probably jack off his pud into like a bucket. which it's like, Taylor, stop rocking the boat. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Taylor was very careful not to name anyone in the group specifically that was engaging in the soft swinging, but it led fans to speculate and come up with their own ideas of who was cheating with who. Because of all this drama, Hulu decided to pick up the show to follow the drama of the friend group. This is where entertainment's at. Okay, when I was excited about watching the show, I was like, we're gonna be watching Mormons fucking and swinging. We're not gonna see anything, obviously, because it's on Hulu, but it would be funny to be like, oh, we're gonna go drink soda pop at this guy's house, and we're all gonna be like sucking clicks like Jolly Ranchers and all the other things I said before, right? Would that not be a kind of an interesting show? And then for them to kind of skirt around like, but I mean, you know, we got church tomorrow, so we can't be up too late. Like, that would be fun. I would watch that show. So far, the show has been highly criticized by members of the LDS community due to the group often acting in ways that go against the religion's teachings, like showing them occasionally drinking alcohol, dressing provocatively, and dancing in a sexual way. You're gonna find out very quickly that the entire thing is very convoluted. Rules mean nothing. They mean some to some people and nothing to other people, and they're like, it's bad show. Did I watch all of it? Yes. Would I recommend it? No. Because here's one. No swinging in the entire show. How do you get out of, if you're in swinging, how the fuck do you just like, I'm not in anymore? Yeah, right, dude. Show the swinging that they're still doing. It's bullshit. To really get into the grasp before we start going into these episodes, because I'm going to tell you, I'm going into all of them. It's going to be a painful watch today. I need to introduce you all to the main cast of characters. Starting off with the head dog, Taylor Frankie Paul. She is the leader of Mom Talk. She essentially started the group by getting the other Mormon mommies that were using the hashtag together to make a friend group that filmed content together. Basically, it was a bunch of Mormons in Salt Lake City, Utah, who were twerking to Bruno Mars and Charlie Puth, or the fuck his name is, and they were just like, seriously, you guys dressing provocatively don't know about God. And then they would like slap their, like you would see their ass, like, or their ass would put just like this, and they're like, yeah, Bruno Mars, twerking in front of the camera, and their kids like dying in the background, and they're like taking shots of like RC Cola, doing galaxy gas. Joseph Smith didn't say anything about this. Taylor's most known for being the one who caused the most controversy by revealing in a TikTok live that she and her husband were splitting up due to the group porking each other at parties and causing a huge rift within the group. She's the main focus of the show and is currently pregnant with her boyfriend's baby. We're gonna get into that, all right? Her boyfriend's addicted to fentanyl. They don't really go into that either. That pissed me off too. We'll get into that. Next up, we have Whitney Livet, aka fucking Count Dooku, dude. She wants to be Palpatine, but she's Dooku. I would say Taylor's Palpatine, and then Whitney is Count Dooku. She's sitting there with her arms cut off like, ah! She is the main antagonist of the show, if you can even call her that. She's just another Mormon mom who's just like, who else fucking hates Taylor? Who else thinks Taylor should get hit by a Hummer EV? Whitney is a catty bitch who causes nothing but problems by poking and prodding at other members of the group and then acts surprised when people get mad at her. I think everybody has that friend. I'm Whitney. In our friend group. She does things like tell other girls secrets to different members of the group and make jokes at their expense that cause arguments, and then cries and gets pissy when they all call her out. Also, and this is just me speculation, this is a complete fabrication. It's a lie what I'm about to say. Don't take this as a joke. Her husband, Connor, is definitely gay. He's a gay man. He has to be gay. This is me joking. This is a lie. I'm fabricating. He's a gay man. Next up, we have Jessie Degatikura. Hopefully I said that right. I don't know. I've never heard anyone on the show say her name once. Forgive me. She's the oldest member of the group at 31 years old. Oh my God, used goods. Yee. She's the wild Mormon, and they refer to her as having the loosest Mormon morals and occasionally drinks alcohol, aka she's the fucking heretic. They basically referred to her as a demon. Also, 31, not that old. She looks like she's 58. All right, I legitimately thought she was one of the moms. I understand what I look like, but guess what? I'm being a catty bitch because we're watching reality television. That's only fair. She owns a hair salon that the girls go to so they can get their beautiful platinum blonde hair touched up and talk shit about the other girls. AKA, she makes tons of bank, and all of her cheap-ass Mormon friends go there, and they're like, do my hair today, bitch. And they get the exact same haircut, and they all just, like, walk out looking the exact same. Same. Next up, we have Michaela Matthews, one of the younger members of the group. She's mostly quiet and kind of off to the side the whole show, and only makes a comment every now and again without adding really any substance. She's a forgettable character. Forgettable meme. Sorry, Michaela. Her main issue is that she has some unknown chronic skin issue that doctors apparently can't understand or figure out, and she goes through a bunch of testing constantly, but they have no answers for it. She's a goddamn anomaly. I don't know what the hell to say it. She's just barely soft-spoken, and then all of a sudden she's covered in bruises. She is married to Jace Terry, which we never hear from him, so who gives a And they had their first child when Michaela was 17. Jace does not appear on the show because I'm pretty sure he was in his mid to late 20s when he impregnated her when she was 16. Next up, we have Jennifer Affleck, another younger member of the group. She also has no conflict within the group, and all of her conflict comes from her psychotic albino husband who emotionally abuses and controls her in every moment. His name's Zach. He is apparently a second cousin to Ben Affleck, and they bring up that they're related every chance they get. I think the first thing Jennifer says in the show is that she was the first J-Lo to Ben Affleck, and you're like, oh my God. There's a speculation that he may not be related to Ben Affleck at all, and he's just lying about it because they have the same last name. I don't know. All right. She gets clowned on by the other girls for being the most Mormon of the group and is a lot more reserved than the others, probably because her husband is a psychopath. We'll get into that later too. Literally, he's just like, I'm going to medical school. And she calls her and she's just like, why are you yelling at me? He's like, you dumb. What are you doing? We're getting divorced. I'm cleaning out the closet. She's like, oh my God, Zach's being weird. And then the next scene, the other girl's like, hey, so when your husband emotionally manipulated you, what happened with that? She's like, no, it's fine. It was like so blown out of proportion, like, and I deserved it. So it's like, whatever. And you're like, well, that's a fun life. I love being an Affleck. Next up, we have Macy Neely, who is Whitney's only friend on the show. After the split between the group, she also exists just to make catty comments occasionally without adding really anything to the show besides just being a fence rider. Her main conflict in the show comes from her becoming the CEO of her fertility company called Baby Mama. After Whitney has her little freak out and doesn't show up to the grand opening release party, their relationship becomes rocky. She's married to Jacob Neely. Once again, we rarely see him. Who gives a shit? Keep up with me. Keep up with me. Next, we have Layla Leanne Taylor, who's the youngest of the group. She also adds basically nothing outside of being the designated cultural hire, as she's the only one that isn't white. She's not currently dating anyone and was recently divorced, so her only real exposure to the show comes when the girls take her to Vegas for her birthday, which makes no sense because they don't drink or gamble, so they just go to Vegas just to be like, we're crazy! And then they sit in an Airbnb the entire time. So, awesome!
Do you think that was like a Hulu thing? You guys have to go to Vegas.
Oh, probably. We'll get more to it when the episode comes up. I bet you anything, they're just like, you need to do something that isn't just eating candy and drinking soda pop. And they're like, yeah, we're getting our hair done. They're like, no, go to Vegas. Go to Vegas and fucking smoke a cigarette. And they're like, oh my God, what? No! And then lastly, we have Demi Ingman, becomes the main enemy of Whitney and leads all the girls to go against Whitney, as she is the most outspoken of the group and leads to a lot of the shit talking. I would say Demi's probably my favorite of the entire series. All right, I'll say it.
Okay.
May I say it?
You may.
Her husband, Brett Ingman, is 16 years older than her, and fans online have discovered that he was a family friend of hers when growing up, so people believe the age gap relationship is partial grooming. But the relationship seems to be very strong, and they don't argue like all the other couples. Demi said that she knew Brett at the age of 9 when Brett was still married to his first wife and having babies, which does sound awkward. But I will say she seems the most normal, and he seems like the most normal guy. Do I know that for a fact? I have no idea, right? This is a petty, terrible show with snakes and tall grass. I have no idea. But all I can say is, out of all of them, I'm like, I would rather just be in that household. If I was to be a son to any of them, I'd be like, give me to that, those people. Let's get into some of the guys here, because the men in the secret lives of Mormon wives are very interesting because they're all terrible. They all seem to be terrible, terrible people. Anyways, let's talk about Dakota. Taylor's boyfriend, he is a former heroin and fentanyl addict that gets Taylor pregnant immediately after she gets divorced. I think she gets divorced, and a month later, she's like, I'm gonna need a pregnancy test. And I know that motherfucker's ramming fentanyl still. I was like, give me some fentanyl stuff in the show. Holding out the entire season, doesn't come. If you're looking for fentanyl content, this is not the place to come. Taylor later disclosed that Dakota was the other husband she fell in love with during the soft swinging scandal. So, she got down real good by the fentanyl and she fell in love. Can you blame her? The thing about Dakota is he is very emotional and manipulative towards her, but they always end up back together and work through their current fight before immediately starting a new one. He pretty much blows up at her. She's just like, what the f? And he comes in and he's like, babe, honestly, I was out of line. That'll never happen again. And then she's just like, I'm going to Chippendale's show in Vegas. And he's just like, what the f? You stupid bitch. And then a day later, baby, why do we keep doing this? It's every day. Next up, we have Connor. Gay guy. Whitney's husband, he seems to be totally checked out of the relationship and is almost definitely gay. All right. He seems completely gone. He seems soulless. He seems unhappy. This is the kind of guy where I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's just time to write him the divorce papers and say, let's just split. Shake hands and split, dude. Nothing wrong with that. Sometimes it's worth fighting harder when you have a kid. All right. They have a lot of kids. They're Mormons. They got pups. All right. Connor is accused by some of the others of having been on Tinder, which causes some arguments between him and Whitney, but he takes full responsibility for his actions. He's just like, yes, I did do that. That's fucked up.
I had a real problem, and it led to something that really hurt my wife. I'm so sorry.
My whole speculation with it, I think it was Grindr. I unironically believe it was Grindr. And they're not giving us that bit. They're like, we'll fucking sue you, telling people it's Tinder. But Whitney claims she wants to be out of the drama and not involved, but he will regularly update her on all the gossip he hears about the group. She like basically forces him to be like, tell me everything the other men are saying. She's like, what happened? He's like, oh, you want me to? Okay, yeah, Taylor's like mad at Dakota. And she's like, obviously. He's like, yeah. And he like sees his gardener outside and he's just like, I thought at one point, I thought that she was gonna walk in on him like fucking, she's like dancing with her sick baby, and then Connor's just like, I don't know, sucking, doing whatever he can, having a good time. Why not, dude? Connor, get out there. Get on Grindr. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but the most evil person I've ever seen on a reality television show is Zach Affleck, who's Jennifer's husband. His family is apparently extremely wealthy, as they are all doctors, and they gave him a ton of money for medical school, but he blew it all on his gambling addiction. Okay? He's extremely emotionally abusive and threatens to divorce her and says he doesn't love her anymore and calls her names because she went to Chippendale's show on Layla's birthday trip to Vegas, which let me tell you, the Chippendale show, she wasn't even in the same room as the show. She went up and said, hi, nice to meet you, and talked to them. And he was like, you're a bunch of f***ing. He was in Vegas with her because he didn't trust her to go. And then he's just like sitting at the table gambling. He's like texting her like, you're a dumb cunt. Like, I hope you die in hell, you rotten whore. And he's like, hit me? 22, my luck. Now that we're introduced to everything, I'm just going to do an episode by episode breakdown because I think it's funny. That's all I got to tell you. So let's get into episode 1. Episode 1 is quite the hook. First off, you realize very quickly that all of the episodes are labeled after books because it's religious, right?
Oh, because of the Book of Mormon.
The Book of Mormon. Or like, you know, the Book of John. You know, they say that about all kinds of shit. The first episode takes place after all the swinging drama has calmed down a bit, and Taylor meets with one of the girls at a restaurant. Taylor and Whitney haven't seen each other in a while since Whitney and Connor just moved back from Hawaii, so they also meet at a restaurant and talk about the reveal of the swinger parties, and Whitney says she can't trust Taylor anymore.
Genuinely was like, I don't feel safe with Taylor. I never want to make a video with Taylor ever again. Like, I still don't really trust you.
They don't ever say who was in the swinging thing, but right there it makes you think Whitney and Connor were definitely fucking. Also, here's another thing. Connor was...
I was gonna say Connor watching. That's why he was involved in the swinger thing, because he's getting off seeing other dudes.
Oh, I bet you think Connor was getting sucked by other dudes. You know, like people are just like, I don't know, let's have a couple shots and get crazy. He opens up like a Gatorade lemon lime and he's just like, well, let's just get nuts. He's like pouring some like Tang powder into a glass and he's just like, I don't know, let's just see if we can forget some shit tonight, huh? He slams it down. I'm gonna make you see God tonight. Connor might even get me excited about it. I'm like, I don't know, Connor, let's go to a closet. Taylor talks about how she started recently seeing Dakota, a former heroin and fentanyl addict, and tells her mom she might be pregnant with his baby.
I have to take a pregnancy test tonight. You're so stupid. You're always screwing up everything. It pisses me off.
In the first episode, there's a part where she's like, I'm gonna tell everybody that Connor was on Tinder. And to me, I was like, she's just saying that because everyone's just like, yeah, the dude's like definitely probably in love with another guy.
Makes me feel like my whole marriage was just like a lie.
She tells people and people are like, oh my God, he was on Tinder talking to someone else. Oh my God. And then Taylor's like, hey, by the way, I just pissed on a stick and I'm pregnant. There's something brewing in me. Easy bake oven right here. Everyone's like, oh my God. And then Whitney gets mad that she's like, you stole my moment.
What the actual Taylor? Immediately right after sharing this trauma that's happening to me. For you, immediately talk about something traumatic that's going on in your life.
Can you compare this to that?
Well, Taylor also said, she's like, I'm pregnant, but I think I lost it.
Oh yeah, she's like, I think I lost it because I just like queefed out a bunch of blood in the toilet. So it's probably dead. It's scrambled up and God took it. And Whitney's like sitting there like in like a Snuggie or whatever, like, this is my moment where people are supposed to be paying attention to me and what I'm feeling. If anything, in that moment, wouldn't you just be like, well, I mean, I could be in that boat, right? Most of this episode is kind of explaining the backstory and who the cast is. But the climax of episode 1 shows police body cam footage of cops coming to Taylor and Dakota's house after she gets drunk and argues with Dakota, but then throws a children's playset and metal chairs at him and accidentally hits one of her kids.
Oh my God. Really?
Yes. Yeah. The episode ends with Taylor being arrested, which I was like, if this is going to be some weird, catty, like drunk Mormon shit, I was like, I'm in. Episode 2 takes place 11 months after the first episode. I thought that was fucking crazy. Episode 2 is the Book of Belonging. The episode takes place 11 months after the first episode and shows that Taylor is 9 months pregnant with Dakota's baby. And guess what? After that assault and stuff, the body cam footage was like fucked. I mean, it was like, I was like, this is disgusting. And he's like, I stuck with her because that's my baby. Like, that's my mom, my baby's mama. drama. All of these relationships, besides Demi and her fucking boyfriend who's like 75, or her husband who's 75 years older than her, those are the only people where I'm like, this is probably a good functioning relationship. Everything else just seems like we're just beaten down like dogs.
The crew stopped filming when Taylor was in jail because they knew nothing good was gonna happen.
Oh yeah, exactly. Of course they're gonna stop filming for 9 months because they're just like, okay, well the one person who was like kind of doing anything in the show is gone. All these other are just eating beef jerky and cosmic brownies and being like, I can't believe we're so bad. It's like, whatever, dude. You want to watch me get my hair done? And the crew's just like, pack it up. Well, let's just wait till she's done for prison. My God. But now Whitney is leading a campaign against Taylor and is somewhat declaring herself as the new leader of Mom Talk, which I thought was kind of cringy too. I'm like, it's a hashtag on TikTok. She's like, I'm the new leader. Cool. Whitney is discussing with some of the other girls how she wants to kick Taylor out of the group and not associate with her anymore because of her actions and how her scandals can ruin the overall image and vibe of the group. We get to see some nice petty shit of them being like, brands are gonna work with us if Taylor's doing this. And it's like, you are like advertising like pussy lotion. Whitney grapples with the really hard decision of promoting sex toys on her page, and some of the girls don't like the idea as it's a sin to crank hog. So she talks to her mom, who also agrees that promoting sex is wrong. So you can twerk your ass and show your asshole on camera twerking to Bruno Mars, but you can't just be like, hey, if you rub this on your pussy, you'll...
God does not want you to have, specifically women, to have orgasms.
That's why I want to be so how do I sign up for this religion? Dakota moves into Taylor's house at the end of the episode, which really pisses off her parents because they don't like him and are worried about her dating a former drug addict, which it's like, newsflash, dude. The fucking kid is already baking inside of her womb. I think we're long past that kind of stuff. Episode 3 is the Book of Saints and Sinners, which the group attends a party at one of the husband's parents' homes and are expected to be on their best behavior as the parents are much more traditional and conservative, but one of the guys brings out some vodka and a few of the group drinks it, causing judgment to be cast by some of the more conservative members of the group, aka it was Zach's parents' house, and they're like, hey, he might actually get shot here.
Jessie drinking is disrespectful, and it almost feels like she's spitting in my face.
It's one of those things where it's like avoiding like confrontation, so it's like you can tell people are upset, but no one's just like, hey, could you not just drink here at my dad's house? He's really conservative. Just say that. But instead, everyone's just like, Jennifer Affleck is having a baby blessing event and decides to uninvite the girls that have looser morals, leading the group to say that they are being split into saints and sinners, which causes more discord. AKA Zach was like, Jennifer, if they come here, I'm divorcing you. And she's like, okay. So then it gets split to people who are like, oh, we're more Mormon than you are. And it leads some of the more trashy Mormons to be like, I can be Mormon too, bitch. And that's pretty much what it is. Demi hosts a Galentine's Day party at her house where the ladies can just enjoy each other's company and have a good time bonding as women. Demi is in her bra when some of the girls arrive as she's still getting ready, and some of the girls' husbands see her in her bra, leading Taylor to claim that if she did that and Dakota found out, she would be, quote, ripped to shreds. At the Galentine's Day party, Whitney gives Demi a joke gift referencing a sexual act Demi had with her husband and told Whitney about it in secrecy. It's revealed that Whitney had actually told a bunch of the girls about it and it embarrassed Demi in front of all the girls. It's like a box of Fruit Loops or something. I think her husband said that her pussy tastes like a box of Fruit Loops or something. She got really upset. She's like, I told you that in secret.
This specific thing that she was trying to make light of and make a joke was something that was completely intimate and off the table that was between Brett and I. We swore to each other we would never tell a soul about that.
Which at the same time, I was like, Whitney stirring the pot, dude. Dooku really trying to get that power in. But, you know, I mean, I get it. Understandably, she's upset that all the girls were laughing about an inside joke that they shouldn't understand. And Demi says that she's pissed off at Whitney because it was childish. But then Whitney says she's mad because she feels ambushed somehow because Whitney is an actual troglodyte monster. Also, I want to say at the bar mitzvah or whatever the fuck they threw for Zach's baby, whatever, all the girls have to like sit down and be quiet and only the guys can go up, and they're like, only the guys can go up because they're a part of the priesthood. So the women have to sit down and not say anything.
The reason why women don't give this blessing is because only men carry the priesthood.
And it's done in it's very quick, but I was like,
it's empowering.
I'd probably want to go to a Galentine's Day party too after that. Are you kidding me? We're only getting to heaven and you guys get to tag along. You're like, Episode 4, The Book of Truth. The girls go on a trip to Park City for Macy's birthday and to spend time together to try and repair any bad relationships within the group, but that doesn't end up happening and things just simply get worse because nothing good ever happens. It's only tragedy in this beautiful twerking TikTok glam group. It's hell. It starts out fine and the girls make some epic dance video content together, but then Demi decides she wants to break out something called the Truth Box, where the girls will anonymously ask a question to someone else in the group. That's a good idea. It starts out okay at first and it's kind of fun as the questions aren't anything too controversial, you know, but quickly devolves into girls asking very targeted and accusatory questions. Like immediately. They're like, do you like Sprite or Pepsi? She's like, Pepsi, and they're like, ah! And she's like, did you suck Derek's dick? Everyone's like, the biggest fight comes when the question is asked to Whitney, why don't you like Taylor? Dooku gets asked why he doesn't like Palpatine, dude. Whitney answers and she doesn't really care about her and that she can't trust her, and then also mentions she feels hurt that people rallied around Taylor after her swinging issue and forgave her, but people still bully Whitney for the video she made about dancing next to her sick baby. It's one of the funniest moments in the entire season. It's so funny.
Connor rushes Liam to the emergency room. The first couple of days were a bit scary. I'm thinking, like, let's, you know, do something fun, and I made a video.
People keep blasting me about dancing next to my dying kid. People forgive Taylor. What the f? The next morning, Taylor decides that she needs to hash things out with Whitney about their relationship, but the Demi comes up to them in the bathroom and keep pressing Whitney about the situation, and it turns into a big yelling match, ruining the night. It's very awkward, it's very cringy, a lot of people crying.
At this point, Mom Talk was already hanging by a thread before this trip, and now we're having this happen.
The amount of times women cry in the show is unbelievable. They do that thing too. Pet peeve of mine, dude, is when women are wearing makeup and they cry and they do like the, they tap their eyes.
Yeah, Whitney did that.
I fucking, I hate that. I can't believe it. They just fucking cry. You're already looking like a goddamn baboon. The girls all leave the trip feeling upset and like their relationships are worse than ever. It's just a bunch of like more catty shit. Nothing is ever said. Like, I just want you to know I'm hitting this. This is the substance. It's this quick. Now imagine sitting through an hour of that. The talk, I think the talk is 30 minutes long. About her just being like, you were never on my side. She's like, why would I be on your side? We don't ever dance and make content. You're like, this is the show. There's so much B-roll of them just like filling up cups with pop, with soda. And them eating like brownies. That's the show. Episode 5, The Book of Broken Vows. God, what the fuck is this? A Harry Potter sequel? What the fuck is this? Probably the most boring episode of the show. The big event that happens is that Layla is throwing a party to celebrate her divorce and leaving a toxic relationship. And people were like weird about that. I was like, that's cool. If I was a girl and I was like, oh, some girl is like throwing this is my dead name, I'm going back and I'm a free woman again. Is that not a fun thing to, why not celebrate? Why make it a sad event, right? If my friend called me, if you were married and you called me like, hey, I'm throwing a party because I just divorced Paula Dean, just sign the papers, let's get fucking wrecked tonight, I'd be like, yes, sir. You know what I mean? Why not? Whitney left the Mom Talk group chat and all girls laugh about it. Whitney claims she isn't leaving for attention. She just needs to not talk to them so she can focus on herself and her relationship and family, but then immediately says she thinks it's weird that she left and nobody is checking up on her to see how she's doing and that she left the group chat.
Macy called me and she was like, we're making things so dramatic again. And I'm like, what? What are we making so dramatic? She's like, you leaving the group chat. Now everyone's calling me, asking me why you left the group chat. I'm like, no one called me.
She's basically like, I just didn't want to hear from them because I need to focus on Connor because he keeps hanging out with this guy, David. And I just think it's weird that no one like remotely tried to like see how I was doing. And it's like, you just said you didn't want to talk to them. Yeah, but I just want them to fawn over me and just like, I just want their attention and time and everything that they have when they're present. I'm evil. Did I tell you I'm evil yet? Macy's having a photo shoot for the upcoming release party for her company and Dakota and Taylor go to support her. But then Dakota barges in and starts to ask if they can do some professional shots of him and Taylor, which makes Macy uncomfortable because she's just kind of like, hey, I hate you, Dakota. Also, your fentanyl's dried out your mouth and your mouth smells like cat shit. Sorry. At Layla's party, Dakota and Taylor get into an argument and Macy has to be the mediator between the two of them. And during the conversation, Taylor expresses how she's afraid to commit to Dakota due to her experience with bad relationships in the past and also because she's heard rumors of Dakota cheating on her.
I feel bad because it's like been a long time. We're having a baby and I can't get over it. I can't get over it.
This episode was really boring. It was bad. Dakota's very uncharismatic. Once again, if he's not doing fentanyl, I don't care. It made me realize I'm like, this is like what Jersey Shore is. If Jersey Shore was this, it would never be that successful. You have to have the drunken fights. You gotta have the sloppy shit, right? Everyone's too fucking put together, eating Tootsie Rolls and just like you're arguing about nothing. Hearing sober people argue about petty shit is so much worse than hearing drunk people argue about the same thing. Because at least the drunk side is much more entertaining and it's like gets crazy. These people are just like, you barely even, you're like disrespectful. And you're like, Wow. I'd hate to be your friend. Whoa. Episode 6, the first book of sin.
This is when they throw a wrench. They said the show is boring.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I thought. The producers were just like, probably had a fucking gun to his temple, and he's like, if you don't do something, I'm going to pull the trigger. He's like, you go to Vegas. And the girl's like, no. He's like, go to Vegas. So the Mormon moms go to Vegas. Some of the husbands are upset that their partners are spending time alone in Vegas without them, so Zach and Dakota decide to go along with them because they're... Whitney has blocked some of the women and even unfollowed everyone from the group, so now everyone's just like, we hate Whitney. Also, Whitney's going to like a homestead thing. She's like, I'm a homestead girl.
What exactly is a homestead?
Self-sustainable living. It's up to the individual or the family to decide like how far they're going to take that. Like,
We want a farm.
Also, I immediately paused the episode when we Googled it, and now she gave up that immediately, and she's trying to be an actress in LA. Good idea, Whitney. Jessie announces she's having a labiaplasty. Remember when I talked about that earlier? And the group of girls paint pictures of their labias together. And after the surgery, Demi brings tulips in honor of her 2 lips that have been cut up and reconstructed. They also all poke and prod at her. She like shows it, and it's... I'm trying to think if I got like my dick extended or something like that. If I was like, dude, look at it now. So that makes sense. I'd probably show it off. Dude, look at it now. Look at this Johnson, dude. So, you know, I'm not gonna die. I would do that shit too. The girls trick Dakota by telling him that Taylor is going into labor, which pisses him off because they can't get a hold of him. He won't answer his phone. So they're like, her water broke. And he calls her back. And they're just like, just kidding. Taylor's here. And he's just like, what the fuck is your problem? He's like, we're doing rails of fentanyl. Dakota and Zach talk about how they want to go to Vegas with the girls so they can keep an eye on them. We also learn that Zach has a huge gambling problem. One of the funniest revelations in the entire series, because you find out that his wife, Jen, is paying for everything with her TikTok and that she's supporting him through school and everything. And he's like, well, you said you're going to give me an allowance, right? And she's like, yeah, I'm going to give you $2,500. And I'm like, God damn.
I'm giving you $2,500 and I'm going to be really pissed if you lose it.
$2,500 fucking allowance for a bet. Like, you're just like, yeah, here's your play money. That's crazy. The episode ends with the girls going to Chippendales and they rub on oil on half-naked men. Zach gets pissed off at Jen and threatens to leave, but Jim is upset because she didn't even want to go in the first place. She feels like she's like, you know, I didn't even want to go. She starts yelling at him, and then like at 2 a.m, she leaves randomly, so people don't know where the fuck she's at. The clip of her getting yelled at is pretty funny.
Okay, what's going on? I thought he was cool with you being here.
No, he doesn't want to be married to me if I do stuff like that.
It's tragic out of context, but if you had to build up this entire thing, it's nice to see some other emotion that isn't just fake. They all have like very fake, like happy car salesman, realtor vibes. Oh my God, how are you? Also, everything is always like, yes! Oh my God! And I just picked up sweet potatoes at the store. Oh my God, sweet potato, yes! Okay, I love those. It's that Mormon energy, dude. It's draining. Holy f***, when I lived in Utah, it was all the time. Holy brutal. Oh yeah, Macy gets an anonymous tip that someone slept with Dakota because she has like an Instagram live or Instagram story thing that's like your confessions, and someone's like, I slept Dakota for fentanyl. I didn't know. This is before I knew that he was dating Taylor and impregnated her. Sorry. So then Macy's like, oh my God, do I tell Taylor or do I not tell Taylor? Which we go into episode 7, which is the Book of Trust. Michaela and Jen leave the show early so they don't upset their husbands. Leave the show early, they were never there. While this is going, the other women are having a blast watching Chippendale dancers go at it, right? They're having the time of their life, which this is, if I found out my wife went to a Chippendale show, I would not give a shit. Honestly. It's just people doing, oh my God. They're performers. It's a job. My wife went to Chippendales and she had sex with every dancer. Damn. Zach threatens to divorce Jen and then goes to the casino to gamble. It's really funny. It's just like one shot. You can tell he was like, if you come near me, I'll fucking kick your ass. To the camera guy. So the camera guy's kind of far away. We learned that Zach gambled away all of his money his family gave him for medical school, which medical school's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So good job, Zach.
His family gave him a chunk of money to help them through medical school and kind of ease the burden, and he blew right through it.
I didn't hit it big on Baccarat like I thought I would. Dakota finds out that the women went to Chippendale show and gets angry, but once again, as always, our King Dakota, the fentanyl flop himself, he apologizes as usual. I may have overreacted, baby. I'm sorry. Macy tells Taylor about Dakota cheating on her, and Taylor says that if it's true, she'll leave Dakota. Boom, boom, boom. We find out that Jen and Zach talk things out, and that even though he has narcissistic flare-ups every few months, they are just fine. It was the thing I talked about earlier, where she comes in there like, oh my God, well, what happened? And she's just like, yeah, I mean, it's like not even a huge deal. We talked it out, it's fine. When he's yelling at her on the phone, it's fucking gruesome. And she starts like bawling, why are you yelling at me? It's fucking crazy. But lastly, we go into episode 8, the last episode, which is the Book of Rumors. $1,000. And Taylor confronts Dakota about the allegations, and Dakota responds in anger, saying that he's sick of hearing about Taylor's trust issues. Just trust me already, bitch, damn!
You say this stuff to me 24/7. This is what I'm saying.
So it's clear.
No, not even about this. Like, I'm just hearing this 24/7. Like, I'm sick of hearing it.
Taylor says she's scared of Dakota. I thought that was kind of crazy to hear on the last one. I think she's literally 7 days away from giving birth. She's just like, I'm afraid of him. Meanwhile, we find out Whitney is pregnant. Who cares? She's a dog. She reveals this too by she bakes the pregnancy stick into a cake. They dig through it and they're like, oh, okay, we'll eat the cake. And then someone had the actual smarts to be like, wait, is this the actual piss stick? And she's like, yeah. And they're like, that's disgusting.
Did you actually pee on that, or is it just like a...
I actually peed on that.
Okay, why did you put that in the cake?
There's a lid on it.
So yeah, then she's like, okay, I might have overlooked that one. Good news about Zach, our psychopath. He gets accepted to a medical school in New York, and Jen tells him that she can't move out there because it'll ruin her entire career that she has supported him on. You know, she likes it out here. And Zach's response is, I'm happy with that, but I don't care. You think I'm joking, but that's actually it.
I'm happy with that, but I really don't. I don't really care.
And you're like, this is going to end in some kind of like, he's going to get arrested somehow. Don't know what's going to happen. Zach will be arrested sometime in the future. Would have done great in the 80s. Zach would have had a great 80s run, but 2024. Macy launches her maternity supplement brand, Baby Mama. Whitney's invited, and the other moms make an agreement that if she doesn't show up, that they'll all unfollow her. Newsflash, she doesn't show up, so they all fucking unfollow her. Who cares? But at the same time, to me, it was uplifting to see people just in unison hate Whitney, because she's the biggest dog here. It's unbelievable. Taylor's water breaks, and her and Dakota go to the hospital. There's an insufferable video cam thing of Dakota like being all happy about it, but it's just so fucking, it's like a social media post where he's like, oh my god, I can't believe it. She's like, my water broke. And he's like, yeah, she smelled her panties. It was definitely water. It wasn't piss. And you're like, why would you include, like, just say her water broke, dude? Why are you fucking getting all weird and like specific about it?
Yeah, we both like looked at each other, and Taylor's like, what was that?
I thought I peed myself,
Yeah.
but it's water. I had to smell it just to confirm.
She did smell it, and she confirmed it.
He's like all like coke eyes. He's like, I can't wait to be a dad. While this is going on, Michaela has a roller skating party going on because they're Mormon. Whitney arrives uninvited, and the women are mad at her. Yeah, she shows up when everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing here? You know what I mean? And she's like, this is awkward.
I'm gonna go. I feel so awkward.
This is awkward.
This is so awkward right now.
She gives Macy a gift, but Macy refuses to open it. It's pretty funny. She's like, here you go. She's like, cool. Okay, this is awkward. Whitney doesn't understand why Macy's mad at her. Macy tells her that she always supports Whitney, and the one time she wanted Whitney's support, she wasn't there. Whitney shrugs us off and only thinks about herself. She's like, yeah, well, I'm feeling weird. I had indigestion, a period cramp or something. I'm pregnant. I don't know. Whitney leaves the party and says she needs to step down from mom talk, and everyone applauds. Everyone's happy about it. The universe is healing. She does go and beats a child to death and does a dance in front of it. That's not true, but it could have been. The episode ends with Taylor giving birth, and that for the first time, she feels confident in her future. Jen then declares she's leaving mom talk because of Zach. Pretty funny. I gotta leave because Zach thinks it's a bad influence. You're just like, you're hopeless. You're completely brainwashed, Jen. I feel bad for her. And Macy makes a call to women who slept with Dakota. She calls the girl and she's just like, can you tell me about your relationship with Dakota? And she's like, I'll tell you all about it.
Because I just have some questions about you and Dakota and your past relationship.
I'll tell you everything.
And the episode ends, and you're like, oh my god, did she do it? Who cares, dude? God damn.
I was gonna say Macy's just poking the bear.
Well, yeah, Macy's just doesn't fucking like the guy. Oh, this is the big thing I took away from it. Demi, best character in the show. She brings the most confrontation. She's the loudest, most obnoxious one. I liked watching her. And apparently her pussy tastes like Fruit Loops or something. Much like Lil Xan said, her pussy tastes like Skittles. Worst character by far is Whitney, and the person who I think will die first is Jen. Okay, those are my predictions. This show was a roller coaster ride. I don't know why I thought this would be a good episode. I don't know if it was. Don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. It was something that I watched, and the entire time I was like, I want to just talk about this. I have no idea who to talk it with. I tried talking to my wife about it. She wouldn't listen. Apparently, there's going to be a second season. I don't fucking know. I had to talk to someone about this besides my friend. I had to put it